Obsessed About Financial Freedom: The Clues for the Treasure Map to Financial Freedom by Justin Allen. Read for you by Joshua Mackey. Legal Introduction. Copyright July 2019. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior permission of the publisher and the author, Justin Allen. This book was written by Justin Allen 2019. Justin Allen takes no responsibility for any of the advice in this book. He recommends gathering a second opinion from a professional to confirm all the advice in this book is true and correct. The information in this book has been checked and is correct to the best of his knowledge, but he reserves the right to change the information or references at any time. The accuracy of the information herein is subject to change with inflation and time. The names listed in the book may have been changed to protect their identity. Introduction. This book is a magical book with superpowers, with the potential to change the lives of whomever reads it and applies the knowledge into their life's journey for a much better chance to achieve financial freedom as soon as possible. If only someone had given me this book when I was a teenager, I believe that I would have achieved financial freedom much younger, but it's better late than never. Remember, knowledge is only potential power, as if this book of knowledge was a treasure map to gold, jewels, and riches. You still need to get off the couch, turn off the TV, and make an organized plan. Apply it in the correct order, have the correct tools and equipment to receive the reward. I believe the best thing you can ever buy with your hard-earned cash is financial freedom. Then once that's achieved, you don't have to sell your time for money. It's the best option to have and is one of the keys to true happiness. If you're looking to achieve financial freedom the easy way, sorry, there is no easy way. It's only for the people out there who really want it. If you're a dreamer, I suggest that you go hit the pillow, get to bed, and just start dreaming. Leave financial freedom for the people out there who are willing to do whatever it takes, for however long it takes. Remember, your goal is out there, and the problems in life are there to keep the people out who really do not want it badly enough. Learn the game, yes. Life is a game. There are rules, the law, the mind, and history of what is proven to work. You're more likely to succeed in life if you first learn the game. For example, if you were to play a sport, you need to study the rules and then play to have a better chance of winning. We all would like to be rich, but I must ask, how rich? I mean, you need to define the amount you're aiming to achieve and write it down. Now, you cannot expect something for nothing. You need to plan what you're willing to provide to the world in exchange for that money. Open up your mind to come up with answers. It may take time to achieve, but if you really want to achieve financial freedom, you will not stop thinking about it until you've come up with the answers. This book is full of tips, ideas, examples, and inspirations to improve your mindset, and full of cash flow strategies to help you have a better chance of achieving financial freedom. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make him drink. This book is to help you succeed, but at the end of the day, it's up to you. Most of the population are all forced to go to work, whether they like it or not, trading your time for money, selling your time now to buy older you time later, getting ripped off trading 5 for 2, working 5 days equals 2 days of freedom, being overworked and underpaid, with your script to work all your life until, say, 65 years old? If we want more money, we generally have to work more hours, and on weekends. With the math still saying it's not necessarily going to help that much, there has to be another way. Why stick to a plan that will never take you to where you want to go? Let this book open up your mind with the clues for the treasure map to financial freedom, to become rich and stay rich. But keep in mind that our goal is to retire young, say in your 40s or as soon as possible, not at 65 years old with your youth swapped for a paycheck. Just who wants to be the richest guy in a nursing home, complaining about their health problems and their life gone by, reminiscing about the good old days? So get yourself an extra large coffee and a bottle of water. You're about to listen to a great audiobook called Obsessed About Financial Freedom. Chapter 1. What is financial freedom to me? Everyone has a different way of thinking about what financial freedom is. It does not necessarily mean to be fully retired, never to work again. It really just means having a good amount of income coming in, without working, that easily covers your living expenses with the option to retire. Or only working a small amount of hours each week, not being forced to work crazy hours anymore, like working 2 jobs or 7 days a week. Working all day long, where you live to work rather than work to live. It can be okay to do in the short term. I've done it myself. But after a while, you're just swapping your life and energy for money. I've been out of work when I was younger, but took a long time applying for job after job. I learned that being out of work is good for a holiday, but you can't really enjoy it in the long term on a very low income. You really need to have both time and a large amount of income to fully enjoy not working. Also, I learned to only buy what I really needed, and to appreciate everything I had and received. Financial freedom is really not having to stress about income, while not working and having a good ratio of income to living expenses, while still having enough money left over to financially still move forward. I believe that passive income is the best way to achieve this goal. You need to have both rental properties and a business to be well off. Rental properties can keep up with inflation by increasing rent up over time, and also come with tax benefits and property price growth. However, you'll need to have other income or incomes to continue to buy more properties, because the bank will not give you a loan when you stop working. The key is to have the right business that can eventually become passive income. Chapter 2. Why I wrote this book. I enjoy helping others by giving good advice, passing on information to help them open up their minds to make better decisions, and to have more options to gain more financial intelligence. There's an old saying, give a man a fish, and you'll feed him for the day. Teach a man to fish, and you'll feed him for a lifetime. It basically means it can be more beneficial in the long run to teach a person how to do something than to do that something for them. It can be like doing someone else's homework for them. They simply will not be learning anything. Can one person change the world? Yes, if they work their butt off, working harder than the average person, and can provide huge value to the world, changing and improving lives. Yes, they can. I've inherited some of my mom's personality. She likes to help others, not asking much in return. My personality is straightforward. I'll tell you straight up how it is. I like talking about information related to my goals. I'm a hard worker. I think way too much, and I don't rely on others. I like to give everyone I know good advice and motivation. I'm not shy. I used to be when I was younger, but now I've learned that shy people miss out in life. I believe that we all have a higher calling or a purpose in life. This book is my way of giving back to the world. Let me help you escape from your prison called a job. Let my words of knowledge help change your destiny from swapping your whole life of working to 65 years old to becoming financially free as soon as possible. This is the goal, to have financial freedom when you're young, not working your whole life and still being poor. Despite what you may have heard about the term, the real golden years are while we are young, fit, healthy, and full of energy. Chapter 3. Obsessed. The definition of being obsessed is being in a state of thinking about someone or something all the time. Some say the key to being successful in life is to have a strong desire for your goals. Ha ha! I laugh at that. I believe you need to be completely obsessed with achieving your goals to go all in, to be 100% focused, to be willing to make your obsession your number one priority from the time you wake up until you fall asleep, and be willing to make all the required sacrifices to get there. When you really want something badly enough, to put in the work, it's just a matter of time. I've always wanted to be rich, but I would have to say since I've stopped drinking alcohol and since having my dad pass away at work just before he was going to retire, for him never to have been able to retire, I've gone from wanting to be rich to being completely obsessed. I'm motivated by faith and desire. I seek the light at the end of the tunnel of my goal to achieve financial freedom. The day you wake up and decide this is the day you see the light and decide to chase your dreams, they're more likely to become true. I've learned that I desire whatever will give me financial freedom of passive income. In order to increase your odds, you need to find deep reasons to drive you and push your thoughts and actions repeatedly until an obsession is born. Here's some great quotations. When your purpose and passion meets inspiration, an obsession is born. Justin Allen. Once you're fully obsessed with deep reasons, you'll gain superpowers to only have selective hearing and vision for your obsession, with the mission to not stop until the goal is conquered. Justin Allen. Your ability to use the principle of autosuggestion will depend very largely upon your capacity to concentrate upon a given desire until that desire becomes a burning obsession. Napoleon Hill. Be obsessed or be average. Grant Cardone. Obsessed is a word the lazy use to describe the dedicated. Pinterest.com. Chapter 4. Time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Can you hear that noise? That's time. It continues to tick, and it's never going to stop. It's our most precious asset, time. No matter how rich you are, we all get the same 24 hours of time to spend each day. We have to understand that life is short to make the most of the way we spend our time. Money can always be made more of, but time, once spent, cannot. For example, a 75-year-old could make $1 million in 1 year, but cannot buy more time to live. So when we're at work, we are selling our time and energy. When you work a job, you are given money for your time. So if that's your only income, keep in mind to only buy what you really need, because if you waste your money, you're technically wasting your time. We only have a limited amount of time on this planet, so you should only buy what you really need until you have other forms of passive income coming in. For example, a guy buys a nice new expensive car, say a $55,000 silver GT Mustang. He now has to spend $55,000 of his life's rations at work in order to pay for it, and more if paying under finance. Keep in mind that your money is linked to your time spent at work. Remember to make the most of it until you've achieved financial freedom, or it'll slow you down. I'd like to make you aware of how short life can be and ask you some questions. To use as a guide, at what age did your ancestors, grandparents, and your parents die? What age do you expect to live to, approximately? So get a calculator handy now, please. Put in your age expectancy, for example, 75 years old, minus your current age, say 38 years old, equals 37 years left to live. Multiplied by 365 days in a year equals 13,505 days approximately left to live. The moral of this exercise is to shock you to realize that life is really short. Do not waste a single day. Most people that have too much spare time do not appreciate it or make the most of their time. When you have a job and finish your shift, you're thankful that you have your time and life back. But still, most people have a routine to just waste their most precious asset called time. Once you've sold your time, no amount of money will buy it back. You should do tasks by priority, most important to least. Always assume that you will not have adequate time to do your priority tasks. To make sure you allow more time than you think is necessary for it. And if you have any time left over, use it for less important tasks. Learn to be more time efficient. There's always ways to get more out of your day. Through repetition, you can learn how to be more time efficient, and you can even buy tools to help get more out of your day. Take into consideration an hour of our life is only worth what we get paid. We have to either accept it or raise our value to society. Keep in mind the value of time when buying goods. It can be much better to spend a little extra money for goods to save time. Here are some great quotations. Time isn't a commodity, something you pass around like a cake. Time is the substance of life. When anyone asks you to give your time, they're really asking for a chunk of your life. Antoinette Bosco. No matter how rich you are, your money will not buy you a second of time. Justin Allen. It's true what they say. Time flies when you're having fun, but extremely slow when you're at a job you hate. Justin Allen. Time is like driving a car that never stops. The past is behind you, and the present is around you, and the future is off into the distance. Justin Allen. Chapter 5. Rat Race. Most people born into our society have the same fate and the same script. Not everyone, but most of the population. That is, to go to preschool, then to primary school, then to high school. To always be in fun mode in your spare time, enjoying it with friends, watching TV and playing with your toys. Then to go on to further education or university. To be like the typical person to not knowing what job or career to do, with gambling whether you will like the job in the long run. Getting a job and most likely working several different jobs and industries. Eventually find a partner, settle down, buy a home, get into debt, have kids, and most likely sell your home and buy a nicer home with a bigger mortgage. Life passing you by quickly. Sleeping around 8 hours each night to wake up to an alarm clock buzzing. Quickly having breakfast and getting ready to jump into your car. Wasting your life stuck in traffic. Trading 5 days at work for 2 days off. We are really getting ripped off. At work feeling like a robot doing the similar thing but different day. To only get public holidays off and getting around 4 weeks of annual leave each year, with casual workers not getting any payment at all. Only to be scripted to work until all our life is nearly evaporated until around age 65. With the average person, even having worked most of their life, to still never be rich or above the system. Even if you have an above-average job and are good with managing your income, you might have a nicer home and maybe even a second house with a more lavish lifestyle. But is the trade worth most of your time and energy? Missing time to do the things in life that you really enjoy doing. Let's write a new script. Chapter 6. Budget. If you're serious about financial freedom, you have to have self-discipline with managing your income, treating your income and expenses like a business. Here's a system to manage your income and expenses like a business. You should only buy with leftover income what you really need. Be very strict. It's a good idea in setting aside an amount each week for fun. Treat it like pocket money, like when you were a child. Spend it all in 1 week, or save it up for bigger fun. The best thing you can buy with your income is financial freedom. So keep this in mind when looking at your money. And stop spending on junk or unnecessary expenses. Your expenses should depend on the ratio of your income. With the more you earn, the bigger the ratio you can afford to spend. But keep in mind, one of the biggest reasons the poor stay poor is that when their income goes up, they spend more money. At first, they appreciate the bigger income, but after a while, their cost of living goes up. They get used to the bigger income. Then fall back into the same scenario as before, but on a larger scale. Here's an example. Steven started a second job, getting a bigger income. At first, he enjoyed having a bigger income, way more than he was used to having. He bought a nicer car, spent more down at the pub, and bought more crap that he really didn't need or use. Eventually, he bought a bigger home, getting more into debt, not realizing that now he had trapped himself in his second job to keep affording the bills being paid. And his new routine of spending money had really just upped his ratio of expenses. Instead, the smart thing to do is, as you earn more, you should up your expenses very slightly and use the extra money to accelerate getting ahead. It's a bit like a business. If you don't manage the income and expenses correctly, expect to go broke and to never financially move forward. Here's a great system to manage your money. It's designed for the average person. If you have a massive mortgage, you'll need to up the amount stated. The amounts will also increase with inflation. It's currently 2019. Have one main bank account that income comes into and out of, called main account. Always keep at least around $3,000 in there at all times. If the account becomes low, take money from the second account, called future expenses. Keep at least $3,000 to $6,000 in there. If it gets lower than $3,000, make it a priority each week to eventually get it up to that level by lowering the amount you put into other accounts. This system budgets your income very smartly, as when expenses or direct debits come from the main account, the flow will not be stopped by being able to transfer from future expenses to the main account to top it back up. Now to budgeting your income by starting up more bank accounts and giving them names based on their functions. Whatever the account is called, the money is for that and that only. You can find a bank with a good interest rate or use your existing bank right now and start up more bank accounts, giving them names. For example, dentist, holiday, new car, savings, business, tax, property maintenance, rental property vacancies, or anything else. The idea is to put money in each week once you've been paid, via your phone on the internet banking app. It doesn't take long, only around 5 minutes or less. The idea is to put something in each week to all your bank accounts, rationing and saving for expenses in advance. If you have a bad week, just put a small amount in. For example, $10 to $50. Better to put something than nothing at all. So you basically should already have, say, 2 main accounts and start up around 7 other accounts, plus any debit accounts you may already have or open in the future, such as home loans and credit card accounts. Once you have all your accounts open and named, you can get paid into the main account, then transfer money to the other accounts, depending on what you can afford and what your saving goals are. Say you're saving for a holiday at the end of the year, and your goal is to have saved $2,000. So get a calculator and work out the math of roughly what you need to be putting into the account each week. Say $39 a week times 52 weeks in a year equals $2,028. Each week, if you can, afford to pay extra into your loan accounts as well. Try to pretend that each bank account is a person and that they all need to be all kept happy. By putting money into each account each week, you can relax when the bills come in, knowing that you've saved up the money in advance and can simply transfer the money into the main account to spend on the expenses, or have some money saved up to help for the payment. If you've been putting extra money into your home loan account for a while, you can always pull it back out if you need the money, which is a much better option than getting another loan or using a credit card. For example, when buying a new car, do a redraw on the home loan account. Then once you've sold the old car, you can put the money back into the loan account. Another good tip to use each week is to put around $70 into the account called Car Bank Account. As your current car goes down in value, the bank account goes up. By the time you're up for another car, the account will have grown to a large amount of money to help pay for the next car. Budgeting your money is the smart way to manage your income, to be prepared for future expenses in advance. Chapter 7. Use the machine. Leverage is to get more from doing less. If you use or build a machine to use as leverage, then applied to the system, you'll get more from doing less. It's like sometimes you need to go backwards in order to go forwards much quicker. To build the machine or to buy the machine. Here are some examples of leverage. Walking 1,000 miles versus using a car. Building a wooden fence with a hammer versus a nail gun. Lifting freight or materials by hand versus using a forklift. Building an apartment complex by hand versus using a crane. There's also the power of scalability, the ability to achieve large numbers of things such as products, people, business growth. When combined with leverage, a system and scale can achieve large volumes to achieve the big money, but most likely will represent more initial work time and cost to set up. Here are some examples. Example 1. Using a computer as the machine and the internet as leverage of its system to scale to large amounts of information and the world's population with their internet devices such as laptops, tablets, desktop computers, and mobile phones. Example 2. Selling a book from the boot of your car versus using distribution centers on the internet, mailing via the post, or streaming directly via Audible, wherein customers download content straight away on their computers, tablets, or mobile phones. Example 3. A guy named AJ bought around a 500 square meter block of land in Sudan for around $25,000. He managed to draw the plans for an apartment complex himself and hired someone to finalize them. He organized a builder to construct a 7-unit apartment complex 4 stories high, with a basement for storage which he plans on renting out for storage. While working 2 jobs in Australia, he saved up the money to start the project, and saved up for the rest while continuing to work his 2 jobs. The project will take around 2 years to complete, but could have been much quicker if he had spent more money. As time goes on throughout the stages of the build, he has flown over there many times to check out the progress. Once the project is finished, he plans on renting out the units, earning around $3,000 per month, giving him cash flow with the option to work fewer hours at his job, or to move over there and live in one of the units, having that cash flow to live on, working as much or as little as he likes. Apartments could be used to scale to larger numbers if one were to build a larger, higher apartment complex. Example 4. This example is about Uber. It must have been a lot of work to design and hire specialists to create the system, test the 2 apps, and get the business funding. But now the company has expanded into many states and countries. Now, becoming more popular every day, it has become another option for transport, aside from the traditional existing forms of transport. The public uses Uber to get around when they are without a car. For example, if they don't own one, if theirs is being repaired, if they've lost their driver's license, if they've been drinking alcohol, or if they're going to or from the airport. Uber is often a quicker option of getting to one's destination compared to public transport. It has destroyed the taxi system for the following reasons. Everyone carries a mobile phone these days. It doesn't take long to download the app. You can get a quote on the price before you order a ride. It offers cheaper rates than using a normal taxi. The driver will pick you up quickly on a time frame of normally around 5 to 10 minutes, longer if in country areas or in the middle of the night. Drivers are required to have a clean car. Drivers get a rating system, and if they're bad at their job, Uber can suspend their account. You get an invoice at the end of the ride to claim for tax if required. When you arrive at your destination, you can just jump out of the car and let the payment get automatically deducted from your chosen account, rather than spending extra time fumbling with money in busy locations. The company has made millions of dollars and has created many jobs, and has now grown to over $1 billion company quickly, even though it's just a system. It now has become a new normal way to get around for millions of people and for the next generation. Example 5. In the old days, they used horses and carts to get around. Then they built a system to get people and freight around. The system was train tracks. The leverage was the train and carriages. It was a lot of work to install the train tracks and build a train, but worth it in the long run to use as leverage to carry large amounts of people and freight long distances, faster, and with the ability to carry large, heavy freight. Example 6. A company that installs windscreens into cars back in 2002. He scaled the company by buying more vans and hiring more workers as the company grew, and after around 15 years' time, ended up selling the business for a large amount of money and retired. Example 7. A guy named Gary used scaling to grow his income. He had a business degree and worked as a cable TV installer for a while in the beginning. Then, he decided to start his own company from his home office. He bought vans with all the tools and hired contractors whom he arranged to get trained up to become a technician. Gary would pay for everything and got the guys working jobs such as installation of cable TV and satellite TV, internet and telecommunications, national broadband network, and antenna installations. Gary would find positions in suitable companies, speaking to the managers of the companies to find suitable work. Gary made up a contract in the beginning for the company, and his company made a contract to take 50% of the income made from each technician. By repeating the process to over 12 workers, he made a huge income, mainly working from home part-time. He used the income to buy many rental properties. Example 8. A big logistics company where they sort freight for businesses, then deliver the freight to where the customer requires it to be delivered to. The company was able to scale to handle bigger volumes once they built a machine to sort the freight. They originally, at the previous depot, used to have people sort the freight, with conveyor belts and using workers to look at labels, push the freight off the conveyor belt into the correct truck by hand, and also with carousel wheels, with workers picking off their freight by hand. They now have rented a new site and had a machine built to sort the freight. It looks like a sky monorail up in the air, about 5 meters off the ground, with safety nets in case freight falls off. The freight gets loaded onto a conveyor belt from small trucks, large B-double trucks, and other various locations. Each box has a barcode that the machine scans once on the sorting train. The monorail train goes around the large factory to all areas. Once arrived at the correct section, the box gets flicked up from the monorail train, where the freight is on a small platform on the rail and goes up at an angle. The freight then slides down a slide to be double-checked by a worker who ensures that the freight has been sent to the correct location. Then it's stacked in a truck, pallet, or air freight. All freight that has an error goes to a reject chute to be rescanned and have a new barcode sticker put on. Large and heavy freight gets sorted in another section. The machine can sort more freight and faster with fewer workers. If the company was to get another 50,000 items on top of their usual amount each day, the machine could easily handle it in a quick time frame. Use the machine continuation. I'm trying to make you understand that the big money can come from leveraging a system, a machine, or both, using the power of scaling. You could even, say, make a product or something that can be easily replicated by a machine or software, such as music, movies, books, video games, apps, manufactured parts or products, clothing, shoes, packaged food, or drinks. Once the process was complete, the product could be put into a system or onto the internet to a distribution center, and many shops, allowing it to be scaled to millions. You can also scale through buying or building a machine that replicates products for you, or hire a company to do so. There are many ways to build a machine and use a system when you open up your mind to look for them. It can often cost a lot of money and time to set up, but once complete, it can be used as leverage to do more for less effort, to achieve the big money by supplying in large volumes. Keep in mind that there are different levels of scaling: low, medium, and high volumes. For example, selling a product to one state, to many states, to selling worldwide. Chapter 8. Gambling. Gambling is a waste of your time and money. People forget even if they win, say, $1,500 on the slot machines, it's not really going to change their lives. Are they going to call their boss and say, "I'm retiring now, I've won $1,500"? Most likely not. Even with betting on Tats Lotto, the odds are over 1 in 6 million to win, with even smaller odds if you play the draws, wherein you need to get 7 correct numbers. Smart people do not rely on winning the lotto to become rich. They know it's up to themselves. Even if you're lucky enough to win the lotto, most people haven't learned all the skills to keep the money, and the money goes to their head. They get the feeling of excitement, going on spending sprees that, after a while, become addictive until the cash runs out and ends up having bought just a great fun memory with most likely not much to show for it in the end. Why gamble with your happiness? Once you lose, you feel down about it. You can think, I just went to work last week for nothing, or what a waste of money. You have to remind yourself that with gambling, the odds are stacked in their favor. In the long run, you can never win. The gambling facilities are there to make money off you. Otherwise, why would they bother? If you're lucky enough to win regularly, you'll become hooked and addicted to the happiness of winning that will become a habit. It's okay to buy a lottery ticket every now and then to have a chance to be in it to win it, but don't rely on winning to become wealthy. But keep in mind with the lottery that one man wins, but millions lose, with millions paying for his winnings. Chapter 9. Health Damage. When you're young, you have that mindset that health problems are so far away, say over 30 years in the future. You may be unaware that life is really short, but just ask anyone who is over 40 years old, or even go to a nursing home. They'll be more than happy to tell you about their health problems from working. When selecting a job that you plan on doing long-term, you should take into consideration the long-term health problems that it may lead to in the future. There are many jobs out there that will cause long-term damage, so do your research. Beware in the beginning before applying for the job. Do not just think of the money. Shift workers, especially those on the night shift, sleeping at irregular times, can cause to be not well rested and increase aging rapidly. Welding jobs, the fumes are very toxic. Driving for a transportation company long-term can make you unfit and overweight if your diet and exercise are inadequate. Doctors that operate X-ray machines can be exposed to regular radiation. Elevator installers and repairers have a risk of falling or the elevator crushing them. Painting confers a risk of breathing in toxic chemicals. Oil and gas miners can be exposed to hazardous conditions and contaminants. Home electricians run the risk of getting electrocuted. Carpentry work risk of injuries from power tools, breathing in dust, and deafness from loud machinery. Manual handling laboring jobs, the risk of joint and back problems. Firefighters are at risk of falling, being harmed by smoke inhalation, and being burned. Jobs that require working at heights run the risk of falling injuries or death. There can also be jobs that can cause a high level of stress. We can even do tasks in our spare time that can cause health-related injuries and long-term health damage to take into consideration. So do your research about the long-term health damage in a job. Even ask people that have been working in the industry for a long time. Make your health a #1 priority, as your body has to last a lifetime. All the money in the world cannot buy back your good health once it's gone. Chapter 10. Must have faith. In order to have a better chance to succeed, you need and must have faith, which is basically self-belief that your actions will eventually achieve success. You can increase your faith by having the right tools, knowledge, and repeated thoughts every day. Once you have a strong desire backed with faith, you are more likely to succeed. You must abolish the thought of bad luck to succeed. Your beliefs are so powerful, they will become your reality. You need to have 100% self-belief that you can achieve your desired goal through repeated positive thoughts several times each day. Remember that it's not necessarily the smartest or the strongest person that will succeed in life, but the person with the most determined mind of faith. Once we have hit breaking point and have the desire for what we want, which is financial freedom, we need to back this goal with faith that it will eventually happen, and nothing will stand in your way. Problems will only slow you down, but will never stop you having self-belief that you'll keep going and eventually get there. If your plans don't work after giving them a really good shot to the point of exhaustion, then go back to the drawing board and make new plans, taking all the knowledge learned forward into the next plan. Success will lead and encourage more success. You need to repeatedly say every day a phrase of powerful words that gives you motivation and faith. For example, I will achieve financial freedom. It's just a matter of time. Spend some time imagining how great and fantastic your life will be once this dream becomes a reality. So you get so much energy and motivation that every step closer to your dream makes you happier and happier. You must, I repeat, you must first believe before you achieve. To envision your goal first, then keep moving forwards, not letting anything or anyone hold you back. Or else, you will retire one day to live with the regrets of being a quitter. Only once you know where you are now and where you want to go can you plot the quickest path to get there. Here are some great quotations. Always be yourself, express yourself, and have faith in yourself. Do not go out and look for a successful personality and duplicate it. Bruce Lee. Keep your dreams alive. Understand to achieve anything requires faith and believe in yourself, vision, hard work, determination, and dedication. Remember, all things are possible for those who believe. Gail Devers. Without faith, you will never get there. Justin Allen. Life can be all about digging deep to pushing that mental button of faith to on and go beyond your expectations. Justin Allen. Chapter 11. Happiness. We all have different forms of happiness that release the dopamine from our brain. One person's happiness may not be yours and vice versa. Our happiness comes from how we wire our brains to happiness. There's short-term happiness, long-term happiness, and true happiness. Short-term happiness can come from instant gratification. Here are some examples: food, alcohol, drugs, gambling, television, games, junk food, sex, toys, holidays, theme parks, sports, and shopping. Long-term happiness generally comes from having a deep desire for something for a long time. That, once achieved, causes you to be happy for days on end, such as buying your dream car or home, finishing and passing schooling, completing a degree or trade certificate, ticking off your bucket list of things you would like to do before you get too old, or when retiring, achieving any of your inner ambitions, and achieving financial freedom. True happiness comes from your heart. Here are some examples: falling in love, getting married, having kids, spending quality time with your family and relatives, having true friends that care about you, giving or helping other people in need, and achieving something that makes you or others feel proud. Long-term happiness and true happiness is the real ecstasy of happiness in life. When you're buzzing with so much energy, that's when you really feel alive. We all play a role in society to help provide a service to the world. We all need to find our purpose in life. What motivates us to get out of bed and off the couch to act? Having a strong purpose is the glue that holds our dreams together. We need to have the ability to tell ourselves and others what our life purpose is. We all have our own destiny in life. As Oprah Winfrey once said, there's no greater gift than to honor your life's calling. It's why you were born and how you become most truly alive. With some people, they think too negatively about doing something, to the point that they will not take action, not give it a good go. They're making assumptions about what has not yet happened. Just thinking this way can keep them from what could have been, what could have led them to happiness, but listen to their negative inner voice instead. We are all on the pursuit to happiness, but we can all get caught up with only chasing short-term happiness. Maybe because it's easier to achieve, or because it's the happiness we get most regularly. So that's all we see, remember, and receive. We cannot know what we are yet to receive or have not yet achieved. Many people can get caught up in their happiness, say having a holiday home down on the beach, and also a fishing boat. They can forget that their happiness is keeping them stuck in the never-ending cycle of having to pay bills, going to work to pay for the bills, have a small amount of time off, and repeat the cycle again for years to come. Their happiness is keeping them stuck in their job and from financially moving forward. Here are some great quotations. Do not expect happiness to be delivered to you. You need to create it. Justin Allen. Life is a puzzle to happiness, but only you know how to crack the code. Justin Allen. Chapter 12. Treasure Map. What you need to create is a treasure map. A treasure map is basically planning to have a step-by-step plan of action in the correct order, to plan where you are now and to plan where you want to be in the future. It's true what they say. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Success is like jumping aboard a pirate ship, ready to set sail. But where? Without plans, you don't know what to do, what you require, or where to go. With planning, you need to have a checklist, a step-by-step plan to be done in the correct order. You must make a definite date of the plan, which can be used as motivation to achieve the goal. If you were to set a goal, for example, to lose 5 kilograms of weight in 3 months' time, you would write down your plan of what you're going to do different than usual in exchange for this 5 kilograms of weight loss in the form of a step-by-step plan. First step, make the goal. Second step, weigh yourself from the start, and then weekly to monitor your progress. Third step, throw out or give away all junk food in your house. Fourth step, do your research on healthy food to eat, buy, prepare, and cook. Fifth step, buy healthy food. Sixth step, make a diet plan of meals and monitor the ratio of calories versus energy required to function each day. Seventh step, plan an exercise routine, such as going to the gym every second day, riding a bike, or going for a long walk regularly. Eighth step, monitor weight loss on scales weekly. If not achieving weight loss, increase exercise, reduce caloric intake, or both. Ninth step, increase intensity each week to focus on losing a little each week, which will equal the goal, such as aiming for 1 kilogram of weight loss every 2 weeks and pushing yourself as the end date gets closer. 10th step, final weigh-in. If you have not achieved your goal, write down what you've learned and will do better to improve from then on. If you've reached your goal, congratulations! Now aim at keeping the weight off and set other new goals, such as getting into shape for next summer. A big part of being successful in anything in life comes from planning and taking action. From sleeping in order to be well rested tonight for tomorrow, to leaving on time to get to appointments on time, to making the most of your time each day and each year. A goal without a plan is just a wish. You must have a definite purpose to know what you want and desire. Seek knowledge to make a plan. Follow steps in the correct order, and show your perseverance towards your goal. A good idea is setting your goals into small steps, so you don't get overwhelmed with the workload. But once you achieve a goal, stop to celebrate your achievement, to enjoy the journey to your goal. You must make a treasure map that makes you accumulate wealth, so you can work less and less and eventually achieve financial freedom. Here are some great quotations. The people out there who think things just happen are dreamers. You have to plan for success in order to achieve success. Justin Allen. If you feel lost in your life on what to do, just simply follow your heart. Justin Allen. For tomorrow belongs to the people who prepared for it today. African proverb. Planning is bringing the future into the present so that you can do something about it now. Alan Lakin. Chapter 13. Breaking Point. To desire major change in your life, you need to hit a breaking point, when you've had enough to the point where you put your hands up and say, "Enough is enough. I am now willing to change." If you want your life to change, you must change your life. After a period of time, we can all get stuck in our working routine and eventually get bored and tired of it, thinking, is this all my life is going to be? This routine week after week until I retire? No, it doesn't have to be. When you hit a breaking point, it's time to plan to do something about it. People that are stuck in their ways will most likely never change. You could roughly predict their future from their past. With some people, that's simply just their personality. You cannot see them for 5 years and meet up with them again and notice very little change. There's a lot of people that are in this category, stuck in their routine to the point where their problems in life are causing stress, but not enough to snap and hit a breaking point to take action. Think about how many things that would not exist if people had not taken action and were too lazy, or could not be bothered, or put tasks off to one day, or said, someday I'll do that, only to never have it eventuate. People who don't take action miss out in life. The job is given to the person that takes action and works to achieve the reward. Many people do not hit that breaking point wall of change. For example, to lose weight, to get fit, to join a gym, to manage their time and life better, to find a better job, to start a business, to become more educated, to plan their future, to achieve their inner ambitions, to apply information, to stop living paycheck to paycheck, to change their routine, to stop gambling, to changing their mindset, to stick to schedules, to say no to time-wasting people or activities. Some people are stuck in a pattern of working too many hours each week, taking drugs, not abiding by the rules or the law, being a liar or talking rubbish, being too frugal with their money and not having a life, or overspending on crap and becoming broke, or having problems and not yet doing anything about them. Remember, excuses and saying someday only wastes time. You'll end up missing out on what could have been. So make today the day you change your future and hit the breaking point. If not for you, then do it for your loved ones. If you're not getting the results you desire in life, it's time to up your game. It's time to change your future and become proud of your life. Only you have the power to set your mind to take action and start the process of change. Chapter 14. Beliefs. We all may look the same, but we all have a different belief system, a totally different way of thinking about everything in life. Some people tend to think more positively, and some more negatively. For example, 10 people could work the same job, with 9 of them being happy working there, and say one saying, "I hate this job," every day. That would become his beliefs in reality, through repetition of thinking this way. Meanwhile, the other workers who never think negatively about their job do not install negative beliefs into their brains. When we're processing information, we judge and analyze it and decide what information is relevant to us. Some people can also take things the wrong way, from the way in which they were intending. When we're growing up, we get told by our parents what their beliefs are, and they pass it on to us through repetition of saying it many times over and over. We can learn others' beliefs from what we hear and see. Society has taught us their beliefs, but we have the power to decide what our beliefs are. Beliefs such as, the love of money is the root of evil. Money is not that important. We can't afford it. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Someday. No future. I'm no good with money. Making money is hard. Or, money does not grow on trees. Our beliefs are brought on through repetition of saying and thinking the beliefs again and again, to where they become our normal way of thinking. To get rid of negative beliefs, replace them with new positive beliefs, such as, I will be rich eventually. It's just a matter of time. I create the resources for what I desire. How can I afford it? Making money is easy, fun, and exciting. Money makes me happier as I get closer to my goal. And I will be rich. I will find a way. Our belief system has been built up over our lifetime. from what we've been told to believe in. We all have a choice in our beliefs. For the people with negative beliefs, that will most likely become their future. Just take a look at people with negative beliefs and see how they turned out in life. Here's an example of the power of having your mind tuned with faith and belief. For instance, a guy in the gym was about to train his legs on the squat rack. His friend put on 80 kilograms of weights, 40 kilograms each side. He normally lifts 60 kilograms. If he sets his mind to believe that he can lift it and focuses on that thought repeatedly, he'll be more likely to succeed in lifting the weights. It's the same with everything in life. Anything can come from the power of belief. We all have a destiny in life. If one thing doesn't take us to our goal, we'll just need to find plan B. Or maybe it'll just take longer to achieve our goal. The younger generation can often say and think they simply just want only the easy way to become rich. If it were easy, everyone would be rich. You simply need to tick all the boxes to get there and stay there. That's why wise people are more likely to succeed in life. Your beliefs have the power to become your reality, negative or positive. Becoming successful is like going into a boxing match where your beliefs can make a huge difference in the beginning. You can either go in the ring thinking negative beliefs like, "I've got no chance, he's bigger than me," or choose to tap into positive beliefs like, "I'm going to put in my best effort, and if I'm going to go down, I'm going down giving it 100%. There are many different ways to illustrate this point. Another example. When looking at a dream car such as a Lamborghini, a negative belief is to say, "I'll never afford a car like that." And a positive belief is to be inspired to think, "How can I eventually afford a car like that?" Your beliefs are what create your mindset that will correspond to your choices in life, short-term and long-term. Whatever thoughts that you say and believe more will take control of your mindset. If you refuse to change your old beliefs to more positive beliefs, do not expect your life to change for the better. Also, if you don't have confidence and belief in yourself and your product, how will anybody else? Chapter 15. Another Way. There has to be another way. It's just a matter of time before you get sick of your job and hate going and being there. When you're there, the time seems like it will never expire. Seems to go so slowly, especially if you look at the clock too much. When the week is over and you look back, the most boring part of your week was at work. You think, how can I possibly do this for the next 10 years, let alone to age 65? Bored to death, slowly dying of old age on a beautiful sunny day to only be at work. Your weekend feels like the blink of an eye, and bang, back to work again. If you love your job as time passes, you will eventually change that perception to, "I like my job," to, "Now I'm over my job," to, "My job is taking up all my time and energy," to, "There has to be another way." When you work 2 jobs in the short term, it's great, as it can give you an extra income to get financially ahead and use it for leverage to borrow money from the bank. But before you know it, you become used to the extra money and do not want to turn it off. Instead of swapping 5 days for 2 days off, many people have hardly any time off at all. And when they do, it's to recharge their bodies to do it all again next week. There has to be another way. So run the numbers on a calculator. Do you think that every rich, young, and retired person achieved their wealth from working all their life? No way. Only if they choose to keep working. Having wealth simply creates more options. Better to be out having a crack at a business, failing again and again, as all it takes is for one business or idea to change your life forever, rather than play it safe with no life-changing results. It's better to be a one-hit wonder than a no-hit wonder. My dad once told me he would rather have his son try and fail, rather than play it safe and not have tried at all. Do not trade your whole life for money. Simply rule it out as not an option, and close the doors on any option that's going to cost you too much of your time. Open only doors with the option to not cost you too much of your life, your precious time. Chapter 16. We're being judged. Whether we like it or not, we're always being judged. For instance, when we drive our cars, there are the police, in marked and unmarked cars, watching us. There are also fixed and portable speed cameras everywhere, ready to fine us or take us to court if we break the law. At work, we are also judged if we are late or take too many days off. We are judged whether we are a good worker or bad worker, one who listens then corrects, or someone who never learns. You also get watched at work by the boss, and can even be watched on cameras. Some jobs even have security workers watching and checking for theft. At school, we're being judged by our teachers and classmates. Our friends and parents are judging us. When we buy anything, we're judging what brand we choose and use. When we go somewhere, we are judging it. For example, restaurants, dentists, car repair shops, hairdressers, suburbs, friends or family's homes, holiday resorts, and overseas countries. We're judging everything. Here are some more examples. When we're buying stuff online, shopping for cars, using Facebook, watching TV shows, leaving comments and reviews, even when we go to the bank to get a loan. The list goes on and on. We can be judging other people's body language, or they can be judging us. We're also judged by the tone of our voice and our attitude. Animals and even cars can show body language to express something without talking. So the message I'm trying to remind you of is to keep in mind that we are always being judged and talked about behind our backs. So if you do anything, good or bad, even starting a business, just remember, you're being judged. Customer feedback is very important. It can negatively or positively compound and grow your work, or quickly destroy it. Once we have achieved our goals, or have had our spirits broken from others' feedback, or we simply give up, we can no longer put in the same effort anymore, and allow our potential to slide backwards, letting the negative feedback become your belief. This can result in no longer putting in the same hard work, effort, time, or mental attitude, even if we're getting positive support or good reviews from others. Chapter 17. Why the Poor Are Poor. The poor are poor from poor choices, how they decide to spend their time and money, and because they get stuck in their routine of making poor choices. The common reasons for most people to have very little money left over each week is because of their poor management of their income, which creates their own problems. For example, credit card debt, renting a house more expensive than they can afford, high mortgage repayments, borrowing more than they can afford from the bank, utility bills, car expenses, home maintenance and repairs, insurance bills, furniture shopping, spending too much on food, alcohol, cigarettes, internet bills, car repayments, phone bills, having kids expenses, holiday expenses, shopping centers, and online spending. In other words, simply spending more than they can afford, leaving very little leftover money for saving in the bank, or to eventually invest into something to eventually give them another source of income, but really just saving for future bills. Some people think that moving from being a renter to buying a home is the dream, but in reality they're just in the same boat, but with more expensive. Council rate bills, going to home hardware places regularly, spending their money and time working on weekends, doing repairs and upgrades. Keep trying to have the home looking impressive and also flush with nice furnishings. Most people decide to sell their home to eventually get their dream home, with of course a bigger mortgage. When you buy a house, it doesn't put any money in your bank account. It is a liability unless it puts money into your bank account. You can fall into a trap where you have very little money left over to invest, with no additional income, resulting in most people accepting their fate to be poor or middle class. With having no choice but to accept that they have to keep their job, whether they like it or not, or there will be consequences. The poor can waste their spare time doing nothing about it, using the internet for fun rather than for business or educational purposes, and watching way too much television and wasting most of their spare time, which becomes their daily routine. The hard workers try to get ahead financially by working 2 jobs or working longer hours, but their job can take up so much of their week, there's very little time to enjoy their home or have energy for other things. You should not look into buying something unless you actually plan on buying, because you're throwing the idea of temptation into your mind. If all you did was spend less than you earn, you would have no choice but to become wealthy. But by borrowing money from the bank, you have to remember that you are spending cash that you have not yet earned. You are simply bringing it forward to spend today, at the cost of tomorrow, with bank interest making you stuck in your job. The poor are poor because they set their minds to self-doubt, to have no confidence in themselves or in their actions. A majority of the poor are generally very lazy, only doing no more than they have to. They can see something as hard work and will never start it or finish it. Yet, by making watching television their priority, they grow older and let other opportunities just pass them by. We can also be poor and stay poor because our partner does not have the same financial dreams as us. One member of a relationship can like to burn money on junk or other wasteful spending, which can cause the other partner to just give up. To succeed in life financially, your partner must have similar dreams, or you will never get there. They will just keep weighing you down. The poor can often think they're not good enough, or be lazy and too quick to settle for less. The poor are poor because of piss-poor choices with their time and money. It goes up in smoke buying cigarettes. They crap out too much money spent on junk food. They piss their money up the wall on alcohol. They plan on getting rich by buying lotto tickets. They are full of excuses and very lazy, always sitting on their bums. They can be fake rich, looking rich but financially poor, in debt up to their eyeballs, buying cars they cannot afford, buying junk on credit that soon becomes dust collectors, which eventually gets sold for peanuts or ends up out with the trash. They waste their time like they have a never-ending amount. They buy on impulse rather than what they really need. They save up money only for it to go to their head. Just keep thinking of buying something or keeping up with the Joneses. With some people, they can regularly go on $8,000 overseas holiday trips, with the only thing to show for their money being some pictures and a good time. Fair enough to buy stuff if you can afford to, but if you're crying poor, accept that you're to blame and stick to a budget. If you want your life to change, maybe you need to change your life. The poor fill their brain capacity with rubbish, non-educational information from television, and don't seek useful knowledge to become smarter. They can often get good advice, yet do nothing with it, but just stay stuck in their routine. A lot of people don't realize that changing their mindset, daily routine of habits, and their financial intelligence is the tool to solve their problems. The poor are poor because they never move up the ladder financially. They're still at the bottom, where most people start in life. Many passing years turn into decades without climbing the ladder, or at best moving up the ladder only very slightly. The poor can end up spending all their money, then filing for hardship, applying to take money out of their retirement fund. The poor are not good at managing their money, and sadly will work their whole lives and retire with very little money. What we have to remind ourselves is that the higher your cost of living is, the longer it will take to achieve financial freedom, and it will require a bigger retirement income to sustain. Here are some great quotations. Life is a dream for the wise, a game for the fool, a comedy for the rich, a tragedy for the poor. Shalom Aleichem. Rich people stay rich by living like they're broke. Broke people stay broke by living like they're rich. LOLSoTrue.com. There is a difference between being poor and being broke. Broke is temporary, and poor is eternal. Robert Kiyosaki. Chapter 18. your inner voice. When we make decisions or choices in our life, we can either listen to the villain or listen to the wise guy voice within our minds. This also depends on how we've been brought up and what the world has taught us about the right and the wrong decisions. Our parents, our school teachers, the government, and the law have taught us right from wrong. But at the end of the day, it's up to you to follow the rules or suffer the consequences. But many people get in the routine of making bad decisions, and it eventually becomes a habit. Our mind has a voice that can start talking when we do something that we know is wrong, the good or bad voice calling on your decisions. The voice that you feel the most is what will grow. Your decisions can eventually become a routine of your normality. When we're young, we tend to do whatever we want to do. Doing the wrong thing can be a rush of adrenaline until you suffer the consequences. At around 35 years old, we grow wiser, but not everyone. Be aware that all your good in life can be flushed down the toilet with just one bad decision, which can turn into a habit that ripples into the future, affecting your life in the long term. Here are some examples. Example 1. A guy named Tom was drinking with his mates down at the pub one Friday night. He had over 7 beers, then decided to drive home drunk, not listening to his wiser inner voice to not drive. He jumped into the car and started driving towards his home. On the way, he lost control, crashing into another car head-on, destroying both cars. The police and ambulance came, but it was too late. 2 people had died. This poor decision was based on not listening to his inner voice, thinking that nothing bad would happen. Maybe he had gotten away with it in the past, but now this decision has changed the lives for everyone. If he simply had, say, caught an Uber or not drunk so much, the situation could have been avoided. Example 2. At a toolbox meeting, the supervisor said that some workers had decided to steal mobile phones. They had gotten away with it for a couple of days, but the security was notified and ran through the camera footage to track down who the guys were. They came to work as usual, but a couple days later, the police were called, and they were taken for a drive to the police station to be charged. These men have now lost their jobs, now have to go to court, and will have a criminal record, which may keep them from getting another job. Example 3. A guy named Harry on a Saturday night went to a party at a friend's house. He had a few drinks while talking with the lads, and the music was pumping. There were a lot of people that Harry did not know. Later on, when everyone was drunk, Harry went out to the garage looking for one of his friends. He started talking to some guys who he didn't know very well. They were smoking crystal meth, and they asked Harry if he would like a puff. Harry spoke to his conscious mind and thought about it for a few seconds, and politely said, "No thanks." He had listened to his wise inner voice, and he knew that it was very addictive and has ruined many people's lives. He didn't want to go down that road of destruction to his health and life. Harry went back inside the house and found his friend, and he was glad he made the right decision. Chapter 19. What Could Have Been. Many people simply forget about what could have been. If they knew the lost outcome, they would have had made a different choice with their time and their money. What could have been with their time, for example, choosing to watch TV after work, playing video games, or using the internet mainly for entertainment purposes. That time could have been better used on more important goals and your ambitions in life. That time could have been used, for example, reading educational books related to your goals, going to the gym to lose weight or to get into shape, working a second job to use the money to build up leverage and a nest egg to use towards your goals, working on becoming talented about anything, starting up a business, or spending time on anything related to working on the business, using the internet for educational purposes, creating an income, working on a project or activity with a group, working on a project at home, or helping others in need of help. The people out there who are not out using their time efficiently have to remember that someone else in the world is getting smarter and closer to achieving their goals. You can either be the admirer or the one who gets admired. You can be the producer or the consumer. While missing out on what could have been with your money and time, most people can only see what they have. But to be smarter than the average person, you need to consider what could have been. For example, what could have been with your money if you were to buy a new car for $45,000? Instead, you could have bought a $10,000 car and used the leftover money towards investing, say for a business, towards a rental property, on shares of stocks, into your education, or on other investments. Just imagine how much money that could have been. Keep in mind that before you know it, the future will have arrived. You want to look back with no regrets on how you spent your time and money, to have self-discipline, and to use your money and time smartly. You still need to have fun, but not go too overboard. Chapter 20. Determination. Having determination is basically when you will not stop in your quest to achieve your goal, to not let any problem stop you from moving forward, to have and show persistence, no matter how many times you're defeated. Anyone who has achieved success in life has applied sheer determination to get there. If we really want to achieve our goals in life, we have no choice but to keep putting in our time and energy, to accept that this is a part of being successful, to be patient and repeatedly every day make steps towards your goal, showing determination to be focused and not let anything or anyone stop you from persisting towards your goal, to make whatever sacrifices to get there and pass the test of determination. When determination has been fully programmed into your conscious mind, you will have superpowers of mental energy that become so powerful and focused on achieving your goals that you cannot stop thinking about getting closer to achieving them. As the saying goes, what does not kill you will only make you stronger. You must envision getting to the end reward before it has been received. Here are some great quotations. Strength does not come from winning. Your struggles develop your strengths. When you go through hardships and decide not to surrender, that is strength. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Success means having the courage, the determination, and the will to become the person you believe you were meant to be. George A. Sheehan. You've got to get up every morning with determination if you're going to bed with satisfaction. George Horace. To be determined is really to program your mind to take action repeatedly, to never give up or stop no matter what problems you face. Justin Allen. Chapter 21. Negative into a positive. The smart thing to do with all life's bad outcomes is to think how you can take what you've learned and turn a negative outcome into a positive. Some people think that negative situations are just bad luck. But no, they're not. Everything happens for a reason. When a bad outcome happens, you can take it as a negative or choose to turn it into a positive. The choice comes down to how you perceive the situation. We all know that bad luck can encourage more bad luck, and good luck can encourage more good luck. When the odds are usually the same at the beginning, we don't know the future, but some outcomes can be predicted. Or we could run a rough analysis that could give us a better idea. Say you have a bad outcome in the past. What was the lesson learned to help you in the future? Here are some examples of turning a negative into a positive. First example. Say you were getting your car repaired at the mechanics, so you now have to wait 2 hours. The negative is having no access to your car and having to wait around 2 hours. So, turn that into a positive. Use that time to get on top of things, make phone calls, or do some shopping, get some food to eat, or learn something on your mobile phone on the internet. Turn that spare time into a positive. Second example. Say the real estate market has a correction when the market goes down, say a 20% price drop. Turn it into a positive and buy a discounted property. Third example. You can become very angry and stressed from problems in your life, having a lot of built-up stress. Turn it into a positive and release that bottled-up energy. Go down to the gym or do other high-energy activities, such as hitting a punching bag, going for a bike ride, going for a jog, or playing a sport. Release all that negative energy into your workout. You'll feel better afterwards. Fourth example. Say you waste a lot of your week traveling somewhere, either on public transport or driving a car to work. Turn this time into a positive while traveling and stuck in traffic, or while waiting and traveling on public transport. Listen to educational audiobooks. You can even listen to the same information again and again to remember it better, getting two things done and not wasting time. You can listen through the car speakers, through headphones, Bluetooth ear speakers, or wired ear speakers. Chapter 22. Wrong Ears. Too many people listen to the wrong advice. Do not listen to people who do not know what they're talking about. It's like going to the casino and asking the slot machine addicts for financial advice, or asking the obese guy how to lose weight. Many people can have the right intentions, from the guys at work to your neighbors, even family and friends. But if they don't know what they're talking about, they're just guessing or going off what they've heard. They have not necessarily done any research about what they're saying. Say a guy bought a block of land in Springfield. While mowing the lawns regularly, he spoke to the neighbor behind him, who said that the houses around there had not gone up in price for a long time, and he didn't think that they would for a long time. He was planning on building a home on the land soon. His words made him feel like selling it and not building a new house. But in the end, he didn't listen to him. Years passed by, and the land did go up around $90,000 in 3 years, just proving that he was wrong. These days, we can ask the internet for advice, and we can simply go on our mobile phones anytime. But keep in mind that sometimes you have to get a second opinion or double check to make sure. Sometimes your friends can give you bad advice because they don't want you to be better than them. They'll get jealous, so they'll lie to you, or can be no help at all and can be only looking out for what's in their best interest, seeking the better outcome in their favor, not yours. We all have a topic that we specialize in that can be used to help others, because we have spent many hours learning and applying the information. Just be careful when other people are giving you advice, that we all have different beliefs and different upbringings. Many people are just going off what information is going around that they've heard from other friends, newspapers, television, social media, and it's not necessarily true. Many times, even our parents have given us bad advice. Sometimes we can think that if we followed their advice and decisions, we would most likely have ended up with similar results in life as them, like how they can pass on catchphrases or sayings that we use ourselves to others. It can be better to make your own decisions in life, for you to be the decider of your life's outcomes, to do your own research, as at the end of your day, it is your life that it affects. Here's a great quotation. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living the result of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Steve Jobs. Chapter 23. Take Action. One of the most common mistakes and reasons why the average person is not successful is not taking action. All the knowledge in the world is completely useless unless you take action. And the only way to transform do into done is to take action. If you want your life, income, weight, fitness, assets, and knowledge to change for the better, you need to take action. Start taking action, not someday, but today. Stop procrastinating. Stop delaying your goals. Stop having self-doubt. Stop making excuses. Stop being lazy. Stop being a coward. Stop saying, what if this happens? What if that happens? There are only so many days in a year and in your life. What you do today will become your future. Dreams will always be dreams, unless you take action and get out of your routine to make them happen. You must develop a routine of taking action. Most people, in order to take action, need to hit a major why, a major reason to get out of bed or off the couch to start the process of taking action. There are two main reasons for change. First, there's the mental pain that can go on for a period of time, like being picked on for being overweight, growing sick of living paycheck to paycheck, getting sick of arguments in a relationship, getting tired of your job, and also seeing others succeed in life. The second main reason for change is pleasure. We can have a great feeling of motivation when we know that all the trouble will be worth it in the end, because of the pleasure or reward that we will receive. It's a bit like trying to motivate a donkey or horse. You can motivate it by pain, by whipping it, or with pleasure, using food, or even like catching a cat. You can chase it, causing the fear of pain, or you can catch it using pleasure, leaving food out to attract the cat or offering to pet the cat. With humans, it's very similar. Our motivation can come from whatever is driving us more. It can sometimes be about feeding from the pain and turning it into a positive fuel from the negative reasons. It can be from the pleasure of how life will be after receiving the reward. And it can even be both. We all have very emotional memories of past pain and pleasures. You sometimes have to step back and reflect on the past, present, and the future, where you're heading, and realize that if you don't like what your future is going to be, it's time to take action. Start taking the steps to get where you want to be. You must understand that all information, plans, and books are all clues to the treasure map. But if you don't take action, it's nothing but toilet paper. Everything in this world is the result of one or many people taking action. You need to create success. In order to achieve it, plan your future today and take action. Start writing down the steps that you know you should be doing that will help you to achieve your goals. Start planning your future today. You have to remind yourself that we're not here forever. Do you know anyone that's over 100 years old? Yeah, me either. When you look at someone's face, remember that the wrinkles can talk. They are a rough guide of how long until their candle burns out. Many people stick to their jobs, as they have brainwashed themselves to think that they have to, or feel financially trapped. But at the end of the day, nobody's forcing them to go to work at a job with no future. It's not your boss's job to solve your problems. You are there to solve theirs. Don't be just another average person out there who reads, listens, or watches great information, goes, "That's great info," and then 2 weeks pass by watching rubbish on TV, never taking action, and never making a plan. Before you know it, time passes quickly, and all the information just goes up in smoke. So take action. Don't be just another average person. Become the guy who resigns from his job to move on to bigger and better things. The longer you stay in your job, the harder it can be to mentally move on. Meanwhile, your friends at work will most likely be there for their whole working careers. Take action and become their idol. A tip to help you take action is to set many alarms on your phone. You can also have a little sticky notepad to put reminders on your car where you can easily see them, or wherever else suits you. Here are some great quotations. Be content to act, and leave the talking to others. Balthazar Gracian. Well done is better than well said. Benjamin Franklin. Inaction breeds doubt and fear. Action breeds confidence and courage. If you want to conquer fear, do not sit at home and think about it. Go out and get busy. Dale Carnegie. Become ambitious and take action. Justin Allen. Life can be weird that sometimes we can ask other people questions that we already know ourselves, and yet still do not take action. You know what to do, so take action. Justin Allen. Chapter 24. Money's Not Everything. We have to remind ourselves that money is not everything. It only has value to those who want it, but many do and are quite happy to die for it, trading their time, their life credits, their days on this beautiful planet called Earth. You gotta think, is the money worth it? To be consistently chasing money to only buy shit that you really do not need? The main three reasons we go to work is to pay for our bills, to have some money for fun, and to invest the leftover money to eventually replace the income from our job. If you want to spend more money, you need to earn more to increase the ratio of income versus expenses. We can be brainwashed on what happiness is. Does everyone in this world need a Lamborghini and a mansion to be happy? The answer is no. Millions of people are happy with their lives without that crap. We can forget that when we're at work, that we can be selling our younger years, putting our life on pause to later spend money to enjoy in our older years. If you were to pull out a calculator and work out each week how much actual time and energy we have to spend on enjoying this beautiful world, the answer would be less than you think. On a beautiful sunny day, do you really need $1 million to enjoy it? No way! You really only need to be healthy and well-rested, have time to enjoy it, and have a little bit of money, not a suitcase full of cash. And that's it. Once you've achieved financial freedom, remember all the hard times you went through to get there, and do not let the money go to your head, or you may be forced to go back to working long hours again. Being financially free won't in itself make you happy. However, it will empower you with the time and money to be able to pursue the activities you are most passionate about. Money will only ever buy you short-term happiness if it's costing your time and energy from other goals in life. Here are some great quotations. These days in our materialistic culture, many people are led to believe that money is the ultimate source of happiness. Consequently, when they don't have enough of it, they feel let down. Therefore, it's important to let people know that they have the source of contentment and happiness within themselves, and that it is related to nurturing our natural inner values. Dalai Lama. The key to life is to be happy with or without money. Money only magnifies who you really are. Robert Kiyosaki. It's not how much we have, but how much we enjoy that makes happiness. Charles Spurgeon. Chapter 25. Talking Maths. When you say you want to be rich, you simply are after the maths, which is simply numbers. A big part of maths is ratio and percentages. Most investors call it ROI, which means return on investment. How much money they put down, what percentage you get back in return, and how much time it will take. Now, with technology, we have mobile phones that can be used for working out any math, but most people forget to, being too busy with their lives or with other unimportant activities, using their phone for fun rather than to benefit their knowledge. However, you can go on the internet and find a list of different calculators and conversions. For example, mortgage repayment calculator, stamp duty calculator, weight conversions, and currency conversions. With everyone having a smartphone these days, you always have a calculator on standby. It's good to know how to work out percentages. Here are some examples. Commission-based jobs, such as real estate agents, advertise price drops, taxes, bank loan interest rates, return on investments, proposed outcome analysis, bank interest, share growth, inflation, and house price growth. Here's an example on how to work out such a problem using your mobile phone's calculator. Say you sold a house for $740,000. The real estate agent is charging 2% commission. So put 2% into a decimal, which is 0.02. Then multiply that by 740,000, which equals the answer, $14,800 commission. Keep this in mind to work out percentages in the future, for when doing analyzing or crunching the numbers. A big reason why a lot of people stay poor or middle class is because of their income to cost of living expenses ratio. you must take care not to spend each day more than your income. Say, for example, you make $700 a week. That equals $100 a day to cover your expenses. And you should allow the correct amount of money for future bills too, such as car-related expenses, home-related expenses, job-related expenses, and money for having fun. Keep in mind to stick to your income ratio and don't exceed what you can afford. You can also use math to achieve your financial goal. If your goal is to make $100,000 a year, how much would you need to make each week? It would be $1,923.10, which equals $100,001 per year. At the end of the day, when you desire to become rich, it's all really just being above the system, to have a higher ratio of money than what the cost of living is. This depends on the rate at which the dollar's worth and what it can buy. So as time progresses with inflation, the ratio of your cost of living versus expenses you need to live on will require more money every year to stay ahead of the system. Chapter 26. Be an inventor. One way to become rich quickly is to become an inventor. If you start to study the topic, you can open up your vision to think like an inventor and see options that the average eyes do not see. You'll also need a sense of imagination. All ideas were first created in someone's mind. But it can be a game of patience. Many inventions failed hundreds of times until they finally got it just right. Each time ticking off the boxes of what did not work, but getting a step closer to more likely achieving success. Invent a product that creates excitement. When you buy something that makes you feel excited, you are willing to hand over your money quickly and feel happier with the product. Inventions can also be just finding another way to make existing products better or more advanced. You can make a boring job easier and more fun to do by creating a new product. It could even be having a recurring health problem and each time experimenting with a cure, trying different remedies to find a way to solve the problem by making your own product. Even making existing products taste better counts as inventing, such as with kids' gummy vitamins. Another idea is to create an invention that maximizes the population's time, since many people have the common problem of being time poor. Here are some examples of inventions: rollerblades, mobile phone apps, automatic robot vacuums, Jibbo the personal robot, Amazon Echo, high-tech running shoes such as Adidas Futurecraft 4D, shoes that light up when walking, heated coffee mugs for the car, more advanced mobile phones, clothing, food with less toxic chemicals or additives, more advanced televisions, Bluetooth headphones, spy cameras, electronic breast pumps, electric cars, smartwatches, a compass that points to family and friends, advertising sale signs out front of businesses, kids' toys, games, power tools for tradesmen or other work-related tools, hybrid cars, tools or other products that help the elderly, collapsible buckets to leave in your car, electric scooters and electric skateboards, selfie sticks, video games, drones, computers, and virtual reality headsets. Shark Tank is a good show to watch. It can give you ideas, and you could even take your own idea to them to help secure money to fund the business idea, to invest into your idea or invention, and to help you take your idea to the next level. There are also websites on the internet that will help you get the funding, or you could get a business loan from the bank. Right. I would like you, when you get a chance, to get a pen and paper and go on the internet to, say, eBay or a shopping center, and write down at least 10 inventions that you could have invented yourself, so you can think like an inventor. Everyone can come up with ideas, but only the people who execute the idea will get the rewards. Start thinking like an inventor. Use your imagination to create many ideas in your mind, then apply the ideas on paper. If you were to write down as many ideas as possible, you would eventually find what you're looking for. Once you tune your mind to see everything in the world like an inventor, it can be as simple as finding a product and making it better, easier to use, quicker, more affordable, more compact, more advanced, or lighter. You could take out or add extra features to make the product better, more appealing, or classier, then make the brand and product famous. A big part of success in business or inventing a product is to not give up, to go far beyond when the average person would normally quit. For example, Thomas Edison failed over 10,000 times before inventing the light bulb, but stated that every time he failed, he learned what did not work. Also, Colonel Sanders, at age 65, was broke, not wanting to spend his golden years penniless after his business got shut down. He traveled to different restaurants to sell his secret recipe for a percentage of the sales, but failed 1,009 times before his recipe was accepted and signed into a contract. There are many other successful, famous people that would have never been so if they had not gone all in on their ideas. Inventing is not an easy job to succeed in, but if you manage to succeed, your name will be written in the history books. Here are some great quotations. Before anything else, preparation is the key to success. Alexander Graham Bell. A person who never made a mistake never tried anything new. Albert Einstein. The short successes that can be gained in a brief time and without difficulty are not worth much. Henry Ford. Be alone. That is the secret of invention. Be alone. That is when ideas are born. Nikola Tesla. I am long on ideas but short on time. I expect to live to be only about 100 years. Thomas Edison. Opportunity is missed by most people because it is dressed in overalls and looks like work. Thomas Edison. Many of life's failures are people who did not realize how close they were to success when they gave up. Thomas Edison. Chapter 27. Never, ever. You must realize that the workers only work as hard as they have to, and the bosses will only pay the workers as much as they have to. Most people don't realize or fully work out their future financially. Most people just wing it, not realizing that it will never, ever make them rich. The calculator will say no way, even if you work to 65 years old. Just ask the old guys at work or people in their 60s. Most people are simply just waiting, like waiting for their shift to end, and eventually waiting to hit retirement age, say when they're 65 years old. Just hoping that they have enough retirement savings to live on, not keeping in mind the possibility of health problems, operations, medication, price of living expenses, and the cost of inflation going up every year. Will it be enough money to last? Becoming a Scrooge with money when you're at your last chapter in life. How can you afford to be ticking off your bucket list with very little money? Most people just don't realize you have to ask yourself questions. How many years is this job going to take to financially set me up? Have I done the math? How much will I roughly have in my retirement fund at the age of 65? If you're not happy with the answer, it's time to act. Start looking and studying a way out. Make a plan, not someday, but today. Stop hoping and start thinking. There has to be another way. If you really want to think big, work out how long your job or jobs take to earn $1 million after taxes deducted. How many years of your life has to evaporate? If you don't like the answer, change your destiny. Plan to do something about it today. Your job alone will not be enough. You need to ask yourself, how can I afford to retire on a good income? Open up your mind to look for answers. Don't close your mind with negative thoughts, shutting your brain down. Learn to see past where most people are going down in life, planning to work most of their lives at their jobs, and buying things with their money that put no money into their bank account, throwing away their tool to freedom. The government does not want us to become rich. If every worker after 5 years became rich and retired, there would be a shortage of workers. It's your job to become rich. No one, But you. Everyone has their own problems, with only enough money and time for themselves and their own family. If you're willing to do what it takes, you can eventually find a way to have both money and time. Chapter 28. Become famous. We all know that famous people are rich, as they have impacted millions with their work. You can also become famous from your business, product, voice, or idea. It's not impossible to become famous or well-known in some way or form if you're willing to do whatever it takes. If you're not gifted in one way, move on to the next option. We can easily forget how much work has gone into becoming famous, such as how much training the sports player had put in, for hours on end. With many other people wanting to be the next superstar too, ready to take their place if they could, like the X Factor, many practice but only a few make it big in the industry. The same is true with movie stars. It can be a tough way to the top, but just look at how they live, with huge mansion homes, exotic cars, huge bank accounts, high-end clothing, and lavish lifestyles. All the hard work can be worth it in the end. Not everyone can take the road to fame, but we have to remind ourselves that there are other ways and different levels of fame. Here are some of the different ways to become famous. Be an inventor or make an existing product better. Write a book. Start a YouTube channel. Create a brand that grows to become famous. Audition for a reality show. Start a Facebook or Instagram page. Work on achieving a world record. Become a famous singer. Create a famous website. Become a porn star. Become friends with famous people. Specialize in one thing until you become a master at it. Become a famous DJ. Pay to advertise yourself or your business on TV or radio or the internet. Go on the news or a current affairs show. Have a relationship with someone famous. Drive an expensive car to promote yourself. Become a motivational speaker. Become a famous real estate agent. Podcasting. Create online courses. Open a famous nightclub or bar. Become a famous cook. Be a cartoonist or voice narrator. Be a famous stuntman. Become a comedian. Become a famous editor. Create a famous video game. Have a story that creates interest for people to want more. Become a famous artist. Become a mentor. Become a radio host. Become a famous movie director. Do something very courageous. Start a franchise. Become a famous gambler. Become a famous athlete. Become a famous model. Or become famous in any profession. There are many more ways to become famous. A very common way to become famous is YouTube. To become famous, you need to be willing to put in a lot of hours of your time, most likely unpaid, with no guarantee when it will pay off. Fame, at the end of the day, has to be created and given time to grow. To become famous, it takes not hundreds of people to decide, but millions. If millions seek you, then you will be paid millions. Once you're famous, you will automatically have a crowd in line to buy or watch anything that is related to you. But being famous is not the only way to achieve financial freedom. There are still many other ways. Chapter 29. Self-discipline. The difference between wanting and achieving is discipline. If you truly want to achieve financial freedom, self-discipline is a must. Self-discipline is basically when you do the right thing, rather than what you feel like doing. Here are many examples. First example, when you do your grocery shopping to have the self-discipline to buy healthy food, not buy too much junk food, to not overspend, and be time efficient. Second example, when getting paid your income, to have self-discipline to manage and budget your income, and have self-discipline to buy only what you really need, and live within your means to buy what you can afford. Third example, to have self-discipline to not overindulge in, say, food, alcohol, caffeine, or sugar. To have mental control to know when you should stop consuming excessive amounts that will be bad for your health. Fourth example, to have self-discipline to abide by the law, to be in control of your behavior. You must have self-discipline with everything in life, and that means everything. Having self-discipline has to become your way of life through repetition. Basically, in the beginning, it can be hard to change your routine. But after, say, 1 month, it will become your new routine. Most people don't want to change. But, sorry, that is simply what it takes to be successful in life. Self-discipline is basically to be the boss of yourself. Your habits and decisions have created your life to where you are now, and whom you will become in the future. People with no self-discipline basically have no rules or boundaries. They just want to do what they feel like doing, or let others decide for them, not realizing that they are really being sidetracked to waste their money and time, making excuses, being lazy, and making unimportant things a priority. Their routine is costing them their time and money, and taking away from what is really more important. It simply comes down to what could have been by saying, could have, should have, but chose to have no self-discipline, simply causing you to end up as just an average person with average outcomes in life. If you really want your dreams or goals in life to come true, you need to reprogram your mind. Your inner voice should be saying, what's the smart thing to do? To think about what you really are doing, the short-term and long-term side effects. If you truly have a deep desire to achieve financial freedom, you need to set your mind to have self-discipline to do everything in your life, with your conscious mind of decisions, to choose the correct choices again and again, every day until you reach the goal, to make the goal your priority. A big part of having self-discipline is that the time often decides what to do. You really want to do something else, but the clock talks. It says, it's time to go to bed, get up, go to work, have a break, eat some food, to leave work or school, or move on to the next activity. We also need to have self-discipline to say no to time-wasting activities, or to have discipline on how much time we allocate for them, to do everything by priority or suffer the consequences of wasting time that could have been better used on more important tasks. Chapter 30. Sleep. Make having good sleep your first priority in life. Life sucks without sleep, and a coffee will only help you so much. With caffeine, it can be better to cycle, which means to not have it every day, and also be aware that caffeine can accelerate stress. With most people, the older we get, the worse we can sleep, and also your sleep suffers when you can have too much on your mind, unless you're lucky enough to be a good sleeper or have plenty of spare time to go back to bed. One of the best things in life can be simply just sleeping in. When we work too much, it can eventually wear you down, forcing you to push through when you really should be going back to bed. The human body is like a mobile phone battery. When you become run down, it's like you're always running on low battery and never get fully recharged. With not much sleep, you can end up with the following problems: aging rapidly, feeling grumpy, being tired and weak for so long that it becomes a normal way of life and thinking, growing facial wrinkles, being too weak to train in the gym or doing physical activities, adopting a negative outlook on life, finding fun things boring or being too tired to enjoy them, not having the energy to get through a big day or week, experiencing hormone imbalances, having slowed reaction time, making mistakes, losing work quality, being quick-tempered, and having a brain that does not want to work anymore, like a dead battery. When we're tired at work, we all can feel down about being there, and over time we may build up a hatred for the job. It can be not a good idea to make big decisions while you're run down, very tired, upset, or angry. You simply will not be thinking clearly, and most likely make incorrect decisions. Money is not everything. Sleep is a part of being healthy, so make being well-rested a priority. When you look 10 years older than your age, is the money really worth it? Lack of sleep can make you not live as long. We need to learn to make sleep more important than money. If you don't get into a state of dreaming, you're not going to get fully recharged. When you're really tired, the only thing that will fix the problem is good quality sleep. You're not going to solve the problem by downing heaps of caffeine or jacking yourself up on too much food or sugar and saying, "Yep, problem solved." You're just trying to wake up a dead man. Sleep is the only cure to the problem. Being run down from working too much can be not worth it in the long run. To never make it to the finish line, or to drop dead along the way. Your goals can be a marathon, not a sprint. It can be about enjoying the journey and being healthy when you get there. Here are some tips on what can help you sleep. Don't overthink too much when about to go to bed. Not training in the gym too late at night. Avoid too much caffeine. Have a break from caffeine every now and again. Avoid too much sugar before bed. Wear an eye mask and earbuds when sleeping. Learn to control stress. Focus on dreaming. Break the cycle of being tired and run down. Make sleep a priority. Allow more time to sleep each night. Going to the toilet or eat a small amount of oats in the middle of the night if having trouble sleeping. And take a sleeping pill as a last resort if not sleeping very well for many nights, but only use rarely. At the end of the day, if you're tired, go to bed. If you push through, it can make you run down the next day if you don't get a good night's sleep that night. We sometimes need to tap into the energy from our mind to gain that extra edge of performance to power through the task and the day. Chapter 31. Naysayers. Look, do not listen to the naysayers. Never listen to naysayers. Unless you never talk to anybody in this world, you will always run into naysayers. They can be anyone from family to friends to the public to commenters on the internet. Negative messages can be sent by phone text and by being talked behind your back to others. Naysayers can be like big bullies trying to put you down, or even be jealous, or just be in a bad mood. Here's some examples of what they might say. "I don't care. That's impossible. You're stupid. No way. Just keep dreaming. You bullshit artist. That'll never work. You're an idiot. With your luck, you're too old. You can't do it. I hope you lose. You'll never succeed. You loser. You're full of shit. I hope you suffer in your jocks. Chewy on your boot. I don't give a flying shit. I don't believe you." Or, "You liar." They're like the villains trying to kill your dreams by trying to kill your spirit of faith. They have programmed their minds that they cannot achieve their own goals, so they waste their time on being negative-minded and have nothing better to do. It has led them to where they are now in life. Some people in this world will never ever be successful, and even if they died tomorrow and were born again, or even if they were given more time, still would not achieve any more out of life until they change their negative mindset. We all can have had many naysayers in life. And were they good role models or successful in life? No way. Over our life, some of our friends were negative-minded people, were rarely positive thinkers or good support. Good friends should be supporters of your goals in life, encouraging you to achieve them, not shooting your good spirits down with negative beliefs. So you most likely will be better off to not talk about big things or future plans to naysayers. Once you know someone is a naysayer, just keep it to yourself. They will just crush your spirit and not help you to achieve your goal. You can also be fueled by the naysayers' negative comments to push yourself to have an extra level of energy to prove them wrong. With business, don't take all negative feedback to heart, but listen. They could be clues to where your business could head in the future. Here are some great quotations. "I've been over the world, and I've never seen a statue of a critic." Leonard Bernstein. "Haters don't really hate you. They hate themselves because you're a reflection of what they wish to be." Yara Wan. But instead of spending our lives running towards our dreams, we are often running away from a fear of failure or fear of criticism. Eric Wright. Chapter 32. Food. Most people choose their food based on how good it tastes, like kids do. Junk food is okay to have in moderation, but not every day. Healthy food comes with benefits in both the short term and the long term, but can be expensive, so you need to be financially well off to afford a good diet. It's recommended eating a healthy diet for your body to be functioning at its potential. When you eventually achieve financial freedom, you want to be healthy, with plenty of life left in you, so you can enjoy your last chapters in your life to the fullest. Even if you have to spend a lot of money at the supermarket on healthy food, it's worth it in the long run. Healthy food has vitamins and minerals to help prevent health problems and delay aging. Here are some examples. Mushrooms have vitamin D if you're not getting enough sun on your skin, and help maximize your body's ability to absorb calcium. Dark green leafy vegetables are an excellent source of nutrients, including folate, zinc, calcium, iron, magnesium, vitamin C, and fiber, which can help reduce the risk of chronic illnesses, including heart disease and type 2 diabetes. Berries are nutritional powerhouses of vitamins, minerals, fiber, and antioxidants. These nutrients can reduce the risk of heart disease. Eggs are rich in many nutrients, including vitamin B, choline, selenium, vitamin A, iron, and phosphorus. Eggs also contain two potent antioxidants, zeaxanthin and lutein, which are known to protect vision and eye health. For more information, simply look up any other food on the internet for its benefits. For breakfast, a good meal to eat is muesli with almonds and fruit on top. A good meal to start the day. It's recommended having a mixed diet of lean meats, fruits, vegetables, dairy, nuts, seafood, rice, and whole grain breads. A healthy choice for lunch is to eat brown rice sushi with salmon and avocado. It has good fats, carbohydrates, and the salmon has omega-3 that helps your brain function better. Money is not everything. Being healthy should come first. Just what good is money if you have bad health? Simply ask anyone with serious health problems, and they will tell you that they value their health more than their money. Keep in mind that eating healthy food comes with benefits, and eating unhealthy food comes with health problems. Your body's appearance is created not from today or yesterday, but is built from the last 2 years. The process of your sleep, diet, and exercise in the correct ratio to meet your requirements of activity. You need to have self-discipline to guard against eating the incorrect foods, including what you drink, and get plenty of rest and exercise. The end result of the process is being muscular, very fit, lean, and have a healthy appearance. Most people don't drink enough water. The human body is made up of 60% water, and the brain is 80% water. So make sure you're drinking more water than you think you need every day to maintain good health. They recommend for women to drink a little over 2 liters of water a day, and men around 3 liters a day. In hotter conditions or when doing high-intensity exercise, we should drink even more. Lack of water can cause the following problems: tiredness, constipation, constant hunger, joint pain, dry skin, weight gain, lack of nutrients getting in, and getting waste or toxins out of your system, kidney infection, and weak immune system. It can be okay to be frugal with your money, but not with eating healthy. Life can be a one-way ticket. Once you wake up at the age of, say, 60 years old, what you ate to get to this age has been written. It's simply too late. The damage has been done. Keep in mind that all the bad food choices you have made are your problem, no one else's. What you eat today will shape your future. Chapter 33. Learn new skills and hire other people. There are a lot of skills you're much better off learning yourself rather than being lazy and hiring them out. Once you've learned that knowledge, it can help save you money and time. To be smarter than the average person, you need to have and apply great knowledge, and to have more skills than the average person, to be willing to give new things a go. Learning new skills can be difficult at first, but it gets easier through repetition, and you'll eventually be a professional at it. Failing again and again is all a part of becoming successful in life. Like when you are learning to walk, talk, cook, or ride a bike. Failure is a part of the process. Aim to get better with each go and each day to eventually, after many attempts of trial and error correction, achieve the end result. We have all learned many skills in our life that we were no good at in the beginning, but eventually got good at, from learning to read a book to driving a car. You're never too old to learn new skills. You just need to be willing to have a go and have the time and energy. Many of us are just one skill away from accelerating forward to success. We have all been born with talents or jobs we like doing. For these tasks, we enjoy the learning process so much that it doesn't feel like a job. Time passes very quickly, and we end up looking forward to working on related jobs again, still hungry to learn more. At the same time, to be successful in life, you need to learn not to do everything yourself. It can be better to watch and learn from professionals at work. Their talents have been achieved over many years. Also, in order to run and grow a business, you have to accept that you will need other workers to work for you in order for it to become big. But you need to be very selective in who you pick, as they can either help the business grow or fail. It can only be one or the other, and they can be the face of the company. It can be smart to do track record checks of workers and train them up one-on-one. In the beginning, a lot of businesses would not have grown into big companies if they had not hired other workers or duplicated their business to other locations. Businesses can generally get products at a cheaper rate by buying them in large volumes, and frequently also can outsource contractor work for reduced rates by consistently giving them work. You can save your time by simply getting on the phone or emailing and hiring work out. This saves you from spending your day doing the job. You can simply hire it out and take it out of the profits. The problem becomes their job, and you can claim the expenses on your taxes in most cases. You cannot always be talented at everything in life, but you can always hire the job out. It does not have to be like hitting a dead end. But if you have time to give the job a go first, exhaust giving it your best efforts. Keep in mind that the people who are willing to get out of their comfort zone, who are time efficient, make their tasks a priority, and are not easily defeated by the need to work hard and smartly, are more likely to become successful in life. With business, it's very important to have good social skills, to not be shy, be a good talker, and listen to what others have to say. A very good skill to learn is sales and marketing, as even if you have a good business or product, without these skills, you will not make much profit. It's like being a real estate agent that is extremely shy. Chapter 34. Entry. Businesses that are too easy to start up or set up, guess what? It's also easy for anyone else to, causing the sector to be overcrowded with too much competition. It's a recipe for disaster. Too much competition will cause your venture to not be profitable, and the same goes for applying for a job if the qualifications are too simple to acquire. There will be too many people applying for the job, lowering your likelihood of getting the job. Or if you do manage it, it will most likely be low paying. The world is full of people who all think alike, full of me toos, all wanting to get rich quick, or beat the I want to be my own boss drum, and do a job that they love and enjoy. It's overcrowded with too many people. If the door of entry is too easy and quick for you, it's also easy for the rest of the world too. To be successful, if the entry is easy, you need to be the first in line, or be exceptional at it, or be willing to work for very little. Because if you don't take the job, guess what? Someone else will. Another strategy, of course, is to be the company that hires the people to the easy entry businesses or jobs. When you're qualified for a job that is easy to qualify for, or that everyone loves to do, you cannot charge a high price for your time, as there is too much competition. When doing a job that you love, you will end up hating the job eventually, especially the more hours you work. The love will fade with the passing of time. It's like, how many times can you listen to your favorite songs before you get sick of them? Or watch your favorite movie, say Terminator 2? Even if you loved it the first 5 or 10 times, you'll eventually get over it. You need to do a job that you like or enjoy. You do not have to love it. You just have to not hate going there or being there. Even starting a franchise of a business can be a bad idea, as they set the rules. A percentage of your income goes to the franchise fees. You sign paperwork that puts them in control of the business. How could you possibly make a huge amount of money with one business with all the overheads? Even if you're open, say, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., how could you ever sell to a large number of people? The only way to make the big money is to have heaps of restaurants, say over 5, to have the ability to scale to larger numbers. The big money comes from being the franchisee, the owner taking a percentage from each shop. Say, for example, the guys who own the Subway Sandwich Company franchise. With over 42,000 restaurants around the world in over 112 countries as of 2019. I'm just making you wary of easy jobs to get into or easy businesses to start. And with franchises, be aware of the downsides. They can be good jobs in the short term, but in the long term, will not be the road to huge wealth. There are many businesses out there with ease of entry that have no potential to scale or to sell to large numbers easily. The profit margins are too thin, and the business will always be your job. You won't make enough profit to be a form of passive income, and it's certainly not the way to create huge wealth fast. Chapter 35. Sacrifices. Whether you like it or not, a big part of being successful is the willingness to make sacrifices. Not just one, but many. If you really desire your goals in life, you have to make sacrifices in order to get there. You most likely will have to give up your time, energy, and money. To achieve more than the average person, you need to work harder than the average person, giving up your fun time to be hard at work, and being willing to change your normal routine. We all make sacrifices, but successful people are required to make a lot more. Here are some examples of sacrifices. Spending a beautiful sunny day at work or at school. Being extremely tired but just having to push on. Bring work home to do, taking time away from our families to be at work. Working odd or late hours, causing sleeping issues. And wasting large amounts of time in bad traffic, going to and from work or schooling. To have a relationship, you need to make sacrifices in order for it to last long term. Having kids can become another job in managing them. With working long hours or 2 jobs, means not having much time or energy to enjoy life. If you look at anyone who's achieved anything big in this world, they had to make sacrifices in order to get there. If it was easy, everyone would be successful. Making sacrifices can be tougher in the beginning and in the long run. But before you know it, the future has arrived, and you'll end up receiving what others do not have, because you made sacrifices. You need to not say yes to everything in life. Sometimes you have to say no and become the boss of your life, to become the decision maker, or let other people decide your fate. Here are some great quotations. An idea without sacrifice, regardless of how grand it might be, will never be anything more than an idea. Craig Lounsborough. If sacrifice is not the theme of my life, there's no sense of telling the story. Craig Lounsborough. Sometimes, though, you have to do things for family, even if you would rather not. Patricia Reed. Chapter 36. Rich Young. Start thinking about setting your mind to becoming rich young. When you always think this way, you'll increase the likelihood of it happening by wiring your brain to only look for plans, ideas, strategies, and information that has the potential to help you achieve your goal of becoming rich young. You need to have your eyes focused on a strategy or business with the potential to make, say, $1 million around a 5-year period. Look how others have already achieved it, and become the type of person that takes action, accepting that any problems are just a part of the game. It's not impossible. Most people will never be rich young. They just wing life, or not think it's possible, or they don't think about achieving it at all. Once they leave work, they don't think or learn about anything related to finance, or put in any of their spare time into learning, or do anything related to achieving the goal of becoming rich young. If you have a strong desire to become rich young, you have to be unlike the poor and middle class, and start thinking like the rich. Finishing school is not the end of your life's education. The truth is, you will get left behind in life if you stop learning. Be hungry for knowledge. It's the key to achieving more, working smarter and quicker, using leverage of your acquired information. Why stick to a plan that sucks and will cost you all your working life, say from 20 to 65 years old? Have your eyes only focused on the road that will lead you to becoming rich young. Take the road less traveled. Do not follow everyone else. Start learning how other people have become rich young. The internet is full of information. To get rich young, you basically have to be playing a game with potential to achieve exploding wealth. If you're sticking to a plan that will never get you there, you need to accept its road is to failure, taking you to rich old or not at all. Learn from the average person whose long-term plan to create wealth is to buy and hold a property. For example, a guy bought a house in Mitcham for $160,000 back in 1994. Now, 25 years later, it's worth around $900,000. Most of his life has now been evaporated. He's now over 50 years old and still not retired. Is this the plan for most people? To waste their whole life at work paying off one house? Is this the plan to get rich young? No way. This is the wrong way. Because if he was to retire, there would be no income coming in. That's why most people still work all their lives. With inflation, if selling the house in the future, the money has much less value in 25 years' time as well. If you think it's impossible to achieve rich young, that's like saying that for the rest of humanity, no one will ever achieve being rich young again, which is obviously not true. You've basically got to be out there playing a game that has possibilities to achieve rich young. Becoming successful in life can be like going to the gym regularly, to grow stronger and build muscle. It's about pushing your mind to go nuts and get out of your comfort zone repeatedly in order to grow. The pain will eventually become the pleasure. To become more than the average person, it all starts from the power of the energy from the mind. There are millions of dollars ready to be handed to you. All your dreams are out there. You just have to provide something in return to the world first. Many people have become rich young from singing, acting in movies, starting a business on the internet, inventing products or apps, writing a book, selling products on the internet, having a YouTube channel, becoming a successful athlete, winning a poker tournament, starting an internet website as a teenager, and growing more skilled as time goes on, having affiliate marketing on your website, selling prescription glasses online, running a business installing temporary fencing, creating a website selling weight loss tea, creating a website for kids, making a product to be sold in supermarkets, having a website selling clothing and baseball caps, or creating a video game. To become rich young, you need to start young and have a strong desire to put in the long hours of dedication and sacrifice to the goal. Keep at it until you achieve success. The key is to keep growing your knowledge and wealth to reapply back into the process to grow and grow more and more. With growing your wealth, it's not how much money you make, but how much money you keep. Make your money work for you by simply giving your money a job to work for you with a plan. Start accumulating assets, which are basically anything that puts money into your bank account. Chapter 37. Inflation. Whether we like it or not, there has been for a long time and will always be inflation. It simply works by one business raising their prices, The next one does too, and before you know it, the whole world has slightly raised their prices, with most businesses putting their prices up several times each year. There are several reasons for inflation, such as materials becoming more expensive, the money exchange rate falling or rising, increasing shipping or delivery costs, stock market activity, increasing cost of living for the average household, increased demand leading to a short supply, labor costs rising, forced to because everyone else is, and tax rates falling or rising. Inflation is also influenced by changes in productivity, domestic economy, house prices, neighboring economies, bank loan interest rates, the buying of government bonds, the printing of money, and gas and oil prices. The inflation rate is unpredictable, a lot like the weather, different each day and hard to control. In Australia, back in the 80s, we used to have 1 cent and 2 cent pieces and $1 notes. With inflation, they got rid of the 1 and 2 cent pieces and changed the $1 note to a gold coin. Back then, you could go to the milk bar and buy 1 and 2 cent lollies. Now in 2019, the price of everything is increased, meaning you have to pay more for the same thing. From month to month, the inflation rate changes. For example, from 1.4% to 3.3%, constantly going up each year. It's good to have money in the bank to have security, to have money for your current bills and future bills. But you would be crazy to invest money by having a large amount invested in the bank, unless you were getting a great interest rate. However, most banks offer very low rates, from 1% to around 3.1% in Australia in 2019. And all interest paid to you is subject to taxation. When you work it out, after taxes and inflation, this is not going to be a way to create huge wealth. So investing in money is a bad investment with a large sum of money. It's still smart to have a good amount of money in the bank on standby if needed, but just not smart to invest in large amounts in a bank account, as there are other ways to get a much higher return. Having $1 million used to mean you were rich, and it would be a dream to have $1 million. But since the year 2000 onwards, because of inflation, you don't get the same value anymore, with every year getting less and less. In 2019, the dream now is to have at least $3 million worth of assets or money to be classed as rich. As time progresses each year, it will increase. Inflation always goes up first, then our wages, with some companies very slowly increasing the employees' wages. Some guys can get excited when their weekly paycheck goes up an extra $20 a week, but with inflation, they can forget that everything else they buy with that money has and will go up too. Once we retire and don't have income from a job, unless we're well off, with inflation, your retirement savings can quickly dry up, as just because you stopped working does not mean inflation will stop as well. Many people, when they buy a house as an investment to live in, their house's value may have gone up over time, but most likely the cost of everything else has too, so they're really just in a similar boat as in the beginning. We cannot stop inflation. All we can do is allow for it to be part of life. Here are some great quotations. Today, it is cheaper to start a business than tomorrow. Amit Kalantri. Inflation is one form of taxation that can be imposed without legislation. Milton Friedman. Inflation is when you pay $15 for the $10 haircut you used to get for $5 when you had hair. Sam Ewing. Chapter 38. Emotions. Our emotions have the power to make us feel great or terrible. Our feelings of happiness and pleasure are linked to the prefrontal cortex of the brain, which can make us feel excited and smile. Anger, fear, sadness, and other negative emotions are linked to a part of the brain called the amygdala, which can create physical change such as increased heart rate and cause moody behavior. To be healthy is not being overstressed, doing activities that you enjoy, having adequate time to enjoy life, and being well rested and fit. playing a big role in being happy with the main positive emotions are desire, faith, love, sex, enthusiasm, romance, and hope. The negative emotions can stop you from your potential and will create a bad personality for others to see in you. Also, bad emotions can cause secondary problems. Negative emotions can be caused by ongoing issues from problems out of your control, causing stress that can be unnecessary and sometimes could easily be avoided. Here are the negative emotions to be avoided: fear, jealousy, hatred, revenge, greed, superstition, and anger. When we're out of work for a long time, not financially doing very well, just getting by, we can become emotionally down on life. It can take a long time to snap out of feeling depressed, but once you eventually get a job, you'll feel happier again. You can feel like it's the end of the world at the time, but you have to take steps to solve the reason that you're down on life. Positive emotions can be used to help give us extra energy towards our goals. For example, with building a new house, when you view the display homes, you can fall in love with imagining living in the home with a beautiful kitchen, bathrooms, landscaping, and furniture. Walking away at the end with positive emotions that will drive you into taking action. When we buy a lot of things or spend money on activities, we can be buying the emotion of happiness too. From going on an overseas holiday to thinking how great it would be to buy our dream car or house, motorbike, fishing boat, holiday home, have a romantic partner, have kids, go out with friends, shop on the internet, or go to the shopping mall. Bad emotions can control your mind. All it can take is one bad emotion to happen, then the rest of the day can be ruined by that situation. If it was your fault, own the problem and learn from it. If the negative emotion was caused by someone else, remember that you can only change yourself, not others. Learn to control your emotions by leaving the area or not talking to that person. Let the situation cool off, calm down, and take a deep breath. Do not think about it too much. Learn from the situation and move on. Positive emotions can be helping give you that extra power of energy towards your goals, with happiness sparking more happiness. Negative emotions will drag your positive spirits down, causing more problems and eventually leading to depression. The winner is whichever emotion that you feed the most. We can all feel like we have to go to work, but we are feeding off our fear to keep going to work so we can pay our bills and keep our jobs. Most people have the fear of losing, to always play it safe. But a part of being successful is to eventually take action and not let the fear of problems close your mind. When we finish work, we often have our mindset changed to fun mode in our spare time, with the positive emotions taking over our mind and thinking about spending the money and our time on fun-related activities. But once the time and money has been spent, the emotion of fear kicks back in, driving us to go back to work again. Our long-term memory can be based on emotions and recalls events much better if there was a strong positive or negative emotion that occurred alongside it. Leave your bad memories in the past. Learn from them and do not carry them into the future. Only you can remember your past. Your bad memories will only cause you more trouble. Chapter 39. See Past Things. One of the biggest time wasters is the television. In the old days, when they didn't have TVs, they were more active, reading books and doing hands-on activities, going to bed early to rise at first sunlight. These days, most households spend too much of their time watching television, which is costing them time from other activities. You need to learn to see past television for what it really is, a time waster that takes up your attention and time, to work towards your real deep desires and ambitions in life. Many successful people have become extremely wealthy in their spare time or achieved a big goal in their life. If you waste your time, that means you simply do not care about your goals in life, and your life will simply pass by with what could have been. You have to learn to see past things for what they are. Before you go shopping next time, remember to delay gratification. To buy the toys last as a reward, but your first priority should be to achieve financial freedom. You can watch TV, but it should be educational and only set a time limit for it to have the self-discipline to manage your spare time smartly. Learn to see past things such as Facebook, Instagram, video games, and even YouTube. That if you're on it for too long a period of time, you're simply just wasting your time and will become a habit of wasting time. Here's a great quotation. Why haven't you ever seen a Lamborghini commercial before? Because the people who can afford them aren't sitting around watching television. The classy people. Chapter 40. Alcohol and Partying. The people out there who drink and party do not realize that their lifestyle is taking them down the road to failure, taking away from you the best things in life, your health, wealth, and time. The wise people eventually grow out of it and accept that the party is over. It's fun in your 20s, but in your 30s onwards, the smart people grow up and move on towards true happiness, achieving their inner goals and ambitions in life. Once you've stopped, you'll feel more ambitious towards your inner goals to achieve financial freedom. Your memory will improve, and you'll become smarter than before. If you truly want to achieve a big goal in your life, you have to be willing to make sacrifices to get there. If you choose to drink alcohol and party, it will only slow you down and poison your dreams. Just imagine that there were two versions of yourself. One took the bad road, alcohol and partying, which comes with health problems. Feeling sick and unwell the next day, bad memory, slurred speech, the wasting of money, personality changes, the temptation to lead to other drugs, rapid aging, and making you feel good for a few hours, then feel terrible the whole next day, and even for many days. While the other version of yourself took the road with no alcohol or partying, which comes with no related health problems, sharper memory, and more time, money, and energy to use towards your desires in life. They would have two totally different outcomes in life. The choice is yours what road to select. When you drink too much or party too much, you are simply just borrowing happiness from tomorrow. With the higher you get, the higher you will fall. Most people drink alcohol because it's better to have fake happiness than no happiness at all. And drinking is simply something to do that becomes a routine of their life, even being hungover every weekend. When you find a strong enough reason to stop drinking, it can be easy to stop. As time passes of not drinking, it will become the new normality of your routine and life. Chapter 41. Illusion. Life can be an illusion, where we think how great life would be if we did this or did that, believing that the grass is greener on the other side. We can be thinking about what we want to do, but not realize that it can be much financially better off and less maintenance if we take another option. Most people do what they emotionally really have a deep desire for, rather than what's the financially smart choice. There are a lot of things that you do not have to own to enjoy. Here are some examples. First example. You don't have to own an expensive home with a movie theater with a $20,000 plus price tag. You can just go down to your local cinema. Second example. You don't have to buy a house with or install a pool or spa. Those come with a lot of costs and maintenance. You can simply go to your local swimming pool center. Third example. You don't have to be rich to enjoy a luxury car, say a Lamborghini. You could hire one for the weekend or a short period of time. Fourth example. You don't need to be rich to go on an overseas holiday. You could go to a country with a good currency exchange rate, say Bali or Thailand. Fifth example. We can dream of buying a new car that will be so great, but it can be an illusion. After the excitement wears off, the car quickly drops in value, which is not fully realized until it's put up for sale. The car may be in perfect condition when bought, but will not stay that way forever, eventually getting chips, scratches, and dents. Sixth example. You don't have to wear designer clothing to look good. New affordable clothing will do the same job. Seventh example. You don't have to own an expensive large home to be happy. A more affordable home can be better, less financial stress, and easier to maintain. Eighth example. You don't have to own a fishing boat to eat fish. You can buy it from your local supermarket rather than having the extra expenses on top of your bills, and rather than having the cost of your time going out fishing and doing maintenance. Ninth example. You don't have to have a home on a large block. You can go down to your local park or open field. There are places with skate parks, football fields, basketball grounds, and other sporting fields. 10th example. You don't have to live near or buy a home near the beach to enjoy it. You can drive down in a car or public transport when you have spare time. 11th example. You don't have to have an expensive luxury car to get around. They all will do the same thing, get you from point A to point B. 12th example. You don't have to own a car to get around. You can live near your job, walk, jog, use public transport, get a lift from family or friends, ride a bike, or catch an Uber. 13th example. When you're at the display homes looking to build a new home and picking your design, you'll start dreaming of how the house will be. It's going to be fantastic, having a new house with everything new. But it can be an illusion. The builder can hire shifty workers or inexperienced workers who just want to get in and out quickly and do not care about the quality of the build. A year down the track, you can find cracks in the brickwork and plaster, doors that don't shut properly, and the brickwork laid crooked. The home is under warranty, but having the hassle of trying to get them to come back out can be a big headache, and will take a long time with no guarantees whether they'll fix all the problems. The end product can be a gamble of the finished result. You can be better off buying an existing property, as you know what you're getting. 14th example. Going on holiday can build up huge excitement, but it can be an illusion. A guy went on a trip to Bali with his girlfriend. She got Bali belly and became very sick to the point where she decided to fly back home early. An old lady went on a boat cruise to New Zealand and back to Melbourne. On the boat, she got motion sickness that became worse each day, and after 2 weeks, arrived home still very sick and still unwell for another few weeks. Chapter 42. Habits. Over a period of time, we all develop a routine of habits, good habits and bad habits. They become our normal way of life, and will become our routine of automatic thinking. Say if you were driving home in a car without concentrating, your brain will run on autopilot and take the route you would normally take. And it's the same for habits. Bad habits can take our time and energy from doing good habits. One of the keys to success in life is to be willing to get out of our comfort zone, which means to get out of a situation where one feels safe or at ease. It may be difficult at first, but how can we persevere without learning new skills and deleting our bad habits? We all have bad habits that started when we were kids. From watching too much cartoon shows, not being active enough, eating too many lollies, nose picking, swearing, talking back, being argumentative, lying, not brushing our teeth, cheating, copying others' work, and not eating vegetables at the dinner table. Our parents try to teach us good habits to replace the bad ones, but we fail to see the ups and downs of these habits in the short and long terms. When we eventually grow up or move out from our parents' home, then we become the decision makers of our lives. We become the decider of our habits. It's up to us to realize that our habits have the power to shape our future, for good or for bad. You need to have self-discipline to be your own boss, to make the smart decision, and have time discipline to do habits for a certain amount of time, then move on to other more important tasks. For instance, when playing video games or watching TV, set a time limit. If you have the habit of being late, Work out how much time you need to easily get to your destination on time. Then set your alarm, say, on your phone to make sure you get there on time. The same goes with having the habit of going to bed late. Set your alarm and either accept it's bedtime or accept that you'll be tired tomorrow. Here are some examples of adult bad habits. Being distracted by playing on your phone, passing the buck, speeding in your car, eating too much junk food or too large portions, impulse shopping, staying up too late, playing on slot machines regularly, drinking too much alcohol, treating credit card money as if it was your own, not planning in advance, lying, smoking cigarettes, swearing regularly, and living paycheck to paycheck. If people keep getting away with doing the wrong thing, there is no incentive to change. You may not think that habits really make a difference with achieving financial freedom, but you would be wrong. All successful millionaires have good habits that have helped them, from going to bed on time, allowing a sufficient amount of time to get enough sleep, waking up early to have more time to get the most out of the day, eating a healthy diet, getting regular exercise, and saying no to time wasters. By virtue of being obsessed with their goals, they establish and achieve savings goals early in life. Read books regularly for knowledge and self-improvement. Work on creating multiple streams of income. Stick to a budget. Adhere to time schedules. Make the most of their time and money. Avoid bad debt. Focus on being a producer and not only being a consumer. Set goals and stick to them. And live within their means. They reinvest their profits. Have patience and self-discipline. Keep their living cost as low as possible. Hang around like-minded people. Have mentors that help keep them motivated. Understand about delaying gratification. They track their spending, take safe risks, and do not easily panic. They define their goals, enjoy getting closer to them, and enjoy the process. They do not make excuses. It doesn't take a complete genius to know what bad habits are and what good habits are. If you truly want to achieve financial freedom, you have to start today replacing bad habits with good ones, or suffer the consequences of what your bad habits will cost you in the future. A good habit to have when speaking to other people is to listen to what they have to say first, so they can get out whatever is on their mind, problems or information. Then, they will listen to you better once they've gotten their point across. They will like you more and appreciate you better. If they have a mouthful of words to say, if you talk first, they will be focused on what they're about to say, and they will not take in whatever you say. It's a bit like talking to a brick wall. So make a habit of letting them do most of the talking first. If you do all the talking in life, you'll only be repeating what you already know. So remember to listen, not just to do all the talking. Here are some great quotations. Your net worth to the world is usually determined by what remains after your bad habits are subtracted from your good ones. Benjamin Franklin. Motivation is what gets you started. Habit is what keeps you going. Jim Rohn. If your habits don't line up with your dream, then you need to either change your habits or change your dream. John Maxwell. Chapter 43. Bank Loans. Let's talk about borrowing money. First, about credit cards. There are credit cards that can just use your own money. Also, some credit cards can have some benefits, such as buying rewards, and can be used to build up a good credit rating to later use to get a mortgage. But keep in mind, interest rates can be a killer with credit cards, and this is exasperated by compounding debt interest. This can make it hard to pay off the debt, especially if you're not good with managing your money and are bad at sticking to budgets. Be cautious when getting a home loan to not borrow too much and allow for interest rates to go up. It's better to buy an investment property first, then a house to live in later on, because it can be a trap once you buy a home to live in. You can take a long time to afford to get an investment property or to get financially ahead. When you buy a home to live in or have rental property vacant, Keep in mind that the home will provide no income into your bank account. The property will carry expenses like water and sewage charges, council rates, home insurance, bank interest, repairs and maintenance, electricity and gas bills. Rental properties are good debt, as often you can analyze the expenses versus income. Say, paying the bank 5% interest when getting 10% in return even after expenses, making a good profit. You can also claim bank interest and home-related expenses on your taxes. You can also have the option to pull equity out from your home and getting a second home loan on the property to use the money for your next property. New homes can also claim depreciation once you've had the home appraised by a professional who has given a report. The amount you can claim on taxes is around $7,000 each financial year, but it depends on the size of the home, cost to build the home, and which country the property is located. Keep in mind that if you change your job, you may not be approved for a home loan until you've been at the new job for the bank's required amount of time. For example, working 2 years, or completing 2 years of tax returns for self-employed individuals. So keep that in mind before changing jobs. It may cause a delay in getting approved for a loan. Check with your bank for further information. When getting a home loan or pulling out the equity and refinancing your mortgage, go to a bank to get the lowest interest rate put in writing, and then go take it to another bank, and then again to the next bank, getting a lower rate each time until you finally get the lowest possible rate. Some people have a fear of borrowing money from the bank, not realizing that borrowing money from the bank can be used as leverage to buy more rental properties. The end goal is not to be debt-free. Otherwise, you'll miss out on using leverage to do more with less. Keep in mind that how you budget and spend your income is like a report card when going to the bank for a loan. They'll do checks of your income and review your bank statements to see how well you manage your income. There's a level of debt ratio that you should be aware of, to not borrow too much, to play it safe, and not over-leverage yourself. The smart people have a dedicated bank account to fall back on with a large amount of money in there, with more money in there depending on how much debt they're in. Chapter 44. Leverage. Leverage is to basically get more from doing less. Once you open up your mind to understand leverage, there are thousands of different types of leverage out there. We humans have created and built many types of leverage in the world, such as many forms of transportation. Rather than us walking or running, we have created and built many types of leverage. For example, push bikes, cars, boats, planes, trains, motorbikes, trams, and trucks. All are used as leverage to do more with less, to carry many people as well as freight and luggage, offering much faster traveling speed and longer distances. Heavy and large freight can be leveraged with these forms of transport. Your income can be leveraged if you go to your bank or broker to apply for a bank loan and also can use other incomes as leverage. For example, rental properties income, business income, second job income, other sources of income, money in your bank accounts, and current assets to leverage, to borrow money from the bank to buy more assets or liabilities. Another example of using your job income is leverage. A lady named Stacy had a job in accounting. She saved up $100,000 in the bank from her job. She'd been working in her job for around 5 years when she decided to buy a house. So she went down to the bank to get an approval for a home loan, and the bank asked for the following: her 2 most recent pay slips, 2 years of completed tax return statements, a credit rating check, a statement showing the money in her bank account, and a history of past transaction statements. The bank runs all checks before approving the loan. Once Stacy is compliant, the bank requires a 20% down payment. So she can be approved for a $500,000 house in total, with stamp duty and other closing costs. So Stacy can borrow $400,000 using her job and $100,000 as leverage. There can be people out there that are not smart with using their leverage. They work in jobs not paying taxes with their income, getting paid in cash, not realizing that they are missing out on using their job income as leverage like Stacy. Some people can be scared to get into debt, but there's good debt and bad debt. Basically, bad debt are liabilities that cost you money, and in which the items will go down in value. But good debt, such as rental properties, puts money into your bank account. Say a guy was in debt for $1 million for his 9 rental properties, which were worth $1.5 million. If the loan was only $46,000 a year of interest only, but he was getting rental income of $110,000 a year, even after all expenses from the properties, there still would be money left over, and all expenses would be tax deductible. So you can eventually use your job income, rent income, and property's annual growth as leverage to pull the equity out of a property if you choose to, and can be used as a deposit to buy another property with the bank's approval. Chapter 45. Advertising. With sales and advertising, you can push or pull your business or product. First, if you push advertising your product or brand, you are technically pushing the public to buy your product or come into your business. For example, you can advertise via catalogs and public letterboxes, television commercials, internet advertising, salespeople, billboards, radio commercials, signage in front of businesses, newspapers, flyers, coupons, phone calling, business cards, wrappers on vehicles, t-shirts or other clothing, or flyers left somewhere, for example at the front counter or entrance of a business. When your business pulls, it works by itself for free by generally having a top product or business. The customer service or product goes above and beyond consumers' expectations. The customers will be so satisfied that they will come back again repeatedly and will leave good reviews or feedback. They'll also tell other people that it's a great business or product, causing it to rapidly compound and grow popular very fast. Salespeople are hired to push the product, trying to encourage or motivate the customers to buy it. But since they generally get paid on commission, they will be just pushing to sell, trying only to sell you the benefits of the product, even if it's not very good. When advertising your product or business, it's important to use emotions in the advertising, because our memory recalls things much better when emotions are linked to them. Use repetitive advertising or easy-to-remember wording to encourage the public to remember your product or business, so that down the track, when they're looking, your business will be the first to come to mind. Some companies even bribe people to leave reviews or have fake reviews. We can buy items on eBay, where if we write a bad review, they will offer a refund if you change the review, as new customers will be scared off by the bad reviews. Chapter 46. Delete negative friends. Yep, it's true what they say about you being the average of your 5 friends that you hang around the most. We all have friends that come and go. If you're serious about your goals in life, you may have to decide to delete negative friends, or they could keep you from achieving your goals. We can have to delete negative friends because they can be basically dragging you down the road to misery. Some friends will even delete you because they chose to have girlfriends or move far away, or became too busy. Some friends can be stuck in their ways with a personality that will never change, always the boss on what to do, not supportive of any of your goals, be into watching too much TV, wasting money, and can be the negative people in your life that encourage you to make poor choices. It can be good to have friends that are funny and are good at cheering you up. Laughter is great to have to enjoy the journey in life, and also can help pass the boring time at work doing the same tasks every day. Some of the issues with negative friends include drinking down at the pub, having too much to drink, then being sick, or getting in arguments leading to fights, with police called to the scene. High-income earners can go out to classy restaurants with friends, eat expensive dishes with classy wine with their friends, then complain about the bill in the car afterwards, costing too much, also catching a taxi ride there and back. It's all good to go out, but not smart to spend most of your week's paycheck or to go broke in order to have a good time. Your friends can either help you towards your goals, or they can slow you down. It can be like a business of, say, you and 5 friends. You simply have to give them a warning if they keep slowing you down from moving forward. It may require tough love to sack a friend, but you can only win the football match if all the players are working as a team. Negative friends or workers can and will take away the true potential of your goals. Just ask the guy whose friend had a routine of staying up all night partying at nightclubs, taking drugs, and spending his whole paycheck, how he's doing financially in the future. We all can have friends that encourage us to head down the wrong road in life. But if you want to fly, you must give up everything that weighs you down. When you delete negative friends, you can always meet and make better friends who are on your level. Chapter 47. Not as Planned. We can all have a vision of our future outcomes in life to happen just as planned. But in reality, there's a small level of luck involved, with a lot of outcomes that are out of our control. All we can do is work within the decisions or choices that are in our control. We have to accept that we've got ourselves to blame if the shit hits the fan and you have a bad outcome. When we were kids, we all had a great sense of imagination about how our lives would be like when we grew older. But most likely, they didn't turn out like we thought. So keep in mind that's just a part of life, for things to not go as planned. If only we could predict the future. But we can't. It's critical to be ready for the unexpected. That's why it's a good idea to always assume that there will be some issue or another to prepare for, and to have a plan B to fall back on as insurance, with even a plan C too, just in case. Like they say, don't place all your eggs in one basket. Simply spread the risk. Our journey through life is like a long-distance car trip. It's a gamble what the best route is to take, and the journey is full of bumps, bad weather, roadwork detours, heaps of traffic causing delays, unfamiliar roads, times when we're not sure we're going the best route, and pit stops on the way. We can prepare for the unexpected by having a road map or GPS, a spare tire, a full tank of gas, an up-to-date car inspection, a mobile phone, and spare food and water just in case the journey takes longer than planned. But as long as you get there safely, that is what really counts. Some things in life we just don't know we need until we need them, and simply up to that part in our lives. Just expect to have one problem or another to slow you down in life, and even other people creating problems for you. All problems costing you time and money. It's all just a part of the game to succeed in life. Chapter 48. Compound Interest. If you can understand how compound interest works and the ups and downs of compounding, you will have a much better chance of growing your wealth. Compound interest can work positively from bank interest or negatively from debt interest. For example, with positively compounded interest with money in a bank, you are paid interest on the amount in the account every month, with the amount paid depending on the amount of money in the account and the rate of interest paid by the bank. So, for example, $10,000 with an interest rate of 2% equals $200. So, you will have $10,200 in the account the next month. You will now receive slightly more because you have reinvested both the amount plus the interest. So next month, it will equal $10,404, and so on. The amount of money will grow and grow. Downsides of compound interest. First downside. It takes a long time for a small amount of money to turn into a large amount of money. Second downside. It's much more effective if started with a large amount of money at the beginning. Third downside. It's much more effective over a long period of time, say around 50 years. So you have to take into account that we only have a certain life expectancy, say 75 years. So the younger you start, the better. Fourth downside. It will not compound to a large amount of money unless the interest rate paid is high. Fifth downside. Even if you're getting a good return, you have to keep in mind that inflation is growing too. Sixth downside. You must allow for paying tax on any interest returns being made. Seventh downside. Once time has passed, you cannot go back in time to start again. Upsides of compound interest. First upside. You can accelerate returns by continually adding to the principal with future paid income from any sources and reinvesting profits back into the system. Second upside. You can find the best returns of interest returns to accelerate growth. Third upside. Compound interest can work similar on many other systems, such as shares, real estate, bank interest paid, and mortgage debt. Fourth upside. It can be used as a wealth preservation vehicle to help keep up with inflation. Compound debt interest works the same, but usually starts with high numbers, with a high interest rate in the bank's favor, especially with credit cards. Banks use compound debt interest to their advantage with mortgages. If not paying extra repayments, you will hardly pay much off the loan until near the end of the term of the loan. Here's an example of doubling numbers to demonstrate the power of compounding interest. You have 1, which then becomes 2, then 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, 16384, 32,768, 65,536, 131,072, 262,144, 524,288, 1,048,576, and so on. Here are some great quotations. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it. Albert Einstein. My wealth has come from a combination of living in America, some lucky genes, and compound interest. Warren Buffett. Good and evil both increase at compound interest. That's why the little decisions we make every day are of infinite importance. C.S. Lewis. Compound interest on debt was the banker's greatest invention, to capture and enslave a productive society. Albert Einstein. Chapter 49. Effects of Poor Choices. Most people are not successful because they create their own problems in life that come from poor choices with their time and money. We all have to make choices every day that can have a good or bad impact on our life, and that have the power to ripple into the future with more impact the younger we are, like in the movies The Butterfly Effect or Back to the Future. Our decisions have created the past and will create our future. For example, when we go to the supermarket, we have the choice to buy healthy foods that confer benefits, or poor food choices that taste good but can lead to health problems, such as type 2 diabetes, obesity, and malnutrition. We all can make bad choices eventually. Some choices can be a gamble, while others do not take a genius to understand that they are poor choices. Just one very bad choice can have the power to change our lives forever, or many bad choices. The poor are poor from making poor choices. For example, not reading the fine print on money loans, spending more than they can afford, not putting money aside for future expenses, buying fuel-guzzling cars, spending too much money on alcohol at pubs and clubs, spending wastefully online and in shopping malls, renting or buying a home way too expensive for what they can afford, not working or working insufficient hours, having only one partner working, always buying the latest technology, greatest gadgets, and electronics. Your future is determined by your present choices. The problem with most people is that they do not make the correct choices. Say their problem was a leaking pirate ship with a hole. They would just use a bucket to throw the water out of the pirate ship to stop it from sinking, rather than fixing the actual problem, the leaking hole. That is why poor people, given more money, will not solve their problems. They need to fix the whole of poor choices. Your poor choices will become the cancer of your future financially. Here are some great quotations. Life is about choices. Some we regret, some we're proud of, some haunt us forever. We are what we choose to be. Graham Brown. Strong decisions, bad choices, and poor outcomes are nothing but stepping stones for your learning from your mistakes, and that's absolutely okay. Sanjeev Munjai. Mistakes are always forgivable if one has the courage to admit them. Bruce Lee. Chapter 50. Business Tips, Part 1. You don't always need a lot of money to start a business. When you think about it, you really should be climbing the ladder more easily to make a profit from a business with a low startup cost, as there's less risk of losing a large amount of money. Keep in mind they say that 9 businesses fail out of 10, so do plenty of research first to increase your odds. A big part of making money is all about buying low and selling high at the end of the day. Selling the product for a good profit is the goal, as is selling large volumes. There are so many business ideas and tips that the average person simply fails to see and apply. Keep in mind that these business tips or ideas may work for many people, but eventually can become overcrowded to the point that there is too much competition and may not work for everyone. Here are some good business tips to help give you ideas. Tip number 1. If there are businesses that are overcrowded with too much competition, too many similar businesses, it may be a good idea to become the provider for them. Here are some examples. First example, if there are too many restaurants, then become the business that provides for them with supplies and equipment, such as machines, fridges with glass frontage, coffee-related equipment, and anything else most businesses would require. Some businesses also help with setting up the stores and taking away food packaging. Second example, instead of writing books, become the book editor. Professional editors can make around $3,000 to $5,000 for editing one book. Or you can help people with doing a front cover and back cover design on the internet, in person, or both. You could also write your own book if work goes quiet. Third example, do something related to advertising for other companies, such as providing signage flags, affiliate marketing, internet advertising for other companies, etc. Tip number 2. You could be the renovator, like with houses, but with businesses. Find a rundown business, fix it up, and sell it off down the line, once it's begun getting a good track record of sales and income. Tip number 3. Open up your mind to look to repurposing materials from rubbish or inexpensive material, companies' leftover materials, or scrapyard items, and build them into something of value. Tip number 4. Become the best in an industry, but search for doing a business is like gambling, to look for better odds of winning. The odds say how likely you are to win. Do some research on how many companies are in your area. Only start a business with a low ratio of competition. For example, a business with 5 competitors versus a business with 22 competitors. There are better odds of winning and being exceptional with 5 competitors. Tip number 5. Some businesses will not work in some areas, but will be much more profitable if moved to another suburb, state, or country. Tip number 6. Study trends as they come and go, and if you can market a product just as it's about to take off, you'll get a huge amount of sales. Tip 7. Buy in large volumes from the supplier to get products cheaper in bulk. Tip 8. Buy products at wholesale price, say $100, and become the middleman, then market and advertising for the retail price, say $200, and pocket the difference. Basically buy anything low and sell at the high price. Tip number 9. We all know everyone likes to go into business to do jobs that they love, but if you like it, so do a million other people. So start a business that is hard to do or set up. Start a business that everyone hates. For example, supplying portable toilets to building sites, or providing funeral services. The TV show Dirty Jobs has plenty more examples. As less people desire working in horrible jobs or businesses, they're less likely to be oversaturated. Tip 10. Start a business where you don't have to work long-term. Have a manager run it for you. In the beginning, you could work there to get it off the ground, but eventually, have the business as passive income. To have this vision at the start, before starting a business, it's important to analyze it as if it's possible to be self-run in the future. Because if you have to work there long-term, it's not a business, it's a job. Tip 11. An option with sale pricing. Put your price that you want plus the discounted price. For example, list the price of $100 reduced from $120. It will make it look like a great deal. It will also show and remind them that the product has been reduced if it hasn't. Tip 12. Do not take all criticism to heart. It's just a part of the game to get some bad feedback. But acknowledge that some reviews can be an echo of where to head or change your business or product direction to. Tip 13. Make sure that you have a dedicated bank account for holding taxes, putting the correct amount aside each week. So at the end of the financial year, you don't get a bill shock for money you don't have. Tip 14. Forget about money for you. Think about others. Listen to their problems, wishes, issues, needs, wants, desires, must-haves, health problems, or anything else to make their lives easier, better, more fun, happier, and more entertained. Tip 15. If you have what they need or want, they don't care what the price is, or who supplies it, or what their background is. Tip 16. Your profit can be much greater if you use the best distribution center or company to sell your products. The internet is the best way, as it's scalable to a large volume of people and works 24/7 worldwide. But keep in mind all distribution centers are better at selling one product than others, and it can be best to go through as many companies as possible. Tip 17. Take into consideration that when growing your business, it can also cost you having to hire more staff, and may cost you more of your time to run. This opens the possibility of causing your business to lose its passivity, meaning you'll have to work more hours. It can be a good idea to run the numbers first, and you also may consider the option to sell the business. Tip 18. There are very good tax benefits if you can register your business as a corporation. Generally, it doesn't cost much to do the paperwork. Once your business is a corporation, you only pay tax on any money left over from your expenses. Some business owners only pay themselves a very low salary, on which they pay a high tax bracket of around 30%, and instead paying themselves in dividends of the company's stock, on which they only pay around 15% tax annually. Tip 19. Good ideas are worthless unless applied. Good ideas can eventually expire, and someone else can eventually beat you to them. Keep this in mind so you don't take too long to act. Tip 20. Once you have a great product or business, you can pay others to promote your business, use affiliate marketing, or pay someone famous to promote your business. Tip 21. If you want to get rich, a part of that can be making others rich too, in supplying products or information to improve their income. Tip 22. It's very good not to be shy. You can gain information from speaking and listening to other people, as everyone has specialized knowledge about something to learn from. Tip 23. An extra way to advertise your business is to use your car. You could put advertising on the back window, or have a magnetic sign made up to put on the doors, which is easy to remove. Tip 24. If you were to drive for Uber, you could advertise your business, for example, by having business cards or flyers above the glove box in a professional holder. Tip 25. When hiring employees, make sure to do background checks to make sure they are reliable, not consistent liars, not lazy, not shifty or thieving, and do not have bad customer service skills. Be sure to always make them earn their trust over a long period of time. Bad employees can ruin a business quickly. Do what's in the best interest for the business. Do not be soft, and sack bad employees if needed. Tip 26. A common way to charge extra to customers is to supply convenience, like how petrol stations charge extra for their products. Yet customers are still willing to pay the extra for convenience. Another way is to provide delivery or faster service. Tip 27. When your business is a common one, for example a pizza shop, if a customer is not happy with how much topping is on the pizza, how much is that extra $1 worth of topping really costing them? A lot of customers go there once and will never return. Tip 28. Do your research when hiring out work to contractors or professional workers. It's a must to do background checks, as bad workers can waste your time, have poor quality work, cost you a lot of lost income, destroy your company name, and lose customers who can leave bad reviews. You can be gambling when hiring cheap workers. There's good cheap, and then there's cheap and nasty workers. Some jobs are worth paying extra for when the time frame and quality counts. Tip 29. Make a product to put in a supermarket or Home Depot center like Bunnings, a home building supplies company. The product can be scalable to a large number of people and shops. There are always products that we have no choice but to eventually need. Your product needs to be cheaper or better. Do something to attract people from their current products they would usually buy. Tip 30. You could start your own brand of clothing with your own brand name logo or catchphrase. Here are some examples. You like me. Can I have some? No way. You don't care. Oh no. Having fun. That's why I hate you. Good one. I love it. Really? That's why I like you. You dirty fella. Look at him. That one. You could even use quotations or reference what teenagers are into, such as surfing, BMX, or scooters, and even advertising for your businesses or others. Clothing is a product that is used all around the world and scalable to millions of people. We all need and have no choice but to buy clothing eventually. We are born naked and gradually grow out of our clothing. Clothing slowly gets damaged over time. We go through different trends. Older clothing loses its warmth, and we wear different clothing for different occasions. There's affordable clothing to expensive clothing for the young and the old. There are many countries that can manufacture clothing at a low cost, such as China and Bangladesh, and it also can be scaled to the world on the internet. But do your research before committing, as clothing is a popular selling product. While the population is always growing, there will always be a market for clothing. Tip 31. When you have a job or business, your reputation is very important. If you're a liar, are shifty, make promises that you don't keep, and are not reliable or punctual, you can end up damaging your name. If you cannot be trusted on small tasks, no one will ever give you bigger tasks or jobs in the future. With no returning clients or customers, you'll have to be continually finding new ones, and will slow your growth in your industry. Tip 32. Smart businesses and workers realize how to maximize their time to get the job done in the quickest possible time frame and the least amount of effort. It's like having 8 hours of work to do and getting it done in 4 hours, or working on the most important to least important tasks and selling, say, a $40 product rather than a $10 product, as less work is involved to make the same profit. If possible, have the job automated. There's a good book about this topic called The 4-Hour Work Week, if your job is related to using a computer a lot. Tip 33. Think outside the box. Forget about yourself and put yourself in others' shoes and how they think. Think what the average person is into in each age group. Think like a consumer, and then become the producer. Tip 34. Do what a builder does. Outsource the work, then keep the difference. Tip 35. The world doesn't care if you want to be rich or care about your business or product being successful. They can only see what they want or need from their point of view. They don't care what profit you're making or what trouble you went to. Tip 36. It can sometimes be better to do the opposite of the mainstream because it can be an overused idea or strategy that has been used too many times. Tip 37. There always has been a demand for newer and better things to advance the future to make life easier and better. Create a product that will change the future. Electronics are the perfect example. Tip 38. Start a business that specializes in one field, or combine many into a one-stop shop. Tip 39. Like setting a rabbit trap, sell something online, or have a website distribution center that uses customers' credit cards and PayPal. Basically, set something up that works 24/7, that works while you sleep, to check out later what you have caught. Tip 40. Offer a discounted product online for a dirt cheap price. When you take the shipping order, get customers' email addresses. Once they have gotten their product and are happy, send them emails of other deals at full price. Tip 41. Most households have the same routines. Become a producer for the consumers in a business related to the average person's lifestyle. Tip 42. Provide a good product or pay someone to do a good job manufacturing the product. This really counts when the customer walks away feeling happy with the product or service. It's important for the customers to be satisfied with the quality of work and feel the price is fair for what they're getting. Cheaper is not always better, as it may lose the quality of the product. Much better to spend a little extra on having a better quality product, to increase the likelihood of selling large volumes and have repeat customers. Tip 43. There are websites to create apps, such as goodbarber.com, firebase.com, siberiancms.com, appypie.com, shoutem.com, appinstitute.com, businessapps.com, mobileroadie.com, appmachine.com, mobincube.com, mobappcreator.com, appmaker.com, gamesalad.com, and buildfire.com. There are many more, but you can check out these ones first. Many people have created apps to eventually sell them for over $1 million or more. Have a go yourself, or if starting an app becomes too hard, you can always hire a professional. To find app ideas to start with, go on app stores and look around, and download apps, reading comments from others to find problems. Create an app that's better than what's out there, fixing issues you and customers find. By fixing the issues that the feedback is suggesting, you can aim to create the best app in that area. You can also get paid advertising on your app. Tip 44. If you're the type of person that cannot start a business yourself or come up with ideas, one idea is to form a mastermind group of multiple people, 2 or more. You can brainstorm together and use your extra brain power to come up with a business plan, but we'll have to have similar goals, share the workload, and work in harmony. An example is Airbnb, created by Joe Gebbia and Brian Chesky. They were not able to pay their rent and decided to advertise their homes as bed and breakfast rental. After a while, they were inspired to scale their idea and invited former roommate Nathan Blecharczyk as a co-founder to build the website. The business slowly grew, then took off. Eventually, investors bought shares into the company, rapidly growing the business, which is now an approximately $3.8 billion company as of 2019. Chapter 51. The Event. We all see rich people, famous people, big business owners, young rich people, and famous athletes, and envy their lifestyles with huge incomes, luxury cars, mansions, and designer clothing, with massive bank accounts to spend on whatever they want. But many people fail to see that this is the event, the end result of their hard work, and don't understand the process of what they went through to achieve this end result. Here are some examples. First example. A guy named Arnold Schwarzenegger decided to become a bodybuilder. so he focused on studying the process. He joined a gym, ate the correct diet, got plenty of sleep, and learned how to train correctly. He made his goal a priority, training regularly and extremely hard, pushing himself to his limits. He worked his butt off and repeated the process for months and months of consistent training for around 20 hours each week, only taking 1 day off per week. Down the line, Arnold eventually competes in bodybuilding competitions to show off his hard work. The event or the end results. With each time, he became more improved and muscular. Second example. There was a lady named Jessica who grew a desire to achieve financial freedom that motivated her to start her own business. But she still worked her normal job, saving her money for years. In her spare time, she studied books of information related to her business goals. Eventually, she got a business loan from the bank and finally started her own company. Jessica gave up most of her spare time to the business for years on end. As time went by, the business slowly grew and eventually took off. 7 years later, Jessica had been sent emails of offers to sell the business, getting one offer for $4 million and another for $7 million. She thought about it for a few days, then decided to take the $7 million offer and retired. Jessica decided to invest the money into rental properties and now has retired with financial freedom to enjoy the rest of her life on her terms. Third example. A young kid named Justin Bieber showed a strong interest in music, playing various different types of instruments and singing. Justin sang at local competitions and won second place. His mother broadcasted his singing to the mainstream on YouTube, where he quickly grew a fan club of followers. One of his videos caught the attention of the singer Usher and an agent named Scooter Braun, who were so impressed that they arranged to visit Justin for an interview, to sign a recording contract, and Justin agreed. He quickly became famous, releasing top songs and albums, also playing many concerts all over the world. Justin now has millions of fans and the financial freedom to work as much or as little as he likes. Chapter 52. Paying off your home loan. Most people think and believe how great it will be when they finally have their house paid off, that it will be a dream come true. But is it really? You may not have a mortgage anymore, but really just end up with one less bill to pay. You may have no debt with the bank, no mental stress paying for the mortgage, and are not tied to your job with your income going further. You have the option to pull out the equity and get a loan if you choose to, and you even have the choice to work fewer hours. But if you were to retire, you still need an income to pay for other expenses. Financially free investors say it's a bad idea to pay off your mortgage first, as your only priority with your income. The reason why it's a bad idea, investors say, and that your home should be the last thing you buy or pay off, is that your house is a liability. It doesn't put any money into your bank account unless you rent the rooms out to boarders, or rent out some part of your house for storage, or have a business working from home, or the property is rented out to tenants. It will not provide an income. It will just be another liability, costing you time and money. When the house is paid off, you simply just have one less bill to pay, but still have to pay other bills such as rates bills, gas bills, electricity bills, water and sewage charges, home insurance, upgrades and renovations, cost to clean and do repairs, and maintenance that never ends. With all the bills that come with the property, you can end up being a modern-day slave, chained to your job at work, and have a second part-time job working on your house, with financial freedom moving forward at a snail's pace. It's not all about retiring debt-free, but to have a level ratio of debt that is affordable to the ratio of the cost of your living, with the goal to eventually have a form of passive income and rental properties. Buying a home to live in first can be a bad idea because you most likely will have no leftover savings in the bank. It will have been used on your deposit and other expenses that come with buying a home. You may also end up maxing out your loan credit and leverage. So when you ask the bank for another loan, you will most likely be tapped out and not be approved for another loan for rental properties. You'll be stuck waiting to sell the home one day, or for the property to go up in value and become a slave to your job to pay for the bills. You'll have to achieve a higher income from your job, waiting to slowly pay down the loan to move on to purchasing more properties, or to have a large amount of money to start a business. But with most people, the more they can afford, the more expensive home they will buy, causing them to be in the same boat. It can take a very long time for the average person or family to pay down a home loan, using up your most valuable asset, time. This also causes you to miss out on other opportunities that arise due to tapping yourself out financially on buying a home to live in. That's why it's better to buy your home last if you can, or buy a home that's very affordable in the beginning, with the option to take out the equity to use as a deposit for a rental property or business down the line. Chapter 53. Problems. From the day we are born into this beautiful world until the day we die, it's a part of life to have problems. Sometimes other people create them for us. It's not a perfect world. Just turn on the news. There are problems that are easy to fix, problems that can eventually be fixed, problems that can be expensive or have a massive amount of work or long period of time involved. And then there are problems that can never be fixed. We can inherit health problems in our genes. Our choices can be to blame. Other people can cause problems. We can have lack of knowledge to blame, or being distracted, being too busy or lazy, or not knowing the outcome of the decision. The weather can cause problems. The law can cause problems, and also with not knowing the law. Other causes are hiring incompetent people, poor quality of workmanship, faulty products, and not getting or taking professional advice. Once a problem has occurred, it can cause one problem to lead to another. Similarly, realizing a problem but not taking action straight away can lead to bigger problems. Stress can be caused by problems out of our control, especially over a long period of time, and can even cause heart attacks, sleeplessness, anger, and depression. Life is all about going from one problem to the next. There can be ways to hide the problem but not solve it, such as keeping busy, abusing substances like alcohol or drugs, or taking medication. But these means do not solve the problem. They just mask the problem. Being successful in life can be about how you handle problems. Some people sweep problems under the rug, not wanting to talk about them, bottling them up to one day to eventually explode. Some people become down on life every day to eventually become depressed. Life can be like a gym workout. You can fuel your problems in the workout to release all your frustration and anger, even pushing yourself to the point when your adrenaline kicks in. You may walk away from the workout at the end feeling better, feeling that you released your bottled up problems and stress. Another way to handle the same problem is to start your workout thinking about your problems negatively. End up thinking too much about them, getting more down to the point you cannot train, with problems turning into more problems, resulting in you losing your spark for life, which can eventually end up wiring your brain to be down and depressed every day. When you have a major problem, you just need to accept it. We all have our own problems. Some people choose to run away from their problems, but they will always still be there. We all wish we could snap our fingers and have our problems disappear. There's always someone else out there with bigger problems than yours. My motto is to cry about it for one day or one moment, learn from it, and move on. They say to give your problem time. In time, the problem becomes a thing of the past. With time, the problem can sometimes become mentally less stressful. This is not always true, but time can definitely help ease the pain. Some people can think that a problem is bigger than it really is. We can be assuming or be guessing, being misled or uneducated, listening to other people's bad advice or opinions, having negative beliefs, not listening to the facts, being in a bad mood or jealous, and not thinking about it clearly. Being too busy can cause problems. Rushing into things, not thinking them through. Also, thinking too much can cause you to be distracted and not concentrating on what you're doing. Here are some great quotations. If you can solve your problem, then what's the need of worrying? If you cannot solve it, then what's the use of worrying? Shantideva. The brick walls are there for a reason. The brick walls are not there to keep us out. The brick walls are there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something. The brick walls are there to stop the people who don't want it badly enough. They are there to stop the other people. M.J. DeMarco. We sometimes have no choice but to accept and learn from our problems, or accept that you will have new ones. Justin Allen. Sometimes you can hit a problem that breaks you, that digs up the past. You reflect on how much shit you've gone through to get where you are now. You struck a new problem that gets you down. You feel like crying. Is this going to be the problem that defeats me? And to write in your history book of your life, erasing your dreams. Dig deep and pick up the pen. Write in your history book that you got there in the end. Justin Allen. Chapter 54. The Mind. We humans may all look very similar, but the mind is what sets us all apart. Our computer system is our mind. We all start off as babies, and from there, our mind is tuned to our surroundings, from our parents, family, relatives, school teachers, friends, television, radio, music, books, newspapers, internet, audio information, country of birth, and the language we are taught, which creates our accent. Our mind is the most powerful thing we have control of. You will become what you set your mind to. If you were to ask how you would rewire your mind, there are several ways to achieve this. Here are some different ways. First way. One way is to see a psychologist and put your trust into their hands. This can require many visits and be very expensive. Second way. To rewire your mind, it can take hitting a breaking point when you find many deep reasons for changing your mindset to think about your goal every day. Once you had enough and say that you're willing to change and do whatever it takes, only then, when you're 100% committed in the short term and long term, will your actions drive you to change. Third way. Another way to reprogram your mind is to write down powerful words that can motivate you towards your goals. Write them down on a piece of paper and place it somewhere you'll see it and read it regularly. So every day, you're training your mind to encode the goal into your memory and become your normal way of thinking. You could have it displayed on your computer, on your fridge, on the bathroom mirror, in your mobile phone notes, in your car, or in your bedroom. Another option is to have photos that give you inspiration of anything that motivates you on your walls at home or workplace. For example, of your dream car, your favorite mentors or idols, gym idols, your dream house, holiday locations, family, or partner. It can be anything that motivates you. It could even be negative pictures. Say a picture of you looking overweight to motivate you to lose weight, or even to put on social media to announce your commitment to lose weight, or a picture of human lungs, blackened and damaged from smoking, to motivate you to quit. Fourth way. To change your mindset, it takes a month of repetition, of information being repeated again and again. Every day this information is drilled into the mind by applying focus with the desire to change. A negative example of this is a guy named Mick. He liked his job as a carpenter, but 5 years later, he started to hate his job, saying no to overtime, did not look forward to going there, and once there, he kept saying to himself, "I can't wait to get out of here." Getting anxious to leave and constantly looking at the clock, after several weeks' time, he now has programmed his mind to hate his job through repetitive thinking. Now, the positive way of thinking example is to understand the positives in Mick's situation. He's lucky to have a job. He has an income to pay for his bills. If you start to appreciate your job and all its good sides, it reminds you that if you were to quit, you may be worse off. And if you still hate your job, you can say, "Enough is enough. I'm making plans to move on." Fifth way. As stated in the last way, change can come through repetition of information into the mind and having desire to change. Listening to the same information regularly through headphones, you can change your way of thinking. For example, from listening to Audible on a single subject, say finance, for over a month's time. The topic becomes your knowledge and way of thinking if you repeatedly listen to the information for hours regularly. It will eventually reprogram your mind, but you have to stay focused and not take in any other information. For example, to limit or completely cut out TV watching, because it can take away focus, and you may be memorizing irrelevant information unrelated to your goal. Sixth way. This way, you need to completely change your routine, because after a long period of time, we all develop a routine of life, our habits, and our way of thinking. To change this, you need to arrange to take time off work, or maybe change your job if it's causing you stress, or if you hate being there. Maybe consider moving your house or take time off to relax on a holiday, listen to music, take up a hobby, or join a club, visit friends, go to see a movie, take a long walk regularly, read a book, go to the gym, relax on the beach, relax in a spa, reflecting on your life and where you like to be in the future. Changing your routine majorly can also help change your mindset by taking your mind off your routine to lower stress. It'd be like rebooting your mind. Say, for example, you went to work, and while you were there, you keep saying to your mind, "I can't wait to get out of here." That you hated your job all the time. You have programmed your mind to think this way. But if you broke the cycle and took, say, 4 weeks off on holidays, you would develop a new routine way of thinking. Giving the mind a break from that routine and way of thinking is useful for breaking the cycle to reprogram the mind. The mind is made up of around 1 month of habitual thoughts, so 4 weeks off reboots the mind again. But when you go back to work, you need to think about all the positive reasons why you have to go to your job, and what life would be like if you quit. And if it still bothers you to take action, make a plan to move on. There's always a good job out there for a good worker. Changing others. Keep in mind with changing other people's mindsets that you can only change yourself, but you cannot change others. You can only encourage them to change their mindset. It's up to them to have the desire to make a change, for them to make it a daily priority. You really need to tell them a few times and let them come to you with a desire to change when they've hit a breaking point and want to change. Most people simply do not want to change or are stuck in their own routine. Just let them take the road they're going down in life, and you go down yours. If you worry and stress about it for too long, you could be dragged down their road too. Some people simply never change, and most likely never will. They have most likely accepted their issues as a normal part of their life, or their problems simply do not hurt badly enough to want change. They most likely do not talk about their problems. As their way of solving them, they just block them out by doing nothing at all. Chapter 55. Passive Income. There are basically 2 types of income: passive income and active income. With active income, you only get paid when you are exchanging your time for money. For example, working a job. Even if you get paid for public holidays, annual leave, sick days, and get money put into a retirement fund, if you stop going to work long term, you will eventually use up all your leave and have no money coming in. With casual workers, they only get paid when they are at work, with no benefits of paid time off, with some companies paying money into a retirement fund, and if the job is with a union, to get paid rostered days off. This can be temporary work or on an on-call basis. Contractors or other self-employed workers get paid per job, with no benefits of paid time off. They have to put money aside to pay for their retirement fund, time off, for tax, and business running costs. With passive income, it can generally be a lot of work to set up, but after the process is in place, it will work for you with very little effort or active time involvement. Here are some examples of passive income. First example, a self-serve car washing center. After it's built and finished, the customers pay with coins, notes, or credit cards. A guy hired maintains it once a week, with no one on site regularly, just some cameras. Second example, buy a good condition house, and it's a liability, meaning that it costs you money by taking money from your bank account. But if you rent it out, it will put money into your bank account, and all expenses become tax deductible, causing it to be passive income. But this depends on cash flow versus home loan debt ratio, and the home must be constantly rented out to be profitable. Third example, a distribution business on the internet, say selling cars, where people pay via a credit card to sell their car. They upload their details and photos. The customers do all the work, and the system just gets monitored for any issues. It could be started up and run by a specialist, making passive income working 24/7. Fourth example, have boarders live in your spare bedrooms, paying rent each week, say $150 per room. There are websites to advertise for boarders getting passive income. More income from 4 or 5 bedroom homes are ideal. The cash flow can cover your running cost of the home, and even make a profit. If you regularly have boarders, and depending on how expensive the home running costs are. Chapter 56. University. Let's look at the ups and downs of going to university. If you're looking to achieve financial freedom young, it will only help you get there. Just ask anyone who is, say, around 40 years old. Ask them, do you have enough money to retire? Probably not. A doctor named Ted is at age 34, works 96 hours a fortnight, has $1 million house near the beach, and also has a $700,000 mortgage, with no possibility of retiring anytime soon. Professional workers can be simply highly paid employees with benefits and have little control of the system or company they work for. Another pitfall of going to university is that you often need to get a student loan, even if you don't pass the course, with no guarantees of getting a job. Most people are gambling that they will like their job, short-term and long-term. The more specialized you become, the more you are trapped by your specialty, to be stuck in the industry if you desire to move on or if there's a shortage of work. I'm not saying not to go to university. I'm just trying to make you aware that the financial benefits are long-term, say over at least 10 years, so keep this in mind. To retire at a young age, you will be required to do something else as well. Most high-income earners from university end up in the same boat as the medium-income earners, just on a bigger scale, with a more expensive lifestyle, a more expensive car and house. Most people are made to believe that if they didn't go to university, that they would be poor all their life, which is not true. Many people have become wealthy without going to university. If, say, for example, a guy wanted to retire in, say, 10 years' time and went to university at 40 years old to become, for example, a building inspector, by the time he had finished his degree, with no guarantees of passing, paid off the HECS debt, and established a business, it would not make him rich and retired fast, if the math was worked out, and also if you consider inflation. Once established, he could leverage the income, but he would still have to exchange his time for money, with no guarantees of how much consistent work will be available. Becoming a professional in some jobs can take at least 10 years' time, so you can receive a higher income and be classed as an experienced professional in your industry. Most people lose their love for the job after 5 years, getting bored of the same routine. One can also become too committed to that profession, putting in too much time and money that could have been invested in something else. Chapter 57. Why? We all have deep reasons why we desire financial freedom or our other goals in life. They can come from our desires or from our pain in life, or both. A great way to help achieve your goals is to make a list of whys, listing at least 5 whys relating to your goal, or more if you can. Your whys are your deep reasons for wanting to achieve your goals in life that come from your inner deep desires. With each why, you'll be getting deeper and deeper into your reasons, which you can use as fuel to achieve your goals. Write down your answers on a piece of paper or on your mobile phone notepad. On the days when you just feel like giving up and are tired from life, you can look at it to get that inner strength to focus on your goals so nothing can stand in your way. Life is sometimes just about moving from one problem to the next. That's just a part of life. You're not the only one. When life knocks you down, think of your list of your deep whys. Grab a pen and a piece of paper. Let me ask you some questions now. Why do you want to achieve financial freedom? Please write down the answer. And why again? Now write down at least 4 more reasons, getting deeper into your inner feelings each time. Your deep whys are the spark to light the fire to your goals, on the good days and the bad days in life. If you have extremely strong reasons, they can be powerful tools to push yourself to your limits and unleash the eye of the tiger spirit within. Words with strong emotions will have superpowers and allow you to become your own superhero, to go above and beyond your breaking point. Remember, if your deep whys were a car, all your deep whys are the fuel to get there. Chapter 58. Knowledge and Mentors. Our education at school involves being taught common knowledge that everybody knows. Society's plan for you is to be another worker bee working for the queen bee. When we're studying, we also can have our minds into our schooling so much that we miss out learning other information. Most people, once they finish school and get a job, their education comes to an end. But to be successful in life, you should never stop learning. As times change, so will information. Begin getting yourself lots of mentors from YouTube, books, the internet, television, or any place else. A mentor can be anyone that inspires you to learn and encourages you to take action. I recommend subscribing to the following guys on YouTube: Chris Crone and Clark Keegley. Graham Stephan, Phil Pustojovsky, Tony Robbins, Dan Loke, Ryan Scribner, Jake Ducey, Robert Kiyosaki, and Pat Flynn. Another 2 good channels on YouTube are the Better Man Project and Proactive Thinker. Both are very educational. Chris Cohn has many clips on YouTube. One I really liked is Retired at 26, Where It All Started. He puts a new clip up daily, has some good tips, and at the end of each clip he advertises his business so viewers can invest through his company, Limitless. He has information seminars regularly in America, has over 3,000 rental properties, and has written many books related to his strategy investing in real estate. Clark Keegley is a great honest guy who has read hundreds of books and is hungry for knowledge. He likes to pass on everything he knows and has learned. Graham Stephan is a real estate agent in America who sells million-dollar homes, but is very frugal with his money, even though he earns a massive income. Every YouTube clip he does turns to gold, with thousands of views rapidly. Phil Pustojovsky is a real estate agent who has had many years of experience of all aspects of investing in real estate. Tony Robbins is a motivational public speaker. He has a lot of great books, such as Unshakable. Dan Loke has over 1 million subscribers. He likes to get straight to the point. He has a book called F You Money. At one point in his career, he nearly went bankrupt, but managed to put up a massive fight and now is filthy rich. Ryan Scribner likes to talk about the stock market, passive income, investing, and finance-related topics. Jake Ducey's specialty is the mind, and he's very talented at talking about it. Robert Kiyosaki is very well known, with his many books such as Rich Dad, Poor Dad, as well as his games and seminars, in which he shares his great financial knowledge and gives advice from his life experiences and the man he calls his rich dad. Pat Flynn has clips on podcasting and advice related to finance. There are heaps more mentors out there, if you look for them and have plenty of spare time. A good book to read is called How to Become a Capitalist Without Capital by Nathan Latka. The 4 rules you must break to get rich. So keep learning. Never stop growing your knowledge. Mentors can help you stay positive and motivated, as they have already been where you're trying to go. Your brain is like a muscle. It needs to be worked out regularly to stay strong. Make your daily routine to learn something new every day. One of the key habits of millionaires is to be hungry for new knowledge. Old knowledge may have worked yesterday, but might not necessarily work in the future. It's best to aim at being one chapter ahead of the crowd. We all have common knowledge, but in order to be successful in life, you also need to have specialized knowledge, to be smarter than the average person. Make a habit of taking notes on your phone or with a notepad and pen every time you learn something new. You've not really learned anything unless you take notes. They can help you remember the lesson better and are helpful knowledge for the future. It's a good idea to invest in doing courses for your self-improvement. You may be hesitant to spend the money, but most millionaires will not give you their secret sauce for free. A course, say on the internet, can be useful in the short term, or may be great help in the future. Many people who apply the knowledge learned from these courses can make 1,000 times more money in the long run than the cost of the course, such as computer skills. Here's a story with a lesson to be learned, called The Lost Pirates. Once upon a time, there was a group of 6 pirates lost in a jungle. They were busy trying to get back to the pirate ship, swinging their swords, walking through the jungle for hours on end, working hard to only move slowly forward. Eventually, one pirate yelled, "Heave-ho! Gather round, mateys! How do we know that we're going the right way?" "Arg, shiver me timbers! Good question," one pirate said. The pirates started putting their brains to work. One pirate thought to himself, "We used the crow's nest on the pirate ship to get a bird's eye view through a spyglass." He looked around and said, "That's it." He looked for a tall tree and then climbed to the top and looked around with the spyglass. Arg! He discovered they were going the wrong way. He climbed down the tree and said, "Ahoy, mateys! We're going the wrong way." The pirate navigated the group to the ship. Later that day, they arrived at the ship. All very happy the search was over, the pirate was honored by the crew to set sail once again. The end. The moral of the story is, do not just work hard. Work hard and smart. Without financial intelligence, you will not know the ups and downs before making a decision, and you'll just be gambling with your outcome. Keep in mind that sometimes it can be a waste of time to learn something new until you're up to that part in your life. You can simply be jumping the gun and have to relearn it again. But at least you will know where to find the information when the time comes. Chapter 59. Patience. To achieve anything great in life, you need to have patience. Simply put, you need to give it time for your goal to become a reality. The world was not built in one day. It's been built over a long period of time, constantly growing. It's the same with everything big that is achieved in this world. Time is one of the ingredients to success. It's important to be patient. A big part of having patience is to plan ahead of time, to plan now where you would like to be in the future. Some goals will simply take a certain amount of time in order to be achieved. For example, if you were to build a house, the time frame is around 1 year, so you need to put that time frame into your equation. The sooner you start the process, the sooner it will be completed. You must have patience and accept that around a year is what it takes. It's not negotiable. Having patience is the ability to tolerate waiting and delays without becoming frustrated or agitated, to mentally have the ability to remain calm, to accept emotionally that you have no choice but to wait and be patient. When you don't have patience, you can end up giving up or can get agitated and frustrated, like when you're stuck in major traffic, causing delays in getting to your destination. When an outcome of a situation takes more time to achieve, it can actually work to our advantage by giving us more time to do research and allowing plenty of time to think things through, rather than if you had to make a decision on the spur of the moment. Keeping busy can keep your mind off being impatient, and it's good to not think too much about what you're waiting for. Just accept that you have no choice but to give it time, or you'll just make the situation worse by being moody, showing impulsive behavior, becoming stressed out, not sleeping, and always expecting instant gratification. Being patient can often be beneficial. Sometimes good things come to those who wait, because the answer to solving the problem is simply more time. Here are some great quotations. Patience is not the ability to wait, but the ability to keep a good attitude while waiting. Joyce Meyer. You can't jump from little things to big things. It just takes time and patience. Nadia Comaneci. The pursuit of happiness and success requires patience. If achieving it was instant, you would not appreciate it. Justin Allen. There's a difference between being patient and wasting time. Justin Allen. Chapter 60. Luck. Most people think that rich people got lucky. Perhaps winning the lotto I would call lucky, or to be born to rich parents, or to be born extremely talented. But the truth is that most people have become rich not by luck. There's the process and the event. For example, when you cook, that's the process. When the meal has been finished, it's served on a plate, ready to eat. That's the event, the end result of the process. Another example is making a movie. The script, the actors, the recording and editing of the movie is all the process. Once completed after months of work, watching the movie is the event. Some people have wired their minds to believe that they are unlucky. But this is not true. They need to snap out of it and think positive. Their poor choices have led them to bad luck. The reason why some people are luckier than others is basically because they're out there playing the game. They're out there having a crack at the game, while others are watching TV, wasting time playing on their mobile phones, out with their friends having fun, on the internet, or just bludging around. Meanwhile, the lucky ones are out there learning and taking action with the potential to win big. They're playing the game to win. If they don't win, they'll not stop until they do. It's just a matter of time until they do win the game, and it only takes one big win to get out of poverty. To really be unlucky is to have major health problems, to die young, to be brought up in a war-torn country or a third world country with substandard resources. No electricity, no internet, poor housing, insufficient food, dirty water, and poor medical facilities. You have the gift called life. Appreciate it and make the most of it. Do not waste it. If you really want something, there's a saying, where there's a will, there's a way. It's not luck, it's belief, potential, taking action, and achieving results. Financial independence does not arise by fluke or by chance. It's earned. There is no luck. It can be how you perceive or remember the situation. Some people tend to remember bad luck more. Some tend to remember good luck more. And yet the situation has the same odds at the beginning, like a coin flip guess. Successful people create luck by gaining knowledge to give them better odds and jump at opportunities because they see what others fail to see. You can increase your luck also by being obsessed with your goals, by being mentally focused and tuned to only hear or see what is related to your goals. Here are some great quotations. I'm a great believer in luck, and I find the harder I work, the more I seem to have. Fred L. Emerson. Luck will only take you so far. Justin Allen. You would be a fool to believe success was 100% luck. There is a science to it. Justin Allen. Chapter 61. Decisions. We all have to make decisions or choices in life. Some are major, some are minor. And not making a decision is also making a decision. They all will impact our future. Our decisions can lead to financial shortcuts or financial detours, and even financial roadblocks. Our future is determined by our present decisions. What we do today will make our future. If you're stuck in the past, you will be left in the past. You will be left behind, and others will move forward with the times. It's the same with business. What worked yesterday is old news and has been done already. You need to move with the times in order to be successful and be the type of person who is not stuck in their ways. For example, having an old-fashioned mindset. Trends come and go like the changing of the seasons. Just like trends, we all go through different phases in life. Success comes from making smart decisions, analyzing your options, and doing research before making your decision. Bad decisions are made by allowing our emotions to take over, rushing into situations, making uneducated guesses, listening to the wrong people, being lazy, being tired, having self-doubt, not getting a professional involved, and succumbing to bad habits. When making big decisions, the smart thing to do is to get a pen and paper or your mobile phone in the notes section and write your top 3 choices down. Then write the top 3 pros and the top 3 cons of each. With thinking through the outcome short-term and long-term, the ups and downs. Do some research, then write down your answers and make your decision. If the decision down the line was bad, at least you can say you analyzed your options and had good reasons behind your decision. If you want to be rich, you will have to make a lot of decisions to get there. Not all of them will be great, but you just need to make as many good decisions as possible to increase your odds of success. Many times we can have 2 options to choose from, and both are bad. We all have that problem sooner or later. It pays not to rush into things, as you can miss taking everything in. But don't take too long, as you can miss the boat and have to catch the next one. Here are some great quotations. Sometimes in life, you have to make a selfish decision and do what's best for you. Saquon Barkley. It is in your moments of decision that your destiny is shaped. Tony Robbins. You can't make decisions based on fear and the possibility of what might happen. Michelle Obama. Chapter 62. Delay gratification. One of the big clues for the treasure map to financial freedom is delaying gratification. To delay gratification is basically when you delay your rewards or pleasure to have them in the future. If someone told you you can have a little now or a huge amount in the future, the poor would say, "I want it now." The rich understand that they will receive much more if they just simply wait till the future. Here are some examples of instant gratification. Buying a new luxury car with a bank loan rather than saving up for the car. Buying anything on a credit card rather than saving up the money. Or buying a home that you cannot afford, getting a massive home loan, rather than buying a home that you can comfortably afford and working up the ladder to a more expensive home down the track. People who indulge in this kind of instant gratification are technically called the fake rich, looking rich, but in a large amount of debt, tying them to their job to pay for their debt, and it will make it very hard to move forward financially. If you're serious about moving forward financially, you must apply self-discipline and delay gratification. It's important to only buy what you really need, to have a cost of living that is as low as possible, so you have more money left over to build up a nest egg to buy assets, such as stock shares, rental properties, and a business. These things all cost money, but if you live paycheck to paycheck or buy your liabilities first, you'll simply choke financially and will have no choice but to pass on other opportunities. We all can understand that if you simply don't buy anything with your money week after week, you'll get bored with life, allowing your life to pass by and leaving a big inheritance for someone else to enjoy. But you have to keep in mind that there has to be a limit or budget to what you spend. And remember that if you buy stuff now, you'll be tapping yourself out and missing out on what could have been with that money. Delaying gratification is one of the tools to use to go from rags to riches. The secret is to reinvest your income as much as possible, while keeping your living cost as low as possible, and only buying what you really need, even if your income increases. Stick to a budget so you can accelerate the compounding of your wealth. As you earn more and your investments grow, you should only increase your lifestyle slightly to the ratio of cash flow. Over time, your cash flow will compound to lift you out of poverty. After, say, around 10 years of delaying your reward and investing the money instead, you have the option to buy your liabilities with the help of your extra cash flow. Remember that it's not how much you earn, but how much you keep that is added to your assets portfolio. Keep in mind that before you waste your money, that it could be going towards a more important goal, your financial freedom, that eventually your job income will be turned off and you'll be living on what money you have, and the cash flow will come in without you working. Make your future a priority, or you will be the one suffering because you chose to give in to instant gratification pressures. The quicker you can achieve financial freedom, the sooner you can buy your liabilities. So think of them as motivation to speed up the process. But keep in mind that your choice is to have instant junk now that will tie you to your job, or delay gratification for the ultimate reward of your freedom in the future, with your assets and business funding your lifestyle as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Analyzing. Before jumping into a situation, you need to analyze to fully check it out before committing to anything in life. Do the math. See the ups and downs of any scenario. This is what smart people do. Then make your decisions. Ask for permission to move forward by analyzing, to let the paperwork provide the answer. Let the math decide, because that's what we're trying to achieve. The math equals money, or approximately what can be achieved. If you do what the average person does, you'll say whatever your emotions, friends, family, or salesmen tell you. But you're really just gambling. They may be listening to what's in the best interest for them, not for you. Doing the smart thing is not luck. It's called analyzing, or running through any task, idea, or business before buying anything or starting anything. It can be easier and quicker to examine the details first, to assist in making decisions, rather than be too late once committed to the purchase or plan. You could even be buying someone else's problem. An intelligent person learns how to find the resources they need. If they don't find the answer, to ask a qualified professional or do research. They don't guess, but seek information first, then make decisions, or gain a better understanding of what they're trying to learn. A part of being successful in life is to have a basic understanding of math, graphs, how to use a calculator, basic statistics, accounting analysis, computer skills, how to use the internet to gain information, and how to make phone calls if required. You'll also need to do a lot of reading to gain information. The sophisticated investor makes the large money first, then sells off to the non-financially educated who play it safe, but are getting the smaller returns. Grow your knowledge to become a smart investor by learning, applying, and continually repeating the process to become better each time through the hands-on experience. Chapter 64. Start a YouTube channel. You might ask, why start a YouTube channel? For the following reasons. It is scalable to the world, works 24/7, can make you famous, gives you more confidence, helps you learn to edit videos, allows you to reflect on yourself when you were younger, lets you advertise your business or product or even someone else's, lets you promote a website, book, or product. Free to join, lets you get paid once you have enough subscribers, can be a form of passive income, can become a professional at it over time, can become a hobby, lets you insert your own commercial input into your videos, and you can pass on any good advice you know. It may take time to become an expert, but if you put in the hours, say once a week of uploading one video, you will improve over time. You can make working on your channel like being a movie star, having your hair cut regularly, buying nice clothing, hats and sunglasses, wearing makeup, hiring exotic cars, and filming in great locations. Buy equipment to make working on your YouTube channel fun, such as a new mobile phone, a quality-made camera stand, a whiteboard, a professional camera, a selfie stick, a mobile phone car mount, and even a DJI drone with an inbuilt camera. Once you get the ball rolling and become inspired to work on your channel, it doesn't feel like a job where you become bored doing the same routine. You can feel a buzz of excitement once you've made a fantastic video and become motivated to work on your next one. Now to the downsides of starting a YouTube channel. Well, since it's easy for you to join YouTube, it's also easy for most of the population too. Anyone with a smartphone or computer can join, causing there to be too much competition. Also, it can take up a lot of your spare time. You also need to gain many subscribers and a high amount of views. YouTube will not pay your channel until you meet their criteria, which is 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time over 12 months, according to Google in 2018. Keep in mind that the shy people miss out in life. They miss out on meeting new people and exchanging information. A part of life is selling yourself to others and listening to others' knowledge and advice. The shy people are the spectators in life. Step up and become the one who is admired. Here are some tips for beginners. Pick one topic to plan to do in the long term and do not diversify. Make dedicated time to work on your channel each week. Learn from watching other YouTube channels. Be careful not to get in trouble with copyright laws. There are many apps that can be used to edit videos and thumbnails. Aim to get better each video. Get advice from other YouTubers who are on or above your level, or even do a video together. You can even just communicate via the internet. Make a script or write down keywords and technical info. Have sufficient lighting. Make sure to avoid poor editing and hard-to-hear audio. Have a self-standard to pass for each video. Use thumbnails to draw interest. Be unique by being yourself. Change camera angles. Learn camera tricks. Give your channel time to grow, at least a year. And watch YouTube videos with tips. There are many people making huge money on YouTube. Many people have easily achieved $10,000 a month and do not work crazy hours each week. They are able to quit their jobs or work fewer hours. Even kids have YouTube channels too. A guy called Graham Stephan. His YouTube channel started with making $1 a day. Now, as of May 2019, it's earning $100,000 a month, which is mind-blowing. He did a video about his earnings in May 2019 if you'd like to check it out. You have to do clips on popular subjects and give your channel time to grow. Once people see that a clip has a lot of views, it creates more interest, and more people are likely to watch the clip. Casey Heistat has a lot of great drone videos on YouTube. You can learn a lot from his channel: how to be entertaining, good at editing, and talented to achieve the high views. But it takes time. Casey's been doing videos on YouTube since 2010. And now has over 11 million subscribers. Chapter 65. Focus. Everyone can be so busy focused on their life that they can fail to see everything that's going on. To focus, we need to get rid of distractions, even if it means changing your environment to reset your focus. You have to learn to focus, to set your mind on one thing at a time. Focus goes where energy flows. Anyone who trains in the gym knows how powerful your workout is once you set your mind to completely focus. When you achieve this state, your mind becomes in tune with your muscles, and you become more productive and more likely to make progress in fitness and strength. Exercise can lift your mind's well-being and create a positive mood. Here are some examples of focus. First example, when a race car driver is driving around the track, his mind is focused on driving, not crashing the car, and winning the race. Second example, when studying or doing homework, you need to focus on the paperwork, to not have distractions such as television, other people talking to you, or loud noises. It's critical to focus on what you're doing, to get it done in a quick time frame, and produce quality of work at your maximum potential. Third example, to not be focused is like watching 10 televisions at the same time. Whereas if you focused on one, you would know what it was about. By continually watching and focusing on one screen, you'll be able to process the information. Fourth example. This is a negative result from not having focus. A guy named Bradley had a job as a businessman in the city, working long hours, and even bringing his work home after hours. After a long time, his marriage fell apart, as he did not focus on spending time with his wife, even after she had yelled at him many times. So eventually she moved on to another guy who had time to focus on her. The mindset to success is every day to wake up and be focused to take steps towards your goals. Some people see only where they do not want to go. For example, they've had a bad upbringing from their parents. So they can either focus on that positively, vowing to not be like that when they have kids, and instead committing to being fantastic parents, or negatively, saying, "What'd you expect me to turn out like when I got brought up by bad parents?" Focus on one goal at a time. Having too much on your plate at one time can be overwhelming. You simply will not be at your potential, and this can cause you to stress out. Break the goal down into steps into the correct order. You need to focus now on where you want to be in the future, like when you're driving a car and are focused on what you're doing, with your mind tuned to focusing only on the road, not giving your attention to anything else unless you have to. A part of focusing is learning to zone into what you're doing, to have the ability to shut down your mind and focus. It's also important to not worry about other things on your mind until later on. Giving all your mind and energy with no distractions can help you achieve a top result. If you truly want to achieve financial freedom, you need to focus your energy on that goal and any information that is related to it. Make your goals the first priority, but still ration your time smartly for other things and other problems. Also, kids can take up your attention, and you can lose your ability to focus on tasks. It's best to work on tasks when they are busy with an activity and out of your hair. Here are some great quotations. Today, I will do what others won't, so tomorrow I can do what others can't. Tempo Fit. When you focus on problems, you'll have more problems. When you focus on possibilities, you'll have more opportunities. cushionwisdom.tumblr.com. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Socrates. I never went to a competition to compete. I went there to win. Even though I didn't win every time, that was my mindset. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Stay focused on one goal at a time. Do not diversify. If you're constantly changing your goals, it's like heading in one direction, then changing your mind and heading in another direction again and again. You'll never achieve your destination. If you just sit down and work out all your options at the beginning, stick to one plan, commit to it, and stay focused one step at a time, you will have to eventually get there. Justin Allen. Chapter 66. Hybrids. When you drive around, you'll notice that there are not that many hybrid cars on the road, and yet the first Toyota Prius was invented in 1997. Now that I've had two hybrid cars, a 2014 Toyota Camry and a 2016 Toyota Prius C that I bought new, I know how great the benefits are. These cars basically ration the fuel to only use it when required, giving you a big fuel savings, especially in bad traffic. Another benefit is that the brake pads last over 4 times the life of a normal car's, because when braking, hybrid cars turn on a battery generator, which charges the hybrid battery. Also, when the petrol motor is running, the alternator charges the hybrid battery. The petrol motor only runs when you have your foot on the gas at a certain torque level. For example, at lights, the petrol motor will turn off while stationary. Then once taking off, the electric motor will get up off the line. Then the petrol motor will kick in soon after. The hybrid battery gets cycled regularly, used for a short period of time, then charged again. The car can run just on the battery for a short period of time, as long as it's charged up enough and not going up a steep hill, and stays at a certain speed with not applying the gas pedal too hard. It will run on electric motor for a few minutes. If the battery gets low, or if you push the accelerator too hard, the petrol motor will automatically turn on. You need to be just touching the accelerator lightly for the electric motor to stay on. When the car is stationary, the petrol motor will turn off. If the hybrid battery goes flat, the petrol motor will automatically turn on for around 2 minutes to charge the hybrid battery up to 3 bars. Enough to keep it from dying completely, but not enough to fully charge the battery. When braking, coasting, or driving down hills, the petrol motor will automatically turn off. My Prius C was getting around 4.6 liters to 100 kilometers. In my Camry, around 6 liters to 100 kilometers. But if the air conditioner is used on high, as it would be on a hot day, since it's electric and not hydraulic, it drains the hybrid battery, causing the fuel consumption to increase greatly, especially in the Prius C. Overall, though, there definitely is a big savings to be made in the long run, especially if you're on the road a lot, and with traffic getting worse every day. If you were to put the money saved in a rubbish bin over your lifetime, you would be blown away at how much money you would save. Toyota cars are made to last. They are very good and reliable products. With technology always advancing, hybrid cars will just keep getting better and better. Remember that the best way to save money in life is to buy something you were already going to buy, or that you need anyway, and which does not cost you any extra time to achieve. Most people are required to drive a car to get around. So, why not get a hybrid? Chapter 67. Get the ball rolling. What is getting the ball rolling? It's basically when you make a decision to start doing something, and over a period of time, you can get a buzz of happiness from the outcome, causing you to want to keep going at it again and again. Here are some examples of getting the ball rolling. First example. A guy named Brendan joined a gym. He had never been a member of a gym before. As he started going regularly, it eventually became a part of his weekly routine. He started to get addicted to getting more in shape, being more fitter and stronger. He gained muscle mass over time, and once he got the ball rolling, he did not want to stop, as he would lose his fitness, muscle gains, and most likely end up back where he started. Second example. A lady named Rebecca worked hard at her job and eventually had enough money to buy an investment property and rent it out. Over a period of time, she learned all the benefits of being a landlord. She set a new goal in her life to get another investment property as soon as possible. So what are you waiting for? Get the ball rolling on your goals. Not one day or someday. Plan to start today. Life is simply too short to waste time. Once you start and get the ball rolling, it will become your new goal and your new routine. Chapter 68. Real Estate. Real estate has turned many people into millionaires. The government may have the power to print more money, but they are not making any more land. Real estate is a great way to achieve passive income. Once the property is rented out to a tenant, at the end of the financial year, you can claim expenses on taxes. Buying your first property can be stressful, but keep in mind that you only buy your first home once. After that, you'll know the process. The internet and books have a huge range of information about real estate. Once you've found a property, it's recommended that you get a building inspection done. The price can range from $385 to around $750, depending on which company you go through, and whether you do a pest inspection as well. You can put conditions into the contract when buying the home, including that completion of the sale is subject to finance, subject to legal review, or subject to passing a pest and building inspection. So arrange a building inspection first, as it can be used to highlight major problems with the house. It can also allow you to consider any repair costs on top of the purchase price and help you decide if you still want to proceed with buying the home. You can also use the report to negotiate a much lower price than advertised. Once the home is under contract, you normally choose from 30, 45, 60, or 90 days for the settlement date, depending on what you and the seller agree to. You also have a 3-day cooling-off period after signing the contract, where you have the option to cancel the contract if you choose to. You can go on the internet and look up the government charges calculator, called in Australia stamp duty, to get a guide price on fees. The cost depends on whether it's your first home or an investment property, and the price of the property. When you finance a home, the bank has mortgage calculators on the internet to get an idea of repayment costs. You need to put down a 20% deposit or more. Otherwise, if you put down a lesser amount, the bank will require you to pay an extra home loan insurance fee, and it will also be harder to get approved. Go to a few banks or brokers to find the best interest rates, and decide whether to go interest only or interest in principal. With interest only, you pay interest at the end of each month, the interest of the owing amount by the interest rate, but not paying down the loan unless you pay extra into the loan account. A good side is your repayments get lowered if you pay down the loan. With paying interest and principal, you pay both for the term of the loan. Ask your bank for further details if needed. With real estate, you can either buy cash flow properties or capital appreciation properties. With cash flow properties, you get a high rent ratio, but they are generally country homes that do not go up as much each year, normally up to an 8% yield return. With capital growth properties, the rent-income ratio is usually less, have most likely required you to pay a high price for the property, and it generally goes up 5% to 30% a year, depending on the demand of the market. A downside is that you can easily end up using all your savings and credit and will not be approved to get another home loan. Most likely after 1 or 2 of these properties, you will be financially tapped out. You would be able to buy more cash flow properties with the same amount of leverage. If you have enough cash flow properties, you can retire. But with capital growth, you only generally make a large amount of money once you sell the property. You can pull the equity out, but you'll have another home loan with 2 mortgages and have 2 loan repayments coming out of your bank account. To make $1 million profit from a capital growth property, it can take most of your life. To buy, hold, and wait is the slow way to create huge wealth and to retire quickly. You have to remember the market does not always go up. It goes up and down like a roller coaster, but it generally trends upward in the long run. You also need to factor in the home running costs and time doing repairs and maintenance. In over 30 years' time, the house will eventually be due for major repairs, and with inflation, your money will buy you less each year. Buy only properties that make you money from day one. It's better to have a lower grade house in a better grade suburb than a better grade house in a lower grade suburb. Keep in mind that with real estate, that there is only a certain level of money that can be put into a property. After that, you're just wasting your money, as a buyer will only pay what the property is worth. Spending too much can add appeal, but not value to a property. Keep in mind that the properties that are bargains and underpriced will sell quickly, like when seagulls are fighting over a chip. The average investor has one home that he or she lives in, with a mortgage debt, plus all the expenses too. These investors work at their jobs to pay for the expenses and to pay off the debt, so they can eventually retire, as they are under the impression that debt is bad. But big-time investors who are asset-rich know that how to play the game is not to retire debt-free, but to control the debt. The game changes when you're buying investment properties. They provide cash flow to pay for the debt and other expenses, and are tax-deductible. Big investors leverage their job income, asset income, net worth, other income, and the capital growth they have accumulated. Buying more debt equals more properties, more cash flow, and more capital growth. They will never pay off their debt. They will control the debt ratio and reinvest profits back into their investment portfolio to accelerate growth. It's okay to get into high amounts of debt if you are getting cash flow to pay for the debt. Once you achieve a high cash flow to debt ratio and expenses, you could live on a percentage of the cash flow, and this would still be a large amount of money to live on. For example, Arnold Schwarzenegger has a net worth of over $400 million as of 2019. When he was at the start of his career, he bought an apartment complex. With his movie acting income, he paid down his debt, then sold his apartment complex to buy a bigger one, then repeated the process again and again. Arnold's apartments provide huge cash flow to cover his large debt, and a percentage of the cash flow serves as reliable income for the rest of his life. One of the secrets in real estate is to find a lemon property that no one wants and fix its issues, or to buy a property when the market is down and wait for the market to bounce back, or to see unforeseen potential in a property that other buyers can miss. With real estate, to make the big money, you need to buy and sell as many properties as possible to make the big money. Buying and holding takes too long to create big money. Basically, buy low and sell high, with reinvesting the profits repeatedly. There's a real estate website called propstream.com that's great to use for buying real estate in America. It lets you refine your property searches to find the best deals with a lot of extra additional information. It can be better to rent out our home on a 6-month lease contract versus a 1-year, because if you have bad tenants, you have the option to get them out quicker before too much time passes. And tenants will know that if they don't pay on time and look after the property, they'll have to move out at the end of their lease contract. Another reason for a 6-month lease is if you decide to sell the property, buyers do not like to wait a long time to move in. Having a long lease will attract fewer buyers, and if the market goes down dramatically, you could end up taking longer to sell the property as the property price falls. With negative gearing rental properties, the simple truth is that negative gearing can't hide from us. It's a strategy created to make a guaranteed loss today and maybe a profit tomorrow, relying on future capital appreciation that can be only good to do in the short term. Chapter 69. Issues with buying a home to live in first. First reason. When buying a home, you have also bought all its problems. Keep in mind to fully check a house out before buying it. Try to see past the excitement to focus on looking for problems. Even getting a building inspection done is no guarantee of finding all the hidden problems. Second reason. Once you buy a home, you can be tied down financially. Home ownership can use up all your savings and credit, tapping you out and financially missing out on other opportunities for a long time. Third reason. You can forever be doing maintenance and repairs, depending on the condition of the house and how fussy you are. It feels like a never-ending cost to your wallet and time, like going to home supply shops, mowing lawns, pulling out weeds, trimming bushes and trees, sweeping leaves, painting, renovating, having it look perfect to impress everyone, buying tools and equipment, buying furniture, cleaning windows, cleaning the home inside and out, and the list goes on and on. Fourth reason. When you buy a house, you have also bought a job and have to spend a lot of your spare time on maintenance and repairs that never end. You can end up spending more time on working on the home than actually enjoying it. You can also have to be at work to pay for the expenses that come with the house, so you're even hardly home to enjoy it. Fifth reason. Once you get over the excitement of your home, you may never be satisfied, wanting to do this or that, like buying new furniture, do a renovation, install a shed, get a spa or swimming pool, have a theater room, build extensions, install solar panels, upgrade electrical and safety switches, update the heating system and air conditioning, install LED lighting, and eventually sell it to get a more expensive or larger home or one in a different location. Sixth reason. When you live in a home, it becomes a liability. That means it costs you money and does not put any money into your bank account, making your cost of living high. Seventh reason. When you've lived in a home for a long time, you grow emotions for the property. It can be emotionally hard to rent it out or sell it. You can have a lot of good memories, and it becomes like your pet dog or cat due to the emotional attachment. By contrast, if you buy a house in the beginning to rent it out, there are no emotions. It's just an investment property, and some wear and tear is expected. Eighth reason. When you buy a home, it may be in good condition in the beginning with no major issues, but also think long term. It can eventually develop foundation issues or other major problems that emerge in the future, years down the track. The home will eventually need to be renovated, unless you think it will last the rest of your life or still be to your liking in, say, 30 years' time. Chapter 70. House Renovating. Renovating a house can be a way to force the value of the property to go up, but the outcome can still be a gamble. Keep in mind, if you plan on swinging on the tool belt and working on the home yourself, that you've also bought yourself a job. When buying a home to renovate, you need to buy the right house for the job. You'll need to make a list of the house expenses, including costs of closing, repairs, materials, hiring workers, mortgage, and selling fees. Your renovation project will succeed or fail based on the accuracy of your financial assumptions. Your aim is to make the most profit in the quickest time frame with the least risk. You could do most of the renovations and sell the house yourself to lower the costs. You really need to buy a medium-sized house in the medium price range to appeal to a larger number of people. If you buy a cheap house, you'll end up doing the same amount of work, but for less profit than a medium price range house. Expensive homes are too risky. Stay away from them, because if the market drops, you'll lose most of the value. Also, real estate works like a pyramid, with fewer buyers as you go up the pyramid to higher-priced houses, and fewer people can afford to buy expensive houses due to not getting approved by the banks. When renovating a home, it's recommended to have no emotions linked to the property. Chase the math, not the emotions. If you have emotions for a property, you can end up paying too much for it, spend too much on upgrades, and be too fussy with the work quality. Don't forget that the work needs to be at a passable standard, not a show house standard, as time is money. Also, crunch the numbers first before buying. It's not worth doing all the work for free. A house really needs to be picked up for the bargain price tag to allow for any unforeseen problems. Remember, most home renovations end up costing more than you think, take longer to finish than you think, and net a smaller profit than you think. Some useful renovating tips are: you make your money when you start. The lower the price you pay, the better. With renovating properties, the key to success is to add perceived value rather than actual cost, to make the home look like it has had more money spent on it than it actually has. Avoid spending money on repairs to unseen locations, such as restumping, electrical rewiring, plumbing, major roof repairs, mold repairs, repair of termite damage, and fixing structural issues. Buyers will not pay extra for a house with these issues. Be aware of all the ups and downs before buying a home. And remember, once you've committed to doing a renovation, you cannot stop until it's finished, or you'll end up selling at a loss, with half the house in pieces and an unlivable standard. Make sure to read some books first, and watch YouTube clips or shows related to renovating. Make sure you have and are willing to give the home lots of time for renovations, and are 100% committed. You could just renovate one room at a time, but that will take a long time, and renovating is very dusty. It's best to renovate the inside first, then the outside second. The most value comes from the inside. Focus on the kitchen and bathrooms. Keep in mind that men buy houses and women buy homes. There are companies that you can hire to do staging for your property. For the cost of around $1,000, they'll fill the house with furniture, wall paintings, and accessories to suit it. Or you can decide to do that yourself. When selecting the design, in order to style it to suit most buyers, try to view each room through the eyes of someone walking through your house, and make it as person-neutral as possible. Every house tells a story, and you want your story to make sense by having a matching theme to leave the buyer with a great memory of your place when they're considering your house as their home. Buying a home is a big decision, but half the battle is won once they come into the open home and like what they see. So make sure first impressions last by having it well presented, clean, tidy, and with the lawns mowed. Now, with renting out a house, you have to accept that when the tenants move out, you'll not get it back in the same condition. This is just part of being a landlord. You just need to allow for some repairs to be done, such as removing carpet marks, touching up walls, removing oil stains in the driveway, fixing scratches and minor damage throughout the house, cleaning windows that were never cleaned, pulling grass and weeds growing in the garden, and repairing damage to doors. You have to have no emotion to the property. It's simply an investment. Repairs can always be made, and they're tax deductible. Make sure you put money aside each week for vacancies and repairs, as eventually the home will require fixing. Chapter 71. Buying land in a new estate. When buying a block of land, it pays to understand the ups and downs before committing to signing a contract. With buying a block of land in a new estate, it can be a way of making money with not having to put in much of your time, by just simply signing paperwork, and you could easily sell the land yourself down the track on a sell-by-owner website. It can be hard to buy a block in a new estate. They generally sell off the blocks in around 10 to 20 blocks at a time, in units called stages. If the market is slow, you have the pick of what is available, but in high-demand markets, it's first come, first served. Or sometimes they can have a ballot, or they can arrange to have an open day, say on a Saturday, with the first in line to what blocks are available getting the first option to buy the land. The price generally goes up for each land stage that is released, but this is also dependent on demand. Make sure before buying the land that you find out the slope of the land, as highly sloped land can require higher foundation costs and may require retaining walls at an extra cost. The necessary deposit varies from estate to estate. If the market goes quiet, the deposit price will be lower. In Australia, you usually pay 10% down for the deposit when signing the contract. But the deposit can be lowered to a 5% deposit due to if there are lower sales, with some estates offering the option to just put down $10,000 as a deposit. Once you have paid the deposit and signed the contract, you don't have to obtain financing or pay the full amount plus land tax until the land titles, which means the land has been registered in the system and has been approved by the council. The land can take around 1 year to title, and with delays, even up to 18 months. Keep in mind that earth-moving works have to be completed, and plumbing lines, roads, footpaths, and nature strips have to be installed. Also, land title paperwork needs to be completed. Thus, be aware of the possibility of delays. By the time the land titles, it will have grown some equity, but keep in mind that in the contract, it can state that you cannot sell the land until 1 year from being titled. With each estate has different rules, so keep the potential ups and downs in mind before buying a new estate. It's recommended that you select a house floor plan first before buying the land, so you'll know what size block to buy. You also can work out the total price to know what you're wanting to spend and what you can afford. The general costs are the land, solicitor fees, land tax, house building costs with site cost and upgrade selected, landscaping, any retaining walls if required, fencing and concreting of paths and driveways, and also furniture, if you're planning on living in the home. Also, allow to make payments on the home loan while getting the home built. When you build a new home, it can generally take 6 months to build, depending on weather conditions, how busy the builder is, and the size of the home. It can be quicker if the land is already titled. Generally, allow around 6 months to do the paperwork, around 6 months to build, and around a month for landscaping, fencing, and concreting. A good idea is to speak to people who have already built a home in the area you plan to buy to see what issues they have had with their builders. Cheap builders can use dodgy workers who have a low standard of work. Contractors get paid per job, not by the hour, so they just want to get in and out quickly. It's recommended getting the slab foundation checked because in a couple years' time, you don't want the brickwork to be cracking, leading your house's value to plummet. Most builders come with a long structural warranty to keep in mind, but it may take the builder a long time to get on to fixing any issues. Make sure you get a building inspection done before paying the last payment to the builder, so they'll fix all defects or issues. Otherwise, they'll most likely not have any incentive to do so. Be aware that it's a gamble when building as to what mistakes the build will have. When a home is moved into, it can be perfect, but in say a year or so, issues can emerge, such as cracking in the plaster, brickwork, footpaths, and driveways. Many such issues can arise, so be aware. All in all, it can be better to buy an existing home because you know what you're getting. You can work out repair costs up front, and you won't have to wait so long to move in. Chapter 72. What is a lease option strategy? Lease option, or rent-to-own, has been around for a long time now, but still many people don't understand what it is. You'll be blown away once you fully understand the strategy. The contract can be totally versatile, but needs to be approved by a qualified solicitor. When taking advantage of this system, you'll have to realize that you cannot be scared to get into a large amount of debt with the bank if this strategy is to work. For example, if you borrow money from the bank at 5% interest, but the return is 17%, it would equal 12% profit. So it can be worth getting into debt if you're getting a higher return. What is a lease option or rent-to-own? You basically buy a house in a rentable condition and have rental home insurance. The tenant rents the home as usual, but pays a lease option payment up front, say $5,000, and say an extra $100 per week on top of the usual rent payment that would have been agreed upon. For example, say a property is rented for $250 a week. The tenants now pay $350 a week. They sign a lease contract as usual, but are required by the conditions of the contract to do maintenance and repairs on the property. The second contract, the lease option contract, states that they have the right to purchase the property if they choose to until the contract expires. For example, they may have 2 years to get a home loan from the bank, with the option to renew the contract if both parties agree. In the lease option contract, when signing in the beginning, it's recommended to list the purchase price as the agreed-upon market value, and also state a minimum price in the contract to cover you in case the market goes down. Rather than settle for the agreed-upon price in the beginning and miss out if the property goes up in value, you should also include a fixed minimum price to cover you to make sure you make a profit. The tenants are given rent credits each month. For example, $200 a month. So if they buy the property, for example, in 1 year's time, for the agreed market price of $200,000, minus the $5,000 lease option payment and rent credits of $2,400, the tenants will pay $192,600 for the property. The rent credits can help the tenants with getting the home loan, and it also motivates them to buy the property as they have some of their own money invested into the house, and it makes them less likely to walk away. But if they decide to not buy the property at the end of the contract or move out in advance, you get to keep all the extra money paid. If both parties agree, the contract can be extended. If the tenants move out, just tidy the home back up cheaply and advertise for new lease option tenants. So how does this option help you achieve financial freedom, you ask? The answer is, you have to fully understand the strategy. You first need a job that you can leverage to get mini home loans, as this strategy works best when scaling to many houses, at least 10. You're required to have a 20% deposit for each home. The more money you have to start with, the bigger income you have, the more you can speed up the process. Providing you reinvest all or most of your profits for at least the first 10 homes, you can rapidly accelerate the compounding of your wealth. Reasons to buy low-priced homes. You should only buy homes in the price range of around $100,000 to $300,000. Why? First reason, so you can afford to get 10 homes quickly due to low down payment deposits. Second reason, fewer people buying low-priced homes means the sellers are more willing to negotiate on price. Third reason, the property market goes up and down. So if a low-priced home of $300,000 goes down in price, it will only lose, say for example, $40,000, a much safer price range to lose. By contrast, in the high end of the market, a $1 million home could go down, say $300,000, with a big loss. Fourth reason, lower-priced properties have higher rent ratios than expensive properties. Fifth reason, the lease option system works best when you have a lot of properties, with using the power of scaling. Sixth reason, the tenant is more likely able to afford the home and mortgage to purchase from you. When you've been approved from the bank and have a 20% deposit for a down payment, you should also leave closing costs and $3,000 for repairs. Safety bank account. It's recommended to start a bank account for safety. If the house is vacant, it will still have expenses coming out. And just in case, for example, the tenants do not buy the home or do damage to the property, it's good to have a SWAN bank account, sleep well at night bank account, with say $10,000 in it for the first home, and more with every home after that you buy, say $4,000 extra for each home to have on standby if needed. Buy rentable properties. Only buy homes in rentable condition. If it needs more than $3,000 of repairs, move on to the next one. The home doesn't have to be perfect, just with no major issues. In most cases, it will be the tenant's first home, and they can eventually do their own renovations if they buy it later. It just needs to be in a good livable condition. Buy homes with equity. Only buy homes with equity. For example, with a home listed at $220,000, you may find after doing research on comparable sold homes that the market value is only $200,000. This is not advisable to buy. It's recommended buying homes with at least 12% equity, or more if possible. For example, for a $200,000 home, you should pay no more than $176,000. Here are the reasons why. First reason, it provides a safety net if the market goes down. Second reason, It can help pay for closing costs, stamp duty repairs, solicitor fees, etc. Third reason, in one transaction, you can make, for example, $24,000 by just signing the paperwork and finding a good deal without spending long hours at work. Fourth reason, it will help you get a good profit if the tenant buys the property, which can be put into your next property. Fifth reason, when you own the property, the bank will value the home to get your next property. With a lease option strategy, since you're buying the home with equity and getting a high rent ratio, the bank will allow you to afford to buy more homes than usual. Getting tenants. You need to make a flyer when first looking for a tenant and have the contracts approved by a solicitor. Have the home in a presentable condition. There are lease option contract examples on the internet, which you can look up to get an idea of what they should look like. You can list the property on the internet for a low cost and find a tenant yourself, and put a sign out front saying, "For lease," plus a rent-to-own sign too. Hold open houses and talk to potential tenants about the lease option details while passing out flyers. Make up an application form that interested renters fill out, so you can check them out first. Once you found a suitable tenant, only then should you provide and sign the contracts. Remember that not all tenants will properly look after the house or be able to afford the payments. Another option is to arrange for a real estate agent to find a tenant for you, but they'll take around 8% of the rent as commission and charge for advertising fees. This is a much easier option, but you will have to tell them about the lease option system so they understand the contract, and give them a flyer about it too. Be aware that some real estate agents may not want to do a lease option, or you may be required to go to open houses to educate tenants about the lease option contract. The advantages of going through a real estate company is that they can find suitable tenants by doing background checks, collect the bond and rent money and transfer it to your account, check on the property with inspections, and help vacate bad tenants. Their participation will be useful if you have a large volume of properties, and also make the income more passive. Reinvest profits. The lease option strategy is a great system once you understand it, but you'll need to reinvest profits back into the next property so your net worth will compound and grow rapidly to eventually achieve financial freedom with a high cash flow. With, say, 10 homes times $350 per week of rent times 1 year, you can earn $182,000. Even after all expenses, there should be a good amount left over to reinvest into the next property or to live on, or both. Also, rental properties' expenses are tax deductible. But it requires a lot of self-discipline to buy homes with equity only, to put money aside in a Swan bank account, to not spend the rent money incorrectly, and if your tenant buys the home, to reinvest the money rather than spending it on junk. When getting the loan from the bank, it's recommended to get interest-only loans, as it's not your goal to pay off the property, but to hold it for a short period of time. Look at getting the home loan that is best to buy lots of homes, say 10 properties. Find only very experienced home loan brokers, with the plan to buy not one home, but many. To gain more information. If you're keen to understand the lease option strategy more, read a book called The Straight Path to Real Estate Wealth by Chris Crone. The audiobook is better in my opinion, even though he makes lots of mistakes narrating the book. He started with $5,000 and achieved financial freedom at 26 years old, with 24 properties with a net worth of $1.6 million. He decided to quit his day job, saying, "I'm done," to his boss after 4.5 years with this strategy. Chris has written other books as well, such as Unstoppable. He also has a website and YouTube channel called Limitless. He uses his YouTube channel to give you advice, but at the end wants you to invest through his company doing the lease option, with him taking a piece of the action. He runs quarterly seminars about his company in America, normally in Utah, but you need to pay registration for his event, plus traveling expenses. If you find it difficult to do a lease option strategy yourself or seek more information, you can have the option to invest through his company, Limitless. Chris became retired using this strategy, but his now huge wealth really came from scaling this strategy through his company. With a lease option strategy, you can double your net worth in real estate in every 4 to 5 years and achieve financial freedom the fast way. It may be a lot of work and time to set up 10 lease option properties, but it's worth it in the long run. A much better option than working a normal job all your life. There are many other books and information out there about the lease option strategy, also called rent-to-own. A YouTube video that has some information about the lease option is Phil Pustajevsky's How to Sell Your Home, Rent-to-Own. He's a real estate agent in America who's been in the industry for a long time. He's written 2 top books and also has tons of great YouTube videos with fantastic information about real estate. Check it out. Chapter 73. Selling through a real estate agent versus yourself. Before selling your home, it's good to weigh up your options. Selling through a real estate agent can cost big dollars on top of advertising fees you'll have to pay. It can be a good idea to try selling your home yourself first. Here are the benefits of selling through a real estate agent first. First benefit: selling the home becomes their problem, and they have to spend their time on selling the home. Second benefit: you have the option of picking the company and real estate agent that are most to your liking. It's recommended to select an agent with a lot of experience selling homes in your area. A real estate agent knows through experience the best approach to achieve the best results. For example, selling achieving no conditions in the contract and driving buyers to negotiate the price, and with buyers more comfortable paying the 10% deposit to a real estate agent company. Third benefit: you can have the option to do an auction sale, but keep in mind not every house will sell at auction. Fourth benefit: going through a real estate agent is considered the normal way to sell your home. Some companies offer fixed pricing for realtor fees, and generally, the savings are more on an expensive home. That's because if, for example, a home was for sale at $800,000, a 2% commission would be $16,000, and around another $1,500 for advertising. Paying a fixed-price company, you'd only spend around $9,000 on realtor fees. Fifth benefit: a real estate agent will be more experienced than you. They're more likely to get you the best price for your home and have it advertised at their real estate office. They also have a database and can email the listing to suitable buyers. Sixth benefit: if you don't live at the property, you can give the keys to the agent, and you don't have to travel to the home to let interested buyers in. Also, if you're having any repairs done, the agent can let them into the property. Downside selling with a real estate agent. First downside: the real estate agent may get a slightly higher price for your house, but once you take out their commission, it may not be as good as you think. Second downside: in Australia, real estate agents generally charge 2% from the sale price. For example, if they sell a $500,000 home, they will take $10,000 of commission. And on top of that, have the seller pay for advertising, which is generally around $1,500. That amount pays for the sign out front, photography, advertising on the internet and in newspapers, flyers and neighbors' letterboxes, and for open house viewings. Third downside: there's no guarantee that a real estate agent will sell your house any more quickly or for a higher price. As they get paid via commission basis, they generally just like to sell the property fast. Fourth downside: you really need to get a top price for the property to cover the agent fees. Now, to selling your home yourself. Selling your home yourself is a much cheaper option. There are many websites to choose from for a price of around $400 to around $3,000, depending what website and advertising package you select. Here are some tips if you're considering selling your home yourself. First tip: if you don't live in the house you're selling, be aware that you'll have to go to the home for repairs to the property or maintenance. Of course, you could hire out work, but you may have to go there to let them inside. You may also need to go to the property for open house viewings, to let the building inspector in, to do the bank property valuation, and to hand over the keys at the end of the process. Many visits to the property will be required and will especially take up a lot of your time if the house is far away from where you live. It can be better to go through an agent if you don't have the spare time. Second tip: get the house in a very good presentable condition first before advertising it, to encourage the top price and create a surge of buyers, and also get photos professionally done. Third tip: have a real estate agent come through and give you a guide price of what the home is worth. This is generally free. You can also look on the internet for comparable homes sold in your area to know what the market value is of your property. Fourth tip: it's recommended for the sale price to always ask a little bit more than what it's worth, as no matter what price you put, the buyer will most likely put in a lower offer. Fifth tip: when selling a home yourself, you are the boss when it comes to running the open house viewings. So have as many as you like and make them as long as you like. This can work to your advantage. With a real estate agent, they generally only run one viewing a week for 30 minutes. It's better in having one open house each Saturday for 1 hour at a convenient time of day, not too early and not too late, and also have an open house during the week if you can. Also, it's a good idea to have professionally made brochures to give to buyers. Sixth tip: organize a solicitor as soon as you put the house up for sale to get a sale contract in Section 32. A Section 32 is the legal paperwork about the property. Have them sort out and email you a copy of all paperwork so you can send it to any interested buyers. Seventh tip: be patient. It can take a while to find a buyer. Most houses sell in around 1 to 3 months. You may not have anyone come through at open house viewings, but stay positive and give it time. Eighth tip: if you've received no interest after a long time, consider lowering the price, even if only slightly, and consider advertising in newspapers or letterbox advertising. Ninth tip: at open houses, get the details of potential buyers so you can contact them later. Buying a home is a big decision, and most people need time to think it over, get a second opinion, and see other homes. 10th tip: be very friendly. Try to encourage potential buyers to feel excited. You want them to imagine how great it would be if they bought your home, and to have a great memory of viewing your home, to encourage them to pick your home over other houses. 11th tip: when a property is first listed up for sale, it's in the seller's favor as the property is a new listing, making it more likely to interest buyers, causing more views on the internet listing and at open house viewings. You can have a better chance of achieving top price for the home with a possible bidding war. But the longer the house is on the market, it can be in the buyer's favor to put in lower offers. The buyers may add conditions to the contract, such as a long closing time frame and making repairs. 12th tip: if there are some problems in the house, it's much better to repair them, even if it costs a lot, as such issues give a reason for the buyer to run away, thinking the problem is bigger than it really is. You're also more likely to get top dollar for the property if it's in top condition. It can cost you more time to sell the property and will end up costing you more time in holding costs to keep the property, when you could have used that money on the repairs in the beginning. Even if you're lucky enough to find a buyer without fixing the problems, the building inspection report may make them feel like they're buying someone else's problem and walk away from the sale. 13th tip: blocks of land are ideal to sell yourself, as you can easily take photos, install a sign, organize a solicitor, and get the Section 32 in contract. Potential buyers can simply view the land anytime if you have the address listed on the advert. When you get an interested buyer, You can email the contract and Section 32 for them to read and pass on to their solicitor, without taking up too much of your time. Chapter 74. Stuck in Your Ways. Some people will just never change. No matter how much you try to educate them, no matter how many times you try, they are simply stuck in their ways, sticking to the road to doom. And there is sadly no way to get them to take a new and better road. You just have to give them good advice and move on, or you'll be dragged down with them, down the road to doom as well. Some people just have their minds wired to different goals in life. They don't like change and may even hate change. The key to being a successful person, rather than unsuccessful person, is to not be stuck in your ways. In order to have your life change, you first have to mentally want to change, to decide on a better outcome. Envision a better outcome and be willing to turn off the television and instead concentrate on the movie of your life. If you don't, you'll have yourself to blame for how your movie script turns out. The pinnacle of stupidity is to make the same dumb mistakes again and again, expecting different results each time. How can you get a different outcome if you keep using the same strategy or system repeatedly? If it's not worked yet and years have passed, sorry, but it's most likely going to give you the same outcome in the future. If you're expecting to have a different result when it would be impossible, you have to wake yourself up and change your way of thinking. If you don't, you just have to accept the consequences of being stuck in your ways, short-term and long-term, of what could have been in your life had you not chosen to be stuck in your ways. Some people go through phases in their lives where they get tired of the same outcomes after a while and grow out of it. But most people have gotten accustomed to their lifestyle and routine. They're just happy to take the easy way out, to be stuck in their ways. We can be so stuck in our ways that we can fail to see our own issues mentally. But others can see your issues and can be trying to help you by being cruel to be kind, with upsetting you, but what they're just simply trying to do is help you. Stop playing the same boring game called stuck in your ways. Just keep in mind that life is way too short to be stuck in your ways. Here are some great quotations. People can be stuck in their ways like glue, but if they desire to change, their mind will set them free. Justin Allen. The world as we have created it is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. Albert Einstein. The smart people eventually see the light. They can see where their road is taking them and decide to change their future. Justin Allen. To become successful is to become open-minded and not stuck in your ways. Justin Allen. Chapter 75. Imagination. Everything human made was first built or created in our minds. The mind is the workshop to our dreams. Someone has created every human-made object in the world that we see and use. When we were kids, we had a grand sense of imagination, believing that anything was possible. Even imagining when we're playing a sport that we were our idols. While trying to sleep, we would be spooked by any noise due to our powerful imagination, even if we knew there was nothing to worry about. The imagination can be very powerful. Most inventors and writers have a great sense of imagination. They imagine their ideas in their head first, then quickly write them down. Then they create step-by-step plans to turn their vision into a reality, even if they fail many times. Our imagination is the whiteboard to creating our future. If you can first envision your goals of what life will be like once you get there, of how great life will be, it can give you the extra faith of confidence, of self-belief, that it's not impossible to achieve your goals. You need to plan to take action with faith and a strong vision of imagination, and your goal will come true. If you don't imagine your goals to have potential, You simply will not bother. You can gain more self-belief with your imagination. If someone else has already proved that it is possible to achieve success, then if they can do it, so can you. If you understand what steps they took and are willing to replicate their actions, you can succeed too. You can achieve nearly anything in this world if your self-belief and imagination is strong enough, followed by a deep desire to take action and turn your vision from a dream into reality. We can have information that can pop into our minds from our sense of imagination. You need to capture the information and write it down straight away, or it will disappear. Once you can imagine the future and you've tasted it, you'll be nothing but hungry for more. Here are some great quotations. Imagination is the eye of the soul. Joseph Joubert. Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. And at last, you create what you will. George Shaw. The only limitation is that which one sets up in one's own mind. Napoleon Hill. If you're ready for the secret, you already possess one half of it. Therefore, you will readily recognize the other half the moment it reaches your mind. Napoleon Hill. Fantasy mirrors desire. Imagination reshapes it. Mason Cooley. Chapter 76. Think Big. Once you've developed the correct mindset, it's now time to think big. So remember, it's not your boss's job to make you rich. If you 100% want to be rich, know that poor people think small, and rich people think big. Most people don't do the math on thinking big. Say if their boss paid them an extra $200 a week, and they sold their house and bought a more expensive home that would increase in more value, is that really going to make a big difference? And in around 5 years' time, will they be able to retire? Nope, no way. To really think big, let's talk large numbers. To get an idea of the size of large numbers, say 1 million seconds equals around 12 days, and 1 billion seconds equals around 32 years. If you're going to follow a treasure map, the treasure better be worth your while. If you desire, say, $1 million, simply imagine there are 1 million people with $1 in their hand, ready to give you this $1 million. But first, they want something in return. And then, the $1 million will be yours. Impact the world. Provide value to millions. Provide a service to millions. Impact millions. And you'll make millions. You have to do something big on a large scale to achieve the big money. If you provide any of the following, you can impact millions. Solve the world's problems. Provide entertainment. Provide knowledge. Solve their needs. And give them what they want. Be unique. Sex sells. Provide marketing and advertising. Provide health remedies or medicines. Invent something. Create a distribution center. Create a business system. Find an existing business or product and simply make it better. The internet is scalable to the world and works 24/7. Be exceptional. Become famous. Or have your product become famous. Grow a business to a high level, then sell it off. Solve problems for people of all ages. Become the crowd pleaser. Create something that is easily replicated. Provide value for their money. Go above and beyond customers' expectations. Create and cause traffic on the internet to you. Provide something that has good emotions that release dopamine from the brain. If you use the power of a system to leverage and scale, you can achieve large numbers and work for the minimum salary to reinvest profits back into the business and real estate. You will accelerate your growth. It can be much easier and quicker to borrow from the bank $1 million or to borrow $1 million from investors than it is to save or achieve that amount yourself. It's important to have a good track record to use as leverage. to allow you to borrow more money to use as additional leverage. You have to believe that getting rich quick exists. Many people have already done it, and many will in the future. You have to be out there giving it a shot, working at anything that has the potential to make and impact millions. It doesn't take a genius to know and understand that there are jobs and businesses that have no potential to scale, and some with potential to scale. Your business needs to not have too much ease of entry, or it will become oversaturated with too much competition. Not all businesses can lead to fast wealth. The business has to have the potential to scale, or be selling high-end products or services. For example, Lamborghinis rather than Toyotas. The right business to start has to have the potential to become passive income eventually, to be able to be run without any or very little of your time. You should be able to hire other workers if need be and still be profitable. Remember, all it takes is one great idea or one business or one product to make $1 million. That will be the best $1 million you will ever receive, because it will buy you the option to work less hours. To get to the top, you need to focus and basically eat, sleep, and shit your thing. It's all a part of the game to not be successful the first time around, to having a crack at something and taking what you've learned to constantly get better, to improve. It's just a matter of time. Once you've exhausted one strategy or business, then move on to the next project. But if you keep diversifying, you could be setting yourself up for failure. Moving on too soon can be a bad idea, and not giving it a really good go could mean giving up just when you are about to strike gold. You have to make your goal a priority and focus, focus, focus. To impact millions, you need to make sure your strategy or business is scalable to millions eventually. Say a car smash repairs business is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 5 days a week. The business is not able to scale to large numbers to millions. But if the store was duplicated or franchised to hundreds of shops around the world, then it would impact millions and be scaled to millions of people, with the potential to make millions. Another example, imagine a gym trainer who trains clients for 1 hour at a time. To scale it further, he starts a fitness class in a large room with 30 people. Then he scales it to millions by recording a video of all his classes and tips of everything he knows about fitness. He edits the video, then broadcasts it into the mainstream, with the potential of scaling to millions. Get into a position to impact millions, and you will, in return, eventually make millions. You need to be doing something that can add up to large numbers. For example, say a guy's job pays $50,000 a year. It has no potential to make large amounts of money quickly. To make $1 million, he needs to work 20 years. By that time, $1 million will have less value than it does today due to inflation. Even the slight pay increases he's likely to receive over the years will not make much difference. If he's 20 years old at the start, he'll be 40 years old when he finishes. If he's 40 years old, he will be 60 years old. There's simply no potential to quickly become rich this way. You need to look for other options that have the potential to make millions in addition to your job. Your job alone will not get you there. We all dream of being rich and retiring young, not at old age with the best of our life gone by, most likely with health problems related to our job, and burned out due to working our job for most of our life, pushing to get through the day, running our bodies into the ground for years and years, getting harder each year, and aging rapidly. So think big, and there will be potential for big things to happen in your life. Earning $50,000 a month would dramatically change your lifestyle, but getting an extra 3% income increase from your employer every 5 years would not really make a difference. So think big, think big. If you were fishing for massive shark, you'd have to use the right boat to be able to go into the deep waters. and have the right equipment to handle the weight of such a big shark. If you use a fishing rod rated at 33 pounds with a 28-pound fishing line, you will never catch a large shark. You need to be out there using the right equipment, or you're wasting your time. Think big. Think big. When we have a job, we are restricted and cannot scale the large numbers. You can only be in one place at a time, doing one job at a time. Even if you had a phone call for 100 job offers, you could still only be at one place at a time. In order to achieve big money, you have to eventually move on to scale to large numbers via a system or machine capable of such scaling. There are a lot of jobs and businesses with limited scalability, either through not being able to work in bad weather conditions, or at night in the dark, or open only limited hours, or because there's not enough profit to afford to be scaled. Remember this very well. There is a value level to implementation and marketing. Poor implementation equals poor money. Good implementation equals good money. Fantastic implementation equals great money. And the exceptional wow factor results in exploding wealth to over millions rapidly. To be exceptional means to badly have a desire and determination to keep putting in the hard work and effort until the exceptional has been achieved. Being patient with putting in however many hours and sacrifices it will take to get there. But you can increase the value level with implementation of fantastic advertising and marketing. Keep reminding yourself how badly you want it, and that you're not the only one fighting for the prize, to work harder and smarter than the competition. It can be a challenge nowadays to create wealth with a population so big, as nearly every good idea has already been had. So don't reinvent the wheel. Just do it better. There can be other companies out there providing crap service to repeat customers. They will eventually have enough and look elsewhere. So listen to the customer's feedback and provide what they want. When you take a step back and think about all the rich people in the world, at the end of the day, when they're dead and buried, they have provided value to the world, to millions of people. That's one of the big differences between the poor and the rich. The rich become rich from being paid large sums of money, and generally use the stock market and real estate as wealth preservation to grow their wealth. But they often initially got the funding from other sources. If you help to provide what others want first, you will eventually get what you want too. Rise to the top to become the big boy, become the boss, become the creator, become the leader. Take control, and you will eventually receive the most rewards. Or be the follower and get the good money. If you look at the extremely rich, you'll see that it was not easy in the beginning, and they failed again and again. Starting at the bottom, never stopping, never giving up on their dream. Eventually, success led them to more success, which fueled them to keep going. Then, once they arrived at their dream, they stopped and reflected on their success, and just kept going, even though they had so much wealth that they could have retired. But that's why they become extremely rich. They just kept going. Impressive results can be achieved when you think big, set a goal, and break it down into many steps, taking immediate and massive action. One of the keys to success is trial and error, to have a go at testing the waters, then trying another way, to just keep seeing what works and learning from each experience. Being completely frugal with your money will only take you so far. It will lower your ratio of expense to income, but it will not necessarily make you rich fast. Look for ways to increase your income each year, to play a game of beating your last financial year's income statement. Becoming rich is a bit like playing the lotto in one way. You have to be playing a game with potential to achieve large numbers. If a job in which you have to exchange your time for money was like playing the lotto, you would have the potential to win up to $250,000 per year. But if you were to play lotto in a business, it could eventually have the potential of infinite return. Financial assets can generally start making money from day one and can continue making money long after you have stopped working, and even be passed down generation to generation. And keep in mind, if you build it, they will come. If you have what the world wants, they don't care about the price or who made it. Keep in mind that sometimes you can put in more money into your product and more time without necessarily getting any more in return. When you're the buyer, you hold the power. If a company doesn't provide what you want, you can simply shop elsewhere. If you can provide to the world something that is life-changing, you will get the same result in return. Being rich is when you can easily afford to buy something without thinking about the financial stress of whether you can afford it or not. Be aware that some rich people became rich from not what they said, but from selling what they said. But keep in mind, that was the reason that created their great wealth. Not saying that their information is bad, but to become rich as they did, they scaled their product or business. The rich can use their money as leverage with their time, hiring out jobs that the average person would normally do themselves, so they have more time to do more important things. If you're going to climb a mountain, better make sure the prize is worth your time. Once you've somehow managed to get to the top of the mountain of success, nearly dying along the way and defeating all odds, everyone else that is still climbing the mountain will envy you as a living legend. They dream of being at the top of the mountain, and they now can see that it's possible. Help them and inspire them to eventually get up there. But they can simply easily forget that what worked for one person to get to the top of the mountain will most likely not work for everybody. So keep in mind that a business may be risky to create big wealth, but it's a game that who dares wins, or play it safe with no life-changing results. Chapter 77, Business Tips, Part 2. Here are some more good business tips. Tip 1. A good option to have with a business is to have a drive-through pickup, as this can be a convenience for you and customers providing a quick service. Tip 2. Most successful people at some point in their career worked for free at first to get into the industry. For example, internships, studying, building up a business to reinvest back into the company, building a website, writing a book, singing, playing instruments, acting, inventing, and running a YouTube channel. It's a part of the game of success to work for free or very little pay in the short term to achieve the long-term prize. There are many jobs that require growing your name from the bottom to the top, with gaining hands-on experiences and a track record. Tip 4. A lot of businesses are successful because they take a different approach to marketing, such as fixed pricing rather than a commission rate, or even having a business or website that has a fixed pricing, like for example everything for $2 or some other price. This can attract customers. Tip 5. While in Turak, I spoke to a wealthy guy stating that he became rich from owning many child care centers. Another guy became rich from selling his house and going financially all in to start a nursing home village for the elderly that eventually made him wealthy. Tip 6. Sometimes you have to think like the customer and determine from their perspective how they see perceived value. For example, professionalism of advertisements, packaging, comfort, celebrity endorsements, free shipping, design, ratings, reviews, ease of ordering, refund policy, payment methods, delivery time, brand name, location of manufacture, ingredients, price, pictures, advert details, and popularity. Tip 7. The big money is on the internet with big websites, is scalable to the world, and works 24/7. The big websites can provide a system, but yet do not own what they're about. Here are some examples. Realestate.com owns no real estate. Airbnb.com owns no property. Uber currently owns no cars. eBay sells other people's products. Carsales.com owns no cars. Facebook social media information consists of other people's uploaded information. Create a system or distribution website. Tip 8. Brands can talk. For example, Lamborghini says you're rich. Apple products say quality products. Toyota says reliability. Rolex watches states class. And Gucci and Louis Vuitton products make you feel and look like you're rich. When selling or using a product, you can be selling a feeling, an emotion, or an image. Tip 9. With products, there can be a perceived value of what they're worth without purchasing the product to take into consideration. For example, a cheap price might lead customers to think that the product is cheap and nasty, while products with a higher price might convey a sense of better quality. Tip 10. If you have a business on a busy road, install lights that stand out, or have a professionally made long commercial playing on a TV in the front of the business. Your business will be advertised 24/7 to help achieve more customers. Tip 11. With many successful businesses, you do not have to be a user of your own product or even love it. Only the customers do. Tip 12. If you do the right thing and play by the rules and obey the law, you'll be invincible and nobody can touch you. Tip 13. Have a motion advert rather than just a picture to gain more attention and sales. Tip 14. Create and offer solutions to problems and anything that can be scaled to thousands of people. Listen to the complaints or bad reviews. There's always money to be made fixing problems and making improvements. Tip 15. When selecting a business partner, it's like a marriage. Not everyone will be compatible. You need to have similar goals, work in harmony, and share the workload. Tip 16. Great customer service is a must-have, more important than the condition or size of the business, because otherwise, customers will leave bad feedback and not return again. Tip 17. It pays not to look at the competition too much. Forget about competition most of the time. It's better to focus your time and energy on your own business. Do what they're not doing, be unique, and use the competition to exploit their weaknesses. Tip 18. One of the secrets to success is many millionaires became rich in their spare time, putting in the short-term efforts for the long-term benefits of giving up their fun time to be hard at work. Tip 19. A winner knows when to walk away. Tip 20. Qualifications will get you in the door, but references are what really counts. Tip 21. In business, the power of control is powerful. For example, Google can change the algorithm. Companies can change and update legislation or contracts in their favor. Businesses can increase pricing. Companies can increase commission percentage. If you have little control, then others can decide your fate. Tip 22. It's good to set targets or deadlines, which can create more focus and motivation to get the goal achieved on time. Tip 23. You can buy direct from supplier websites such as Alibaba.com, but do your research first and check reviews. Tip 24. Provide customers with reassurance to give them confidence in making their decisions. Tip 25. Just keep in mind that most businesses will require a lot more work involved than you think in the beginning. Tip 26. People will most likely buy what they want rather than what they need. Listen to what they want and provide for them. Tip 27. If you don't answer the customer's call, expect them to move on to calling your competitors, and you'll lose the job. Tip 28. To become unique, paint your company cars, vans, and business logo to stand out easily with colors and signage. Use bright colors or customize paint colors with professional signage. Tip 29. Set daily goals to achieve each day, and better to say or do nothing than do the wrong thing. Tip 30. Over time, with trial and error, it will become easier to know the formula to success. Tip 31. Businesses and rental property income pay less taxes than being an employee. Tip 32. Hire the right tax accountant for your situation and seek their advice to pay less taxes. Tip 33. Many people have become rich from just making a contract, basically a written agreement that can be approved by a solicitor. For example, for employees, contractors, inventions, franchises, real estate, businesses, having knowledge about something, the stock market, and borrowing money. Tip 34. Sell your product on a main distributor's website, but also have an advertising to come buy directly from your own website to achieve more profits, paying less fees. Tip 35. Have a link to a YouTube video reviewing your product or business to hype up the product or business and increase sales. Tip 36. There's a big market for women's makeup and beauty products. Tip 37. When growing your business, or if it goes quiet, offer coupons or incentives to customers to give them a motivation to come to your business. Tip 38. There are even websites out there that can save you the time starting an online business, such as flippa.com and websitebroker.com, where you can buy or sell and bid on different businesses, such as blog pages, domains, and apps. It's worth a look, but do your research first on websites such as sslchecker.com to do a history check. Chapter 78. Feel like giving up. We can all have the eye of the tiger spirit eventually wear off, especially if we're not getting the results we desire, or enjoying the journey to success, or are tired all the time. One of the main reasons why the poor and middle class stay there is that the rich don't give up. Quitters will never win or succeed, and winners will never quit. Every time you fail, you have to turn it into a positive by asking, what have I learned, and have found out what does not work? By ticking off the list what doesn't work, you will eventually find what does. Success can come at just one step beyond the point at which defeat has overtaken you. Life can eventually knock us down. We can either let it mentally destroy us, thinking as if it's the end of the world, or we can cry about it for one moment or one day and then turn a negative into a positive, using it as energy to fuel us forward towards our inner ambitions. We all have a breaking point when enough is enough, but success can be like a gym workout, where once you start to feel the pain, the average person gives up. But to be stronger and fitter than the average person, you have to mentally push yourself far beyond the average person's mental strength. To achieve success, it's the same as anything else in life. We can forget that to receive pleasure, we first need to go through the pain. We all feel like giving up some days. We're all only human. We all get tired eventually, have a busy life. We're given more responsibilities as we get older. But hey, that's life. You're not the only one out there. We all have problems, and we'll have more problems as time goes on, and we'll even have other people create problems for us. Think about all the positives to keep going and moving forward. The best strategy is to think 60% positively and 40% negatively. You need to think more positive to give you a better chance to succeed in life, but still consider the negative, as there's no such thing as a perfect world. Remember, your life is like a book. Yes, a book. If you choose to quit, you're choosing to put in the book of your life that you're a quitter. So think twice before giving up and putting the problem in the too hard basket. Do not live with regrets for the rest of your life about what could have been. Sometimes it's okay to have a break to recharge, but you have to mentally be determined to get back at it as soon as possible, to give it another crack. If you're going to quit anything, quit being lazy, quit making excuses, and quit waiting for the right time. We all can feel like giving up sometimes. Say when you don't get the results you were hoping for. Success encourages more success, but bad luck seems to create more bad luck. It can be hard to keep going in life when we lose our spirit, but failing is just a part of winning. There's an easy way, and then there's a hard way. But getting there in the end is what really counts. When you feel like giving up, simply stop and ask yourself, what is holding me back? And plan to do something about it. Here are some great quotations. When things go wrong, don't go with them. Elvis Presley. There's no failure except in no longer trying. Elbert Hubbard. Don't give up before the miracle happens. Fannie Flagg. If your job doesn't make you happy, it's a sign that it's not your destination. Your job can be just a stepping stone in helping you jump to your next stone in life. Justin Allen. Success can be all about how you handle failure. Justin Allen. Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place. And I don't care how tough you are. It'll beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody's going to hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Rocky Balboa. Chapter 79. Dropshipping. Dropshipping is taking off, with many people earning over $10,000 a month without spending much of their time in as little as a few months. Dropshipping is basically when you become the middleman, when you buy a product direct from the maker or source, then find a buyer at upmarket price. For example, you buy a video game from a dealer for $20, then sell it to a buyer for $60, keeping the difference of $40. In most cases, you're not even touching the product, just doing the online details to have the product mailed to the buyer. You need to advertise the product yourself to get more traffic to view it. You can advertise on Instagram or Facebook or other websites. You need to find new trends before they take off. It's a bit of a gamble, but if you put in time doing research, it can be worth it in the long run. Many people have made crazy money from dropshipping. Some guys, over $100,000 a month. Even if you have to spend money on advertising, there is potential for big money, as it's a job that's scalable to millions of people. There are other options, such as buying a product in bulk, say $5,000 of a product, and sell it on other platforms, for example, eBay or Amazon. Take into consideration that everything you have bought in the past, someone has profited from it, bought it low, and sold it to you at a higher price. It's recommended doing plenty of research before starting. The difference to success and failure is knowledge, but eventually, you need to get out there and have a go. There's plenty of information on the internet and YouTube about dropshipping. There are also courses to look into to learn the process. Have a look at Amazon and eBay. Study which products look like they would be selling in large volumes, or what's trending at the moment. Here are some examples of what has trended in the past. Coffee mug warmers, fidget spinners, phone safety glass screens, vaping devices and the accompanying flavored liquid, Bluetooth speakers, power tools, remote-controlled drones and other similar vehicles, electrical gadgets, phone battery banks, mobile phone cases, phone car mounts, electric scooters and skateboards, and NutriBullet food blenders. With dropshipping, most of the hard work is in the beginning. After that, most people just use their mobile phones to give them updates on sales. The job that can be passive, not requiring you to work too many hours, will potentially be scaled to millions of people, and dropshipping is one avenue that fits that bill. Chapter 80. Endless Holidays. Many people forget that there is always a plan B to basically broaden their options. Say you live in America, Australia, or the United Kingdom, for example, where the value of the dollar is high. If you were to buy a few cheap houses, giving you a good cash flow of around $350 per week or more after home expenses, or a business making a similar turnover, you could then have the option of retiring and move overseas to a country where your money goes further, say Bali, Thailand, Cambodia, or Vietnam. There are plenty more countries that you can look up on the internet for a better idea of the cost and lifestyle. You could always start up a business while in another country. For example, starting an internet website, writing a book, having a YouTube channel, selling products online, or solving problems overseas. Many people forget that their income may be, say, $100,000, but if their living cost is very high compared to what money is left over, it's not as much as you think. It's like an illusion. By the time you pay off all your living expenses, such as car expenses, house expenses, food expenses, having fun, and other expenses, most likely there will be very little left over. Basically, you may make a high income, but it may not go far when it comes to spending your salary. But with a cheap-to-live country or region, like Siem Reap, Cambodia, where, according to a YouTube clip, you can haggle for a room with 2 beds if you're going to rent long-term, at least a month, for the price of $10 a day. It would otherwise usually be around $12 a day. Keep in mind that it will be out of the main town slightly, but will have air conditioning, a refrigerator, 1 toilet, and bathing facilities. Within town, the food is very affordably priced, at $1 to $3 per meal in the street markets, with alcoholic beverages for $1 to $2 each if you're a drinker. If you're seeking a good place to enjoy the rural life, with the option to keep traveling from one location to the next, you will eventually find a spot you like. You also have the option of starting your own business, as starting and staff hiring costs will be more affordable. There are, for example, people that have 3 bars in Bali and Thailand that are doing very well, enabling them not to have to work too many hours. If you're into traveling, check out YouTube, as you can watch videos to take in what it's like before committing to go there. Check out Jerry Brown Travels. He talks about affordable living in many countries and gives you an idea of what to expect and the cost of living. There are plenty more videos on YouTube for more information about living in affordable countries. See for yourself. Chapter 81. Drive for Uber. Yep, consider driving for Uber as well as similar companies, such as Lyft or Didi. You can work flexible hours anytime you like. There's a large range of benefits to take into consideration. All car expenses are tax deductible, including buying the car. You get paid to see and drive around your state, to see all the nice scenery and hot spots, and is always busy on the weekend, with everyone in fun mode. You have the option of setting the destination and getting paid to doing jobs on the way to where you're heading. It could be a second job, or a job for a pensioner. You could use the job for leverage to get a bank loan. Additional benefits are the ability to learn social skills while talking to customers, occasionally earning cash tips, and listening to audiobooks through car speakers or Bluetooth headphones. And you can even advertise your business to customers. Also, you can work as little or as much as you like, with no questions asked. Just push a button to go offline. It's not a physical job that can wear you out quickly, making you feel exhausted. You can drive in nearly any weather conditions, day or night. Most people would buy a car anyway. Why not earn extra income to help pay for it? Downsides. There are a few downsides to driving for Uber or similar companies. First downside. It can put a lot of mileage on your car rapidly, way more than the average car owner, causing it to be devalued quickly. This necessitates more money to be spent on repairs and maintenance. Second downside. It can cause you to give up most of your spare time, which will eventually become a routine, selling your spare time. Third downside. It's a job that's a gamble with respect to the income you can make. The number of jobs you will receive and how far the jobs will be can be unpredictable. Fourth downside. You don't get paid while waiting for jobs, driving to pick up customers, waiting at the airport car park for a job, cleaning the car, or taking time off for repairs and maintenance. Fifth downside. Since you're on the road so much, you're more likely to get parking tickets or traffic offenses. Sixth downside. You can get bad customers who are drunk, play music loud, spill drinks or food in the car, stink of cigarettes, get sick in the car, causing it to smell for a long time, abusive or argumentative, cause trouble or become violent, and also can cause damage to the car. Seventh downside. There's not really enough money in this job to put aside for your retirement fund, annual leave, or sick days off, because you already have to put money aside for other expenses such as taxes, tollways, fuel, repairs, and maintenance. You also need to save up for another car, as you can only use your car until it's 10 years old. Then you have to get another newer car to keep driving for Uber. Eighth downside. You have a rating system on which the customers rate you, and are required to have it at or above 4.6 out of 5. Otherwise, Uber can suspend your account. Ninth downside. You have to clean your car nearly every day, unless it's raining, and after a while, you feel like you live in your car, spending many hours, many days, and weeks in the car, but only if you choose to work a lot of hours. 10th downside. Uber in Australia currently, as of 2019, takes out 27.5% commission. Then the tax office takes out around 11.5% for GST. Next, you have to pay all your car expenses, then get taxed again from the tax office, depending what tax bracket you're in, leaving you not much income. Most likely, around 30% will actually go to you at the end, after everyone takes their share. But everyone will have a different outcome, due to different income tax brackets, amount of big trips received, car expenses, and fuel costs. Keep in mind, with what income remains, you have to pay for time off, feed your retirement fund, and save up for another car to buy eventually. 11th downside. The job is good to have as an extra income, but if you plan on achieving $1 million through driving for Uber, it'll cost you too much of your time. Driving for Uber is a good way to build up some savings, with the plan to move on to something better eventually, or to use as a backup job, or to do until a better job comes along. You can just do a few trips to and from where you're going each day for some extra income. Driving for Uber, it can be a job that is there when you have spare time, or if you need to catch up on your bills. It has very flexible working hours, and you can choose how much or how little you work. You can meet some great people who are good to talk to while listening to music and enjoying the sunny weather. The best day and time to drive for Uber are Saturday from 2 p.m. to Sunday 2 a.m., and the airport is busy on Sundays from 6 p.m. to midnight. Chapter 82. Write a book. This may not be for everyone, but you could always write a book later on in life, once you've had a lot of experiences and gained a lot of knowledge. Writing a book can be a good way to entertain people, or pass good knowledge on to others. Many books are not just words, but words to motivate and inspire you. Some people just need a kick in the bum to spring into action. We all know that we do not live forever, but your words in a book can remain long after your body is turned into dust. Whatever topic you're into, there's sure to be someone else into it too. Here are the top reasons to write a book. It's scalable to millions, can be bought 24/7 online, can be put onto audiobook services, can be printed in different languages, can make you famous, can be used to create traffic to your website or YouTube channel, or even your next book, has the potential to make millions of dollars, is a form of passive income, and royalties can be passed down in your will. But at the end of the day, it's not up to you to decide if your book is any good. It's up to the world to decide if it has any value. The book needs to be exceptional, to be above average. It's much better to write one good book rather than 100 crap books. While writing my own book, I keep saying to myself two things for motivation. First, it has to be exceptional. It has to be exceptional. Second, if it was easy, it would not be worth it. If it was easy, it would not be worth it. I would also have to say from the day I started my book to the very end that my mind was on this book every day. The 4 ingredients to write a great book are: 1. Your mood, to be impassioned to write. 2. Time. You need to allocate time to write. 3. Harmony. You need to be in the right environment in which you can relax. 4. Energy. You need to be well rested, not tired, to write at your full potential. It's much easier to write a book if you're passionate about the subject. The average income from a book is around $5 a copy sold, after the other costs have been taken out from the distributor and manufacturing costs. So if you sold 10,000 books a year, you'd get paid $50,000. That is achievable, not at all impossible. But if you've written an exceptional book with good marketing, you can make the big money. For example, selling 250,000 books a year at $5 profit apiece equals $1,250,000. Even after tax, that could easily change your life and could be invested to achieve financial freedom. When selecting a book topic to write about, if you're trying to make the most money from the book, keep in mind that you have to write about a topic with a popular subject in order to get the most sales. Just do your research before starting your book. Ask yourself, if the book was already finished, would 1 million people be interested in reading it? Writing a book mainly costs you your spare time, but keep in mind that a good book can take around 400 to 1,000 hours of your time. When you work and have a busy life, you can end up being too mentally tired to write a book. But if you write 1 page at a time, you will eventually get there. Once the book is finished, double-check it many times before having it edited, as it may sound all right the first time around, but next time, you'll always find ways to improve the book. Once you finish the book, there's a website called Zamzar.com that can change the book's format, say from PDF to a Word document if needed. Once the book is finished, to get it edited, you have 2 options, either through a website or through a professional editor. Going through a website, the price is around $2,000 for the average size book, but it can be hard to tell what you're getting quality-wise. Read reviews and do some research first. Big companies are often better. Professional editors can be very expensive, from around $3,000 upwards, and it can easily cost $5,000 for a top editor. I found that most editors are very busy, as one book can take a long time, around 50 hours to edit. It can take a long time to get a professional to edit your book, at least a month, and some editors can take many months. Most professional editors are picky with whom they take on. If the book will take too much work, they can make up an excuse and will very easily have another customer in line with an easier book to work on. I recommend arranging for a close family member or good friend to read the book before publishing to do what's best to improve the book. A great app to use to make the front and back book covers is called Adobe Spark Post. I think it's great. It has a lot of good features, lots of book cover designs to choose from, and it's very easy to use. I give it 5 stars. Your book, once finished, can be put on ebooks, paperback copy, narrated on Audible, YouTube, and be available through many different distributors. So keep in mind the possibility of writing a book one day. The process can be very rewarding in the end. Just like reading a book, you can always just take it page by page. There's no rush. I like how books are a way to capture information. The knowledge is always there if you need it. Our brains can only remember so much, and we don't always realize that we have lost our memory until it's too late. Chapter 83. Stock and Shares. Let's talk about shares and stocks. A stock is basically a company. A share is a piece of the company. The stock market is very risky. You need to watch the prices constantly, as you don't want to lose big and regret it. However, you can set the stock limit if it falls to a certain limit price, and your broker will automatically sell the stock to save you from a big loss. If you plan on buying shares, do your research first, and do not put all your eggs in one basket. Spread the risk. Warren Buffett is the king of investing. He started investing at 11 years old, bought only a cheap home for around $31,500 at age 28, and invested most of his income into the stock market and other investments. He bought undervalued companies and took charge, increasing profits and net worth, eventually growing his net worth to around $90 billion as of 2019. He's well known to spend most of his day reading many books and newspapers. A great quotation from Warren Buffett is, "If you tell me who your heroes are, I can tell you how you're going to turn out in life." One of Warren Buffett's favorite books on the stock market is called The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. Ricky Gutierrez has a YouTube channel called Tech Bud Solutions, and it features advice about trading stocks and buying and selling expensive cars. Ricky works his job from his massive home. He's so talented at his job that it has made him rich at a very young age. He has a collection of luxury cars that he buys below market value, then resells for a profit, such as a McLaren 720S, Nissan Skyline GTR, Audi R8, Lamborghini Huracan, and Yamaha motorbikes. The list goes on and on. At the start of June 2019, he had grown to 570,000 subscribers. If you're into trading stock, it's definitely worth watching his videos. One of the reasons why the stock market is better than real estate is when your stock crashes, going down rapidly, you can quickly sell within a reasonable time frame. But with real estate, it's a different story. If the market tanks, you need to quickly have the house in a presentable condition, then put it up for sale and wait for a buyer to come along. With the average time of around 2 months to sell, the market could have dropped way more by then, and it's possible in an extreme crash to have huge catastrophic price drops, possibly with no buyers or with buyers changing their minds. There are many different strategies with buying stocks, but at the end of the day, it's like going to the casino, a total gamble on where to place your bets and when it's the best time to cash out. Stock and share tips. First tip: buy stocks or shares at the wholesale price and then sell at retail price. Second tip: buy shares that are trending up at the beginning of the growth. Third tip: buy, say, $20,000 worth of shares, but spread the risk to 20 different companies. Buy high-risk shares. 15 may not do well, but 5 may do really well. But do your research first, or you'll be completely gambling. Knowledge can lower the risk. Fourth tip: get professional advice in addition to your own research. Fifth tip: only invest what you can afford to lose. Sixth tip: remember that all big companies were once small. Aim to find the next one in advance. Seventh tip: if a stock goes up more than usual based on past track records or dividends, you can most likely get next year's payment in advance. Don't be greedy. Cash out before the stock price crashes or goes on pause for a long time. Eighth tip: it can be good to buy stock that a huge crowd are buying, causing overinflation, if you can get in straight away. For instance, whenever Warren Buffett buys many shares of a stock, everyone copies him, causing overinflation. This will most likely lead to crash eventually, and you need to sell before that happens. Ninth tip: there may be good stock gone bad or on pause, but it can still be a good time to buy it. If you buy the right one, the stock will bounce back eventually. 10th tip: stock in real estate can be a safe bet because real estate stock prices generally go down slowly compared to other stocks. 11th tip: shares in common household commodities can be a safe bet. We all have things that we have no choice but to buy regularly. 12th tip: be careful with buying shares in stocks. Many people have spent hours of their life at work and have had their money disappear with very little to show for it. 13th tip. It can be hard to make a profit quickly by buying and holding shares. It's a much better strategy to buy shares, and then once you can see that they've peaked, to sell them off and move on to the next company. Eventually, a company will either bottom out and show slow progress or will peak, resulting in other shareholders selling off their shares, causing the prices to decline down rapidly. 14th tip. A lot of people use buying shares to make a quick profit, then sell out, using most of the profits to invest into real estate as a deposit for a house or a business. Chapter 84. Never Enough. You cannot be greedy in life, or you'll never be satisfied. You'll simply never be happy. You just have to accept that there is and always will be someone in this world that is better than you. Even if you manage to get to the top, don't expect to stay there forever. There will always be someone out there smarter than you, luckier than you, richer at a younger age than you, with better cars than you, a bigger house than you, more rental properties than you, having more sex than you, more famous than you, with a bigger business than you, nicer clothing than you, is better looking than you, has a better body than you, a better job than you, is more popular than you, more talented than you, has a better past than you, a better looking girlfriend or boyfriend than you, more toys than you, more qualifications than you, a bigger income than you, who works less hours than you, is out enjoying life more than you, travels more than you, sleeps better more than you, is more successful than you, will live longer than you, and has a nicer ass than you. The day you realize that there will always be someone in this world with more than you is the day you realize that you don't need to chase a game that you cannot win. It's not worth wasting your whole life chasing money, toys, and shit you don't really need. You'll be just wasting your life to never get to the end. I'm just trying to make a point to be happy with what you have and receive, to not be greedy, or it will never be enough. The best things in life are good health and true happiness, which come from setting big goals and finally achieving them, being well rested, being healthy, having a family and friends that love you, having a good work-life balance, and of course, financial freedom. If you keep wanting more, you're greedy, and the greedy man is never satisfied. You just have to learn to not give a crap. Other people can waste their lives chasing that shit, and you have to say, I don't bloody care. We can find someone on the internet or TV whom we feel jealous about, envying their riches and lifestyle. But what are we going to do? Work 12-hour days, 7 days a week for the rest of our lives, and then drop dead, chasing just to keep up with them? Most likely having not achieved it anyway? If this happens, then your life will pass you by, only to drop dead and be buried. Then you'll look back and with your last words asking yourself, damn, was it worth it? Because I just ended up swapping my life for money and buying crap I didn't really need. I also sold most of my time just chasing money to be left to somebody else to enjoy anyway. Money is not everything. It's about enjoying the journey to our graves, with the great memories that count along the way. You simply have to grow a mindset to not give a shit, or you'll just never be satisfied. Chapter 85. Future Now. Do not depend on others to achieve your goals in life. We can be like cars going to very different destinations in life, all busy with our own problems. We all know the past, but we do not know the future. We have to reflect on the day at its end, having no regrets about how we spent our day and how we spent our time. It's the same with everything in life. You need to plan and spend your time wisely, as before you know it, the future has arrived. You need to plan now where you want to be in the future. You need to tap into your sense of imagination and pretend the year is over. It's now Christmas time, and you're sitting down with family reflecting on the year, thinking to yourself and telling your family what a fantastic year you have had. What would have had to happen in order to have had a fantastic year? Write it down and make a step-by-step plan to have it achieved by Christmas. You have got to be happy with no regrets about how you spent each minute of the day, to not waste a second. We all can get so busy with our lives at work thinking that we're getting ahead, but in reality, most of us are just another mouse in a spinning wheel, trying to work hard to move forward, but going nowhere. When you work crazy hours at work all the time, life can just pass you by, and before you know it, the year is over. After 2 years, you'll eventually hit a breaking point and ask, when will I get to the end of this road? When will this life of working so much come to an end? I'm telling you again that your job will only take you so far. If you want to become rich fast, you will eventually have to take a faster ride, with the potential to accelerate your wealth rapidly. Plan your future now. Start making a plan in the beginning from the start of where you are now to where you dream to be in the future. Make your plan to work long hours at work in the short term, using your job and income as a tool of leverage while building up a nest egg and seeking knowledge to grow smarter on the journey. Strain your brain with knowledge to keep it strong. Eventually, you'll use your leverage of money and knowledge to move on. There's always a better job and life out there with your name on it. But only you have the power to create your future. I'd like to ask you to stop and to think for a minute. Just pretend that you've achieved your goal to achieve financial freedom. And then ask yourself, now what? And then, once you're done with that, and then what? Chapter 86. Last Words. You would be crazy to rely on your retirement fund alone, to think it's enough money to live like a king when you finally retire. The reason why we have retirement funds is as a better-than-nothing account. That's the government's idea, and they're hopeful that they don't have to pay you a pension, or can give you only a very small amount of money. The retirement fund company taking fees and charges, making them rich, not you. Just keep in mind when you finally retire, roughly how much money will you need? Do the math. Will that be enough? I don't think so. Keep in mind that once you retire, the account will slowly start going down, and inflation will just keep going up. Be realistic. You require around 20 times your normal yearly salary to last 20 years after you retire. But that doesn't include inflation, the possibility of living beyond 20 years post-retirement, medical bills, compound interest of your funds being slowly, continually depleted, hospital operations, and the cost of moving to a nursing home eventually. So plan your financial future now. There are only so many tomorrows. Remember that the mind is powerful. If a successful person written in the history books was to be born again, their correct mindset and how they spend their time will lead them to a destiny to success once again. Sometimes we need to think that the best things in life are free, such as being alive, being well rested, not stressed, having fresh air and time to enjoy the world doing what we enjoy most, and also having time to enjoy life with friends and the people that we love. You have to realize that you have to give your time and energy to what's going to help you get closer to your goals. No matter what your circumstances are, you have the power to turn your life around. Don't do what you want to do, but do what you should do, or otherwise, you could be missing out on what could have been. Your wealth has the power to be passed down from generation to generation, keeping your family tree from our society's standard script to sell most of their life for money, and also can be used to help others in need, such as charities, or to help find cures to conditions like cancer. Keep in mind that life is what we make of it, always has been, and always will be. At the end of the day, the choice is up to you to be happy or sad, positive or negative. The only way to freeze time is to stop and grab a camera. Just start taking photos or start recording your life. Finally, when financial freedom has been achieved, it can be good to have a break from working for a period of time. But get back to working on something and keep busy, as once we get to our goal and the excitement is past, it's like clocking a video game left with nothing to do. We can lose our purpose in life and have too much time on our hands. We can slowly become depressed or not make the most of our time. Once you have achieved financial freedom, help others by using your time and money to move on to your higher calling in life. From the bottom of my heart, I hope this book has opened up your mind to see more options. But take action. You cannot just keep watching YouTube clips, studying information on the internet, reading and listening to books forever. They are just clues for the treasure map to wealth. You need to sit down and come up with a plan that suits you. There are so many different ways to make money, but at the end of the day, it's all the same thing, called money. I don't believe everyone out there who reads this book will become rich and successful. I've learned that some people are just stuck in their ways. They never change. Maybe they're just not in that stage of life where they want to change, or their spark to change is not big enough. The king of stupidity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results. A true idiot never learns from his or her mistakes, no matter how much time has been given to learn to get better. Take the road less traveled. If you want to be unlike everyone else, you have to be, act, and think unlike everyone else. I would like to thank you for buying my book, and I hope it will help you achieve the best thing money can buy, which to me is true happiness, from having the option to having your financial freedom. I always read or listen to audiobooks many times to fully absorb the information, so I recommend you listen to this audiobook again or read my book again, and talk to other people about it. I find this helps you remember information better, and it's a good feeling to help others. Life can be like being in a boxing match, copying hits from other people, bills and more bills, with moving from one problem to the next. You've not won the game until you have won the game. Cop whatever comes your way. Just remember that losers stay down, and the winners always get back up and keep moving. You will eventually get there. We all know that we don't live forever. It's just a matter of time until, sadly, it's our turn to be the one dead at the funeral. Just how would you like to be remembered? When you reflect on your life and ask, why wasn't I successful in life? Why didn't I achieve this or do that? Keep in mind that Justin Allen went to a lot of trouble writing this book to help you. Everything in the world is out there. You just have to be really willing to do whatever it takes. Have the correct mindset. Have financial intelligence. Have saved up a big enough nest egg to fly the nest and give something a go. Do not live in the fear of self-doubt to stop you from taking action. And of course, ticking all the boxes to succeed. For more information and to follow my journey in life, check out my YouTube channel called Justin Allen's Good Advice Channel. Here to give you good advice for a better future. I would very much appreciate it if you could subscribe to my channel. That would really mean a lot to me, and I thank you if you do. With my last words, I say, may you make the most of your gift called life, and make the most of what you already have. Keeping in mind that life is a journey, not a destination. See you guys. Goodbye. This has been Obsessed About Financial Freedom, The Clues for the Treasure Map to Financial Freedom by Justin Allen. Read for you by Joshua Mackey.